Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Shadow Slave. Chapter 249, Red Dragon. The lake had turned out to be utterly deadly. Even after preparing thoroughly for the battle against the terrifying creatures that dwelled in it, the sleepers led by the young knight still ended up losing one of the rafts. They managed to pull a couple of people out of the water, but the rest were pulled into the depths, never to be seen again. The clear water was painted red with blood. The rest of the rafts only survived because they were crafted from the unnaturally sturdy wood of the cursed forest, with the help of their leader's aspect. Otherwise, there would have been only drifting splinters left on the surface, with all traces of the sleepers washed away by the clear water. Even then, the journey had not been easy for those who survived. By the time they reached the walls of the castle, each and every one of the sleepers was bloodied, barely conscious because of exhaustion and numb from terror. Except for the knight, of course. He was bloodied and tired too, but his calm confidence had never waned. By then, Jest was starting to suspect that his new buddy was the craziest one of them all, or maybe simply the most driven. The castle, meanwhile, was huge. It was many times larger than they had assumed, to the point that one would feel vertigo when trying to look up the immense expanse of the towering ramparts. There was more than one layer of walls as well, rising in concentric circles up the slope of the mountain. The castle was like a city in and of itself. The sleepers were currently at the lowest point of that stone city, while the main keep was at the highest, built upon the very peak. That was where the dragon had made its nest. The dragon wasn't the only monster inhabiting the gargantuan fortress either. They learned it immediately after approaching the towering gateway. For the next few days, the sleepers had slowly made progress toward the main keep, enduring one harrowing battle after another. The monsters they faced were different from the ones of the forest. Not all of them were beasts, some wearing armor and wielding steel weapons with chilling skill, and the higher they climbed, the more powerful the monsters became. Still, the young knight led them from one structure to another, from one bastion to the next, carving a path to the main keep. They fought when there was no other choice, and hid when they could, bandaging their wounds and absorbing the power from the soul shards they had scavenged. It was quite amazing, really. Jest would have never expected that they would get that far, but the disorganized group of sleepers had somehow turned into a stalwart and cohesive combat force somewhere along the way. They all moved with purposeful determination, acting as one enormous being that possessed 100 eyes and 100 hands, its resilient body brimming with sharp weapons. Was it experience? Was it survival instinct? Was it the benefit of having a daring and indomitable leader? He did not know, but whatever it was, it seemed to be working, except for the times when the moon was high in the night sky. There was always something eerie about the ancient castle, but its chilling, mysterious presence grew so much more sinister and palpable in the moonlight. That was why even the young knight did not dare to leave their shelters when the moon was shining upon the beautiful lake. Just like that, they fought and sneaked their way to the last and highest circle of walls. Beyond them, only the main keep remained. Everyone was tired. No one knew what would happen to them, and everyone felt grim about the future. But strangely enough, they also felt hopeful. They remained in one of the towers of the last rampart for a few days, observing the main keep and gathering strength and courage for the last push. In the morning, the young knight and Jest snuck to the top of the wall to take a peek at the keep. The great winged beast was sleeping on its roof, its vermilion scales glistening in the light of the rising sun. Thin plumes of smoke rose from its maw from time to time, only to be scattered by the wind moments later. Despite the distance separating them from the dragon, they could feel the deep reverberations of its steady breaths. The creature spent most of the time asleep, only waking up once every week or so to fly over the lake and burn the forest. No one knew why it was doing that, and it almost seemed as if the dragon was simply unleashing its accumulated fury. It would fly above the forest for a while, roaring in anger and sending great jets of incinerating flame barreling down. After a while, when large swaths of the forest became shrouded by acrid smoke, it would plummet into the billowing black veil of it and disappear from view. Sometime later, the dragon would return, sometimes carrying the charred carcasses of enormous, abominable beasts in its maw. The sight of it was both majestic and terrifying. The scales of the red dragon had a metallic sheen to them, almost making it seem like the great beast was forged from vermilion steel. Surrounded by black smoke, the dragon was like a herald of hell, bringing hellfire wherever it went. And that was the thing their leader wanted to kill. Jest glanced at the young knight darkly. "What are you thinking about in that handsome head of yours?" The knight's steely grey eyes were focused on the sleeping dragon. After a while he spoke. "We watched the beast fly over the lake yesterday, did we not? And 7 days before that when we were preparing the rafts." Jest nodded. "What of it?" The knight remained silent for a while. "Have you noticed, Jest? When the dragon was flying across the lake, there was something missing." "I wondered what it was for the longest time." Jest frowned. "Your sanity is missing. What else is new?" The knight smiled, then leaned his back on the wall and raised his sword carefully, extending its blade beyond the entrance of the tower. Jest could see the keep reflecting in its polished blade. "Do you see it now?" Jest blinked. Huh, something was indeed missing. Chapter 2150. A place to call home, he hesitated for a few moments. The sword was not exactly a mirror, and its blade wasn't truly flat either. So the reflection was somewhat distorted, and yet he could discern the shapes of things. There was the parapet of the rampart, the beautiful edifice of the main keep, its roof and towers, tattered flags hanging limp in the absence of wind. There was also the lilac sky behind the keep, and the clouds drifting in its vast expanse like pieces of a torn shroud. However, there was one thing missing. The great mass of the sleeping dragon was not reflected in the sword. Jest rubbed his eyes, then carefully leaned through the doorway to look at the roof of the main keep with his own 2 eyes. The damned dragon was there, sleeping soundly. It was hard not to notice its vivid vermilion silhouette contoured against white stone. What the hell? He retreated back into the tower. "Where's the damned dragon?" The young knight nodded. "Indeed. I noticed it yesterday. The dragon did not reflect in the lake while flying over it. Strange, isn't it?" Jest rubbed the back of his head, then shrugged.
"Well, yeah, it is strange. But what does it mean?" The knight smiled. "Who knows? I do have a theory, though." His smile dimmed slowly, replaced by a serious expression. "You see, Jest, I don't think that this dragon is even real." He paused for a moment, then added in a wondering tone, "Maybe it's an illusion or a phantom."
"Maybe it's merely a lingering reflection, and the real dragon is long gone." Cassie was quite curious to see how Warden of Valor and his first group of followers had conquered Bastion, and what they found inside. After all, it was not just a citadel left behind by one of the daemons. Somewhere along the way, the young knight had also discovered a lineage memory and inherited the bloodline of War God. Perhaps he had received that memory for slaying the reflection of the Vermilion Dragon, even, or discovered it in the throne room of Bastion. But no matter how curious she was, she could not allow herself to get distracted. She had already spent too much time exploring the dawn of the nightmare spell era. Jest was resisting her aspect fiercely, and her essence was draining at appalling speed. In fact, even though the old man was supposed to be completely mesmerized by her gaze, she suddenly sensed one of his fingers twitching, almost as if the abomination was struggling to regain control over its hands. So Cassie had to abandon the vivid memory and reach for the next one, hoping that it would bring her closer to the secrets of the sovereigns she saw. Jest was an awakened now. His gaunt figure had turned lean and strong, and his gaze was more confident. That said, he had only been an awakened for a few weeks. He was standing on the wall, armed with an actual steel spear, something he had picked up from one of the abominations they had slain on the way to the main keep. Hardship had not ended after the dying dragon fell into the lake. They had found the gateway and were able to wake up, true, growing vastly more powerful in the process. But the castle was still teeming with monsters, and so was the lake. Their damned leader was not satisfied with simply hiding in the keep either, and insisted on organizing rescue parties to search for more sleepers in the forest. That was just how that guy was, and people tended to follow his example. So Jest was forced to fight for survival when he was awake, and then fight even more when he slept. Life was miserable. At least his awakened ability was not as useless as his dormant one, as long as he had a partner to make use of it. Being professional bait, what a fate, Jest scoffed. Just as he did, there was the sound of footsteps, and a familiar figure appeared on the wall beside him. The polished armor was the same, but now the knightly young man was wearing a vermilion cloak, a memory he had received after slaying the illusion of the dragon. He was smiling. Jest sighed and shook his head. "Hey there. What are we supposed to call you again, Warden?" The young knight chuckled. "Don't be jealous. Jest, I'm sure you'll earn a cool true name too. One day soon." "Oh, don't doubt it. Warden of Valor was really too cheesy of a name, anyway. Jest would surely receive one that was 10 times more impressive." He hesitated for a while, then asked, "So, how is your wife?" "Everything is fine, I hope." Warden nodded happily. "It's a healthy baby boy. We named him Maddock." "Oh." He looked at Jest with interest. "But don't I need to congratulate you too? Honestly, it's unbelievable. A guy like you with a girl like that, everyone is stunned." Jest suddenly coughed. "Well, that it's not like I'm holding her hostage, okay? She was just impressed when I pulled her out of the flames, back when we were fighting that damn lizard. And well, you know what they say, the best way to get a girl is to make her laugh." Warden nodded thoughtfully. "Exactly. So how did you get her?" Jest frowned. "Go to hell, bastard." The young knight smiled. "When are you planning to make it official?" "My son will need playmates, you know." Jest coughed again. "Listen, it's not like I don't want to. But we're in different cities in the real world. You and I ended up in NQSC, but she's from up north. It was already lucky that the two of them were in the same quadrant." After explaining the logistical problems awakened couples faced, Jest sighed. "I'm thinking of going to get her soon." Warden's expression was somber, though. Jest frowned. "What?" His friend and benefactor shook his head. "No, it's just that I heard bad things about that city." Jest raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Warden hesitated for a while, then leaned on the parapet of the rampart. His expression changed subtly, losing its usual veneer of confidence. Instead, what Jest saw was weariness and fear. People can be as terrible as monsters, you know." Jest laughed. Did he know it? There were very few people in the world who knew it better than him. "That is where you are wrong, Warden. People are not as terrible as monsters. People are monsters, some of them at least." He remained silent for a few moments, and then added in a cold tone, "But haven't we gotten pretty good at killing monsters, though?" Chapter 2151. Obvious Solution. Warden remained silent for a while, looking at the sprawling expanse of the castle, the beautiful lake beyond, and the dark palisade of twisted trees in the distance. The castle was still teeming with abominations. The depths of the lake hid horrors beyond description, and the forest itself was one enormous slumbering monster now that the vermilion dragon was gone. There was nothing left to keep that monster in check, and it would probably come to life soon. And yet, Jest had never seen the young knight, Warden of Valor, look troubled while braving the perils of this nightmarish land. He looked quite troubled now, though, while thinking about the real world. Eventually, Warden sighed. "Now that I have a son, I can't help but think about the future. Both the distant future and the immediate future, all I can see ahead is trouble." Jest raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "Check your eyesight, maybe." Warden shook his head. "The distant future is too hard to predict, because the nature of how we live our lives has fundamentally changed. I am not talking about the nightmare spell and the nightmare creatures. I am talking about ourselves, about humans. Human lives have always been shaped by those in power, and therefore established power structures had remained more or less the same for thousands of years. But now, all those structures have become meaningless." The young knight raised a hand and made a fist. "That is because there seems to be no limit to personal power anymore. We were mundane people not too long ago, but now we are awakened, who possess superhuman strength and mystical abilities. It is reasonable to assume that there are higher rungs on this ladder. There are fallen monsters, after all, and ascended memories. So, Someone will find a way to grow even more powerful, sooner or later, and then even more powerful after that. He paused for a moment and looked at Jest somberly. The framework of humanity is built upon the principle that an individual can't defeat an army, though. It's the fundamental principle, remove it, and the whole structure will collapse. We, awakened, are already so tough that killing us with conventional weapons is a tall task. What about ascended? What about those who will one day transcend even that theoretical frontier? Warden shook his head with a wary expression on his face. The nature of power itself will change. So, the shape of our lives will be changed as well, for better or worse. Jest blinked a few times and stared at the young knight for a few moments. Then, he raised a hand and pointed an accusing finger at him. You're from a rich family, aren't you? Damn, that explains so much. Warden tilted his head in confusion. That is not a reaction I expected. Jest let out a laugh. Listen, all these profound contemplations of yours are a dead giveaway. Only spoiled brats from bureaucrat families have enough time to waste it on learning fancy words and studying philosophy. The rest of us are too busy making a living, and a miserable one at that. Warden blinked. That's not philosophy, though. That's mainly history and a bit of sociology. A smidgen of anthropology at best, Jest pointed again. See, fancy words. The young knight coughed and looked away with a hint of embarrassment. My parents were engineers, to be precise, not bureaucrats. Jest grinned. Military engineers were also elites. And although Warden did not say that his parents had belonged to the army, there was no doubt that they had, after all. Everyone worth anything used to be conscripted, back when the regime still existed. Before the nightmare spell. Anyway, that's what you are afraid of? That your son will grow up in a world ruled by a handful of tyrants who can annihilate armies single-handedly. Warden grimaced. It's a gross oversimplification, but basically yes. Jest laughed. What's the problem then? Isn't there an obvious solution? The young knight raised an eyebrow. There is? Jest nodded, then shrugged with a confused expression. Well, of course, you just have to make sure to become one of those omnipotent tyrants yourself. He himself would undoubtedly die an untimely death by harboring such ambitions. But if it was Warden, then it could actually be possible. If anyone was capable of gaining great power in this dreadful new world, then it was their intrepid leader. After all, the guy was already ostensibly ruling the castle and had a large group of powerful awakened following him. Warden studied Jest for a few moments, then smiled strangely. Become one of the rulers myself? Well, maybe you are right. Maybe it is that simple. His smile slowly turned wistful. But that only concerns the distant future. The immediate future is much more troubling, really. Jest simply stared at him sullenly. What are you so worried about? We'll gain full control of the castle within a year. We'll have a safe space to spend the nights and enough food to fill our bellies. We are also awakened now, so surviving in the real world has become much easier, even though the monsters are also growing stronger, it seems. So what has gotten you so worried? Warden remained silent for a while, then frowned. It actually has to do with our previous conversation, people. I am worried about people. His expression darkened. Now that every remaining government and coalition in the world have collapsed, there is little order left anywhere anymore. People are just banding together to survive. Naturally, they can't survive without the awakened. Only awakened can effectively battle the monsters, so they have great value. There are remnants of previous authorities employing awakened to fight for them, but they won't be able to control their own soldiers for long. In the end, the power will concentrate in the hands of people like us, and not everyone will use it fairly. Jest scowled. So what? What does it have to do with us? You're not feeling responsible for the whole world, are you? Because, let me tell you something, Mr. Warden, you're not a god. Despite those magical powers of yours, you're still a person. Warden sighed. After a few moments of silence, he said, I am a part of the world too, am I not? Indeed, I am a person. My wife and son are people too. People need food, shelter, and clean drinking water. They need air to breathe. You know how fractured NQSC is at the moment. There are so many factions and smaller communities that I can't even count them all. It has been less than a year since the nightmare spell descended, so things are still somewhat stable. But he frowned. Who is going to repair the city barriers when they break down? Who is going to maintain the hydroponic farms? Who is going to distribute the food and make sure that people don't starve? For now, the infrastructure of the city is being controlled by a few factions that splintered from the regime when it broke apart. A few key points are being held hostage by awakened warlords. Things are only going to get worse in the future, and that is just NQSC. It is in a far better state than the other cities. Jest smiled. Aren't you overlooking something, though? Indeed, we are awakened. You personally have the power to craft incredible items. There are others with the power to make plants grow faster or summon stuff from thin air. The city barriers and farms have been maintained by the regime, but now that there are people like us walking around, making miracles happen, who's to say that things aren't going to improve instead? His smile widened. Maybe your son will live 10 times better than we ever did. My life has already improved, in fact. I have an entire room of my own. It even has an attached bathroom, and I haven't been hungry in weeks. That is also what the future holds too. Jest sighed. Now, if only I could fetch my girlfriend from that pit up north. Life would be perfect. Warden looked at him silently for a while, thinking about something. Eventually, he shook his head. No way. Have you been an optimist this whole time? Jest scratched the back of his head. Have my sunny personality and amazing sense of humor not relayed that? Anyway, I do understand your concerns. There are crazy people everywhere, and many of them have awakened as well. There are already horror stories being told about the guy who controls the train tracks. The factions formed by the former members of the secret police is very creepy too. And those fanatics going around trying to convert people, they're the creepiest. Honestly, what we need to do is gather the guys that reside in the castle out there in the real world, as well, and form a faction of our own. Better safe than sorry. Warden remained silent for a while, then smiled. You're just saying that because you want my help in retrieving your girlfriend, right? Jest grinned. She's from the castle too, is she not? More than that, her aspect is quite useful, unlike mine. If you want to become one of the omnipotent tyrants of the distant future, you'll need people like her. Warden lingered for a while. Eventually he shrugged. Well, why not? Let's gather a team of reliable people and go on a trip to the north. We can invite more of our fellow awakened who reside there to join us in NQSC as well. I'm not sure what shape the future will take, but if we want to even have a say in what happens to us, we need to consolidate our power base first. Building a reliable foundation is the most important step after all. And if we want to build a bastion of safety for us and our families, we will need a truly robust foundation. Jest grinned, prompting Warden to look at him with suspicion. What? Jest shook his head. No, it's nothing. It's just that, speaking of robust foundations, wait, I almost have it. There was definitely a joke in there. Warden took a deep breath and turned away. Right. I'll be going then. Let's meet in the real world when we wake up. The goal of their trip to the north was quite simple, to gather a few of the awakened following Warden from there and bring them all to NQSC. However, many things changed as a result of that journey, and both of them were changed as well. Chapter 2152, Esteemed Temporary Governor. A month later, a weary group of awakened stood on a hill in the desolate wasteland, looking at the sprawling ruins below. The world seemed entirely black and white, with charred frames of ancient buildings rising from the snow. Cold wind was trying to get into the gaps of their armor, and neither the warm coats nor the mittens they wore on top of the gloves could stop it. This land seemed dead, with no trace of life left anywhere on its poisoned surface. Of course, it was not the dream realm. Instead, it was the real world. The charred ruins were simply one of the countless human cities that had been destroyed during the dark times, and the soil was contaminated by dreadful weapons born of human mind, not some eerie curse. The air was toxic as well, which was why they were wearing military gas masks and carrying oxygen tanks on their backs. Awakened were more tenacious than mundane people, but braving the wild reaches of Earth unprotected was still a deadly task for them. The long journey had been a rough experience, even for Warden and his people. There were very few nightmare creatures out here, but the land itself presented an obstacle. With the collapse of the regime, as well as other powers that had ruled the remaining human enclaves in this part of the world, whatever logistics and transportation systems that had existed before were now in complete disarray. Warden and his warriors had intended to travel by train, but the tracks were broken just a few hundred kilometers away from NQSC. So, they purchased an off-road cargo vehicle from a group of former soldiers and drove it further north. The vehicle had not been very comfortable, but at least it worked. Sadly, its engine was torn to shreds by the claws of a random nightmare creature about a week ago, and they had to cover the rest of the distance on foot. Overall, Jest couldn't quite decide which of the worlds was more inhospitable. He did enjoy returning to the castle when it was his turn to sleep, though it was warm there, at least. In any case, they had reached their destination now. There was a human settlement in front of them. It was much smaller than NQSC, of course, with a population that barely reached a few dozen millions of people. More than that, it had not been turned into a fearsome siege capital during the dark times, so its defenses and infrastructure were far inferior. There were no tall barriers surrounding the city like an impenetrable ring, serving both as defensive fortifications and a sophisticated air filtration system. Instead, there were several domed areas hidden deep within the charred ruins. The original city had been much more sprawling than the one that emerged from its corpse, despite having housed far fewer people. Pulling his gas mask up, Warden inhaled the cold air, grimaced, and then put it back on. "Let's get inside as quickly as we can. Be careful. There will be many abominations in the ruins. Just get the map." Since several of the awakened in the castle were from this forlorn city, they had given them a lot of information about the situation inside. The situation was not good. After the descent of the nightmare spell, the domed areas became largely isolated from each other, and each was now in the hands of its own self-proclaimed ruler. Some of those rulers were good, some were bad, and some were worse. So, Warden added, "Be even more careful when we encounter people. There are thousands of awakened in the city, and even if we are more powerful and better prepared, we can't fight them all." The others nodded somberly. Soon they descended from the hill and entered the ruins. They had to battle a few nightmare creatures, and even an entire swarm of terrible beasts on the way to the nearest dome. However, Warden's followers were all experienced and deadly warriors by now. They carved a path through the ruins without losing a single man, and eventually found themselves among humans once more. Life in the dome they entered seemed strangely more orderly than what had been happening in NQSC in the last year. Everyone moved with purpose and determination, busy at work. Granted, people seemed tired and malnourished, most of them wearing bleak expressions. However, no one cowered in fear of nightmare creatures, since there were teams of awakened constantly patrolling the streets. Warden looked around with a guarded, but subtly surprised expression. They were met by an awakened officer of the local garrison and treated in a friendly manner. He was quite happy to meet them, it seemed. A group of powerful awakened warriors was most welcome to enter the city. Since their strength could only help the situation, all of us awakened our comrades. We were called upon to carry out a solemn duty. Warden and Jest glanced at each other, feeling a little troubled. After arranging their accommodations, the officer escorted them to a dinner with the person ruling the dome, who seemed to be called the esteemed temporary governor. The dinner was nothing short of lavish, and the governor, an awakened with clean features and a dashing smile, was both polite and friendly. He inquired about the situation in NQSC with curiosity, explaining how things were handled here in comparison. At some point, an old man in a servant livery arrived to pour more wine into their glasses. Jest was so amazed at the strange opulence of the governor's residence that when the servant's hand trembled and a few drops of wine fell on the white tablecloth, he did not even notice. But the gracious host of the dinner did. The old man shuddered. The governor looked at him with a smile, then shifted his gaze to one of the awakened warriors guarding the room and waved a hand slightly. Before anyone could react, the guard forcefully grabbed the old man and dragged him out of the room. The governor sighed apologetically. "Please forgive the unsightly display, Lord Warden. You know how it is. It's difficult to train cattle, is it not?" Chapter 2153. A cleaner world after the dinner with the esteemed temporary governor. The dome did not seem orderly and neat to Jest anymore. Instead, it looked morbid and revolting. Back there in the opulent room, the amicable tyrant had eagerly explained his unhinged views to the members of Warden's team, rather. He had complained about his hardships to fellow awakened, not even bothering to check if they shared his delusion, as if it was a matter of course. What the esteemed temporary governor believed, in short, it was that only awakened were real people and therefore deserved to be treated as such. With the descent of the nightmare spell, humanity was separated into two distinct groups, those who had been chosen by the spell and those whom it ignored. The first group was stronger, faster, and more resilient. Awakened possessed mystical powers and were given deadly trials to prove their worth. Naturally, it was only to be expected that they would play a greater role in society going forward, and would earn greater privileges as a result. However, the damn maniac had taken it to a whole other level. He seemed to consider being chosen by the spell as the will of heaven, anointing the awakened as true inheritors of earth. Awakened were holy, and therefore those not chosen by the spell were wicked. They were mere beasts who walked through their lives asleep, unable of real emotions or rational thought, clumsily imitating human behavior. It was only right to treat them as cattle, or dispose of them if they outlived their use. At least that was what the governor believed. It was unclear if his soldiers shared in this demented belief or simply followed his whims because their abuse of the mundane population went unpunished under his rule. There was indeed order and safety, but it was not because people were united in the task of maintaining the dome. Instead, it was because people were treated as slaves, and anyone who failed to accomplish the tasks given to them by the awakened were cruelly punished or outright killed. Warden's expression was stiff as they walked to their accommodations. Eventually, he said, "I knew it was going to be bad, but I didn't think that it would get this bad this fast." Jest looked at him. "Who's the optimist now, huh?" Warden just stared back blankly. Jest sighed. "Well, it doesn't matter. None of our people is in this dome anyway. We'll need to cross over to other domes if we want to get to them." It was not that surprising, really. The governor did take his views way too far, but he was definitely not the only member of the nascent awakened supremacy movement. It was only natural that there would be some who saw awakened as inherently different and innately superior beings when compared to ordinary humans. It was also not that rare to see people get all kinds of weird ideas about the nightmare spell, seeing it as some kind of divine intervention. There were at least a dozen odd cults spreading in NQSC, growing in numbers and developing extremist tendencies at a rapid pace. And that was just what crazy people did. There were also those who were quite sane, but callously exploited the lunacy of others with malicious intent. It was a proper mess. Warden's expression darkened, but he did not say anything else for a while. In the morning, after they had witnessed more of how atrociously mundane people were treated inside the dome, Warden called out for Jest quietly. To be fair, by then, even Jest himself was a little pale. He had even left his breakfast untouched, feeling sick to his stomach at the sight of the lavish meal. That was probably the first time Jest had neglected free food. Warden looked at him for a while, then said evenly, "About what you said, that we should just move on to the next dome." Jest raised an eyebrow. "Yeah?" Warden lingered for a moment. "What if I don't want to?" He frowned, then added slowly, "What if I want to start working on that obvious solution right now? Won't I need to eliminate competition if I want to become one of the eventual rulers of humanity?" Jest smiled. It seemed to him like the order was reversed. What Warden really wanted was for the trash, like the esteemed temporary governor, to be eliminated, and since no one else was cleaning the streets, he had no choice but to become the garbage disposal specialist himself, so that his son could grow up in a cleaner world. Jest shrugged. "Then the esteemed governor will have to die." Warden's expression changed, becoming colder and more dangerous than before. Eventually he said indifferently, We can't kill him without justification, though. Jest laughed. Can't we? Well, leave that to me. If he attacks me first, we'll be justified in defending ourselves, won't we? Ah, but make no mistake. It won't be just the governor. His people are just as guilty, and they won't be happy to see their own justification disappear. In fact, they'll quickly appoint a new figurehead and continue perpetrating monstrous acts with impunity. Warden looked at him darkly. Haven't we gotten pretty good at killing monsters, though? Jest smiled. That we did. The warden remained silent for a while, then nodded. Then, I'll delegate that part to you. 2 days later, the interior of the dome was neither orderly nor neat anymore. Instead, it was a bloodbath. The esteemed temporary governor was dead. His most loyal warriors were dead too. The others have either surrendered or ran away. It was quite a feat for the small group of awakened warriors, led by Warden, to dismantle the entire local force, despite being outnumbered 1 to 10. However, numbers did not matter too much against a well-coordinated attack, especially if it started with a sudden decapitation strike. Plus, the local awakened were no match for Warden and his people. After all, those who habitually trampled the weak usually fell apart when facing the strong, and the warriors who had conquered the ancient castle were very strong. Jest had killed the governor himself. He incited the poor fool to attack by combining his awakened and dormant abilities, then gutted him right there in the opulent dining room. It had not been too hard. In fact, it had been rather easy. He usually struggled when fighting abominations, since those were mindless beasts. But humans were intelligence creatures, and extreme anger robbed them of their most dangerous weapon, their intellect. So for him, killing humans was both easier and more rewarding. The governor was a powerful awakened, but he succumbed to Jest's knife all the same. As the fool's body hit the floor, Jest did not feel much pride, or much of any kind of emotion really. Just the satisfaction of feeling his body becoming stronger. After that, they swiftly and strategically dealt with the governor's supporters. Now, there were a few dozen captive soldiers kneeling in the courtyard of the luxurious mansion while they searched it for any stragglers. That was when they discovered the hidden cellar. A few minutes later, Jest came back on weak legs and crouched in the hallway, breathing heavily. Then he shuddered and vomited on the luxurious carpet, his eyes trembling slightly. Warden emerged from the basement a minute or two later, pale as a ghost. Both of them remained silent for a while, looking at each other with pale faces. In the end, Jest was the first one to speak. I think I understand what you meant, back there on the wall of the castle. These people, someone needs to stop them, right? Warden took a deep breath. A few moments later, he said coldly, They are not people. In the end, the captives did not survive the day either. Warden did not execute them. Instead, he simply handed them to the mundane inhabitants of the dome in restraints. Perhaps executing them swiftly would have been more merciful. Observing the bloody spectacle outside the wall, Jest sighed. It pained him to see all these soul fragments going to waste. Chapter 2154. Off the cuff. Cassie witnessed the inception of the great clan valor of the force that would shape the future of humanity in accordance with its will. Warden's reluctant determination to become one of the cornerstones that held up the new world would pay off, propelling him to the height of power in the coming years. That was how history was made, it seemed. Not by vast armies or mystical powers, but by the will of a determined individual, as long as that will was sharp enough to leave a mark on the world. Granted, Warden himself was not destined to become an individual whose personal power could trample armies. His son, however, would by following in his father's footsteps. Wasn't it bitterly ironic, then, that the cleaner world Warden wished to create for his children would be drowned in blood by them? Perhaps it was inevitable, since what they inherited from him was a legacy of war, not peace. The beautiful castle he had turned into a bastion of humanity was now a ruined battlefield where his grandchildren were struggling to kill each other, and his son had gathered a great army to slaughter other people, not creatures summoned by the spell. That was his sin as well. At that moment, Cassie sensed a movement. By now, it was not just a subtle twitch. Jest's hand rose weakly and then fell again, hanging limp. She shivered and delved deeper into his memories, in a hurry to find traces of anvil. This time, finally, she succeeded. A vague memory surfaced from the well of them, brief but etched with deep, bittersweet emotions. Jest exited a luxurious PTV and inhaled deeply, enjoying the clean air of NQSC. Now that the problem with the barriers had been resolved, people could breathe freely here once again, well, closer to the center at least. His posture was full of confidence, and his dashing figure was made even more eye-catching by a suit of elegant, expensive clothes. Now that Jest had credits to spare, he made a point of enjoying the finer things in life, something he had been deprived of during his youth. It was definitely not to compensate for his inability to wear fancy memories. Not at all. Who needs those clunky suits of armor anyway? Smiling, he walked between the awakened warriors guarding the entrance to a newly built administrative complex and walked inside. No one dared to stop him, since everyone knew who he was actually. What the hell? Why had no one at least checked his ID? There were all kinds of aspects out there, so one could never be too careful. Then again, the power of the people who had gathered inside was so fearsome that only a lunatic would try to stage an attack. Damn, but the world is still full of lunatics. Jest sighed. 5 years had already passed since the day the nightmare spell descended. By now, the world was slowly overcoming the dire state of instability it had undergone at the start. Of course, there were still countless problems, big and small, but there was at least a semblance of order in most of the quadrants, and here in NQSC especially. In large part, it was thanks to the people that had gathered today and Jest himself as well, even if what he did was usually less glamorous. A few minutes later, he entered a room where Warden was seated in a chair, looking mildly uncomfortable. Not that many people would recognize genuine emotions behind his flawlessly stoic facade. There were 2 young women here, too, working on his hair and makeup. Jest couldn't help but laugh. Oh gods. Never have I imagined seeing you in makeup, Lord Warden. Warden looked at him sideways, seemingly afraid to turn his head and disturb the makeup artist. If looks could kill, Jest would probably fall dead at the spot. That others insisted. I'm going to address all of humanity today, after all. Jest grinned. Good luck to humanity. Witnessing your mug will be a great shock for many, no doubt. Let them suffer, I say, like I have suffered all these years. Today was indeed a special day, because today they were announcing the formation of the United Human Government, an overarching organization meant to facilitate the cooperation of disparate human strongholds, serve as connective tissue between independent awakened champions, and oversee the infrastructure of populated areas of the planet. That was why brilliant figures like Warden, Immortal Flame, Nightwalker, and many other powerhouses were all in the same building today. Of course, that name, the United Human Government, was merely a bold proclamation. In truth, humanity was far from being united. Most of the planet was indeed under the control of their coalition now, but there were still powerful adversaries left in its corners. The Americas seemed to come around last year, but the supremacists were still holding ground in the south. The entire western quadrant was under the control of Caliban and his cabal of demented fiends, all indoctrinated by his eerily sinister ideology. The dream cult was still prevalent in many places, and the path of ascension zealots was steadily gaining ground right here in NQSC. There were many smaller cities that had yet to be liberated from the nightmare creatures too. In short, there was still a lot of work to do. Which was why Jest was late to arrive today. Warden hesitated for a few moments, then asked the makeup artist and the hair stylist to leave. Once they were gone, he looked at Jest evenly. How did it go? Jest shrugged. There was a bit of collateral damage, unfortunate but inevitable. In any case, it went well. Those old regime fogies won't be a problem anymore. We'll be able to take full control of the water distribution system and purification plants by the end of the week. Then hand them to the UHG. Obviously, that will also make the negotiations with the farmers moot. They won't last long if we cut water supply to their precious hydroponics, and without a stable source of food, all other holdouts will fall in line. In short, there'll be no independent factions controlling vital infrastructure here in NQSC anymore, all thanks to yours truly, he grinned. Warden sighed, then nodded curtly. After a few moments, he said, There's blood on your sleeve. Jest flinched. What? Ah, crap. That's a bespoke shirt. Damn it. He pulled the cuff of his shirt from under his jacket's sleeve, studied the degree of damage, then grimaced and tore the entire cuff off. Of course, not before removing the expensive cufflink first. Those were a gift from his wife, so he could not lose them. Oh no, my shirt. Throwing the bloodied cuff into a trash can, Jest sighed dejectedly and glanced at Warden. Well, anyway, you go ahead and prepare for your speech. I'll go say hello to the kids. Warden nodded. Tell the makeup team to come in on your way out. And good job today. Jest smiled. Why, of course. When have I ever not done a good job? The last 5 years had not been peaceful, in fact, they were stained by endless bloodshed. Power came at a great cost, and one had to pay for it in blood, either their own or that of their opponents. So Jest had long lost count of the number of such missions he had undertaken on behalf of Warden, both openly and in secret. It was not very enjoyable work most of the time, but he prided himself on being good at it. Most importantly, it mattered. Because he was not spilling blood for personal gain or to satisfy his greed. He was spilling it to build a better future for everyone, and especially for his family. Now that Jest was a father himself, he understood how Warden had felt all those years ago. Forgetting about the bloodied cuff, Jest headed for the door. Oh, is your youngest here today? Warden nodded with a smile. Yes, he is, Jest chuckled. Good, good. Although I still can't believe that you actually gave him that name. That is, like, child abuse? Hello, don't you have any shame? Warden shook his head. You won't understand. Anvil is different from Maddock. And standing in the dark jungle of Godgrave, Cassie smiled subtly while Jest's hands twitched. Found you. Chapter 2155, Human Connections. Whistling a happy tune, Jest made his way to a different part of the complex. The important people were preparing to make the historic announcement, and would be busy discussing various matters after that. It was not every day that they gathered in one place, so there was a lot to talk about. It was also important to simply spend time together and get to know each other. Some of the famed champions of humanity had already met, and even fought side by side on many occasions, but some were barely acquainted. If the coalition was to last, its pillars had to share a sense of unity. Despite how much the world had changed, there was still nothing quite as effective in building trust as looking the other person in the eye and shaking their hand. Grand matters and shared strategic interests notwithstanding, personal connections were still the most important and fundamental element of human relationships, trampling all else. So the exalted champions of humanity were going to hang out. And while they were doing that, their families would spend time together as well. The wives, the husbands, the children, they had to build connections too, so that the framework of the tentative new coalition was cemented. Warden might have had to give a solemn speech, announcing the formation of the united human government to the world, but the actual new world order was going to be built behind closed doors, in heavily guarded backrooms, where the families of Warden and other champions were mingling and forming a different kind of union. One that would become their true legacy. Well, and also, all these powerhouses were paranoid, for a good reason too. They weren't going to leave their loved ones unguarded, while every warrior who was worth anything was away, so they simply took their families with them. Jest was no different. His son and his wife, who was pregnant with their second child, were somewhere here as well after the bloody morning. He couldn't wait to see them. There was a large room in the depths of the complex that was furnished splendidly with comfortable sofas, various refreshments set on wooden tables, and plenty of toys scattered on the floor of the playing area that was arranged in the center. The lighting imitated daylight, and a beautiful view that seemed to reproduce the beautiful vistas around Bastion was projected on the walls. The room was filled with a relaxed atmosphere, or rather it would have if not for the energetic kind of chaos that spawned any time a group of children congregated. The first person Jess noticed was, of course, his wife. Her pregnancy was barely showing, so a person who did not know her well would probably not even notice the difference. But he, of course, could see it clearly. In fact, Jess had started joking about how pregnant she looked as soon as they received the good news. His wife was usually one of the few people whose sense of humor was sophisticated enough to appreciate his genius, But this time, she kept missing the point for whatever reason. She never missed when she punched Jest in response, though. So while he had not earned any laughs recently, he did earn more than a few bruises. His wife was an awakened too, after all. Her punches carried both weight and purpose. Come to think of it, hadn't she unexplainably lost her sense of humor the last time she was pregnant too? Probably hormones. She was talking to a beautiful, elegant, mundane woman of about their age, who seemed to be Immortal Flame's wife. Jest spared a moment or two to study her exquisite features and striking grey eyes. Immortal Flame himself was a fiery guy, so it was a bit strange to see that his wife was like a calm, placid lake. That said, despite being mundane, she had a strong presence, as if there was a core of solid steel hidden beneath the deep waters of that lake. That woman had character. Well, of course, she had. Not just anyone could be the life partner of an exceptional man like Immortal Flame, and out of those who had survived the descent of the nightmare spell, there were only two types of people, those who broke, and those who became so tough that nothing could break them. It was a good thing that Immortal Flame and his family were now their allies. If things had turned out differently, Jest could not help but shiver. An enemy like that would have to be uprooted and exterminated completely, because leaving adversaries of this caliber alive was no different from signing your own death certificate. Luckily, Immortal Flame was a reasonable man despite his fiery temperament. Approaching the two women with a pleasant smile, Jest greeted them happily and then looked around the room. Where are the kids? The kids, of course, were up to no good. He found them in a corner, discussing something in hushed voices. Well, an adorable little girl was discussing something, while the three boys around her were just listening with obedient expressions. The oldest of them was about 5 years old and wore a hesitant expression, as if unsure of why he was listening to the tiny but bossy little girl. Jest knew this one all too well, since it was Maddock, Warden's oldest. The next one was Jest's own little rogue. His son was 4, and had mischievous sparks dancing in his innocent eyes. That innocence was pure deceit. Of course, the little fellow was a real menace, to the point that Jest never knew whether to despair or feel proud when confronted by his mischief. The impossibly cute girl was, without a doubt, Immortal Flame's daughter. Her bright smile was a sight to behold, and there were adorable dimples on her chubby cheeks. She seemed to be the ringleader. And finally, there was a timid boy who was not quite 3 yet, same as the girl. This was probably the first time he had found himself surrounded by so many strangers, so he stuck close to the outgoing girl and listened to her carefully. Seeing such a serious expression on such a cute face made Jest want to laugh. The boy, of course, was Anvil, Warden's younger son. Noticing him, little Anvil suddenly smiled and waved a hand. Uncle Jest waved back. Ah, but really, Anvil? Poor kid. He will really need to develop a sense of humor with a name like that. Chapter 25 Mines 50, Flexible Steel. Little Anvil was not so little anymore, having just turned 7. He had somehow grew into something that resembled an actual person now, albeit a mini version, and one could already recognize his father's features in his earnest, serious face. Too serious, even. Jest had often wondered what kind of kids Warden would raise, with how serious and prone to giving lectures about chivalry the man was. His poor children were bound to grow up with a severe deficiency of fun in their lives. It was already showing, perhaps that was why Anvil liked to hang out with Immortal Flame's daughter so much at the moment. Though he was laying on the ground, breathing heavily and staring at the sky with bleak eyes. Jest coughed. Maybe we should end things here today. The kid was weirdly fit for someone his age, but the training regime Warden forced upon the poor fellow was way too intense. Little Anvil really did nothing but study and practice all day long, which was a sad thing to see. Then again, Jest understood Warden completely, in fact. All of them, the original Awakened, were a bit too harsh on their children. That was because the nightmare spell was continuing to reap lives, with new youths contracting it each year. The thought of his son being sent into a nightmare made Jest sweat, which was why he and his wife trained their little devil with an almost equal, but not quite, level of intensity. They had faced the horrors of the nightmare spell unprepared. So if there was something, anything they could do to coach their children on how to survive the danger, they were willing to do it. Not everyone had such a wealth of resources at their disposal, but they did, and so they used it thoroughly. Thankfully, their second son was too young for sword practice for now. Still, his training would have to start soon. No one was trained more intensely than poor Anvil, though both in swordsmanship and intellectual pursuits. Warden was not so strict even with Maddock, who was 2 years older. By now, Jest knew why. And while he understood that the younger of the two brothers had a different, somewhat inhuman constitution, it was still a shame to see him waste his childhood this way. Anvil himself did not seem to mind, though, shaking his head. The boy sighed, then rose to his feet wearily and picked up the wooden sword. "No, Uncle Jest, I can go again. Please instruct me." Jest sighed. He didn't even want to joke at the moment. "Warden, I really need to talk to him." Warden was, without a doubt, an exceptional man. He was a fearsome warrior and benevolent leader. And more importantly than that, he was someone with a great and clear vision. Even his enemies did not question his nobility, and his intellect was truly formidable. More than that, he was Jest's closest friend and benefactor. It would not be a stretch to say that everything Jest had was because of Warden. He would not even be alive if not for that excessively serious guy. His life would have ended on the day of the winter solstice, all those years ago. And yet, despite what many seem to think, Warden wasn't perfect. In particular, as far as Jest could see, he was not treating his children, especially Anvil, right. Warden approached their education with his usual level of seriousness, and although he meant well, children also needed warmth and affection. Especially these two who had lost their mother young. It had happened during the First Gate crisis, that damned disaster. Many people had suspected that the nightmare spell had more terrors in store for humanity. But still, no one expected that a few years after the first awakened returned from the dream realm would follow them to Earth through the nightmare gates. The gates kept opening and no one managed to close one yet. Jest frowned. There was no telling what other calamities the nightmare spell had in store. The future they were trying to build was dark and unclear. So perhaps Warden had the right idea to prepare his sons for the worst after all. I don't know any more. Jest remained silent for a moment, then smiled warmly. "Sure, kid. Let's go again. Be sure not to let go of your sword this time." Since most of the human enemies that had threatened them were gone now, he had a lot of free time on his hands. That was why Warden had asked him to give Anvil lessons. There were better swordsmen out there, of course, but there were few killers better than Jest in the world, if any. Two worlds, really. So what he had to teach Anvil was not the sword, per se, but rather combat. Real battle was never clean and orderly like training spars. Both people and nightmare creatures fought dirty, using anything and everything they could to kill the enemy and survive. Desperation was the best teacher, but it was hard for a child from a noble family to really taste it. Clutching his wooden sword, Anvil frowned. Jest chuckled. "What's with that bitter expression?" The little boy looked at him somberly, and then said in a guarded tone, "Uncle Jest, since you are telling me to hold onto my sword, you'll probably ignore it completely and just smack me on the body, right?" Jest grinned. "It seems you did learn something." With that, he attacked, ignoring the boy's wooden sword and aiming directly at his body instead. After a few exchanges, Anvil found himself on the ground again and sighed. This time, he did not hurry to stand up. "I see. So today's lesson is misdirection." Jest stared at the little boy, then shook his head in dejection. "You are way too honest and upright, boy. There's no honesty in battle, though. Your enemies will try to deceive you, and you must know how to both see through their deceit and deceive them in turn." Anvil frowned. "But isn't Father an honest and upright man, too?" Jest laughed. "Who, Warden? Why, of course. He is the honestest and the uprightest. But he can be cunning and crooked when he needs to, too. A true warrior can't be too rigid in his thinking. He has to be flexible or he'll die." The little boy nodded seriously like steel. He considered something for a few moments, then smiled. "A good sword has to be flexible, too. Rigid blades will break faster." "I understand now, Uncle Jest." Jest gave him a dubious glance, not sure what if the boy really understood. Then he shrugged. "Well, if you do, get up and go clean yourself." I'll take you into the city to eat something tasty." Anvil looked at him with a childish expression which made Jest happy. It was nice seeing the boy act like a kid for a change. Eventually, though, Anvil sighed. "Father hired a nutrition specialist to oversee my meals. I am forbidden from eating ice cream." Jest smiled benevolently. "Why, then, we can take the nutrition specialist with us. I'm sure that we can find a nutritious ice cream, with some help, and even if we can't, Warden doesn't need to know everything, right?" The boy's eyes widened. Jest thought that it was a look of admiration at first, but then realized that there was a tall figure reflecting in Anvil's eyes. Turning around, he saw Warden, who was walking across the garden with wide steps. The man looked strangely intense. Jest coughed. "Listen, man, Lord Warden, I didn't mean it that way, okay? I was definitely not teaching your kid how to deceive his father." But Warden ignored his words and just stared at him. Jest felt that something was wrong. What? Warden remained silent for a few moments and then suddenly smiled fiercely. "It's Immortal Flame! That guy, he closed a nightmare gate. What Immortal Flame had accomplished changed everything!" Even before the news of his ascension spread around the world like a tidal wave, igniting the hearts of countless people. It had shaken the hearts of those who held both the greatest power and the greatest responsibility in the dire world of the nightmare spell, of people like Warden. The repercussions were too significant. Knowing the importance of what he had learned inside the seed of nightmare, Immortal Flame wasn't shy about sharing the information. An urgent meeting between the members of the prominent families was arranged, and soon the powerhouses of humanity gathered in a heavily guarded government complex. As one of Warden's elites, Jest attended as well. Everything they learned from the Immortal Flame was astonishing. First, the nature of ascension, the further evolution of one's body, the qualitative increase in the potency of soul essence, the unimaginable degree with which one could control it as an ascended, the unsealing of the third aspect ability, and most importantly of all, the ability to enter the dream realm whenever one wanted, or not enter it at all. All of them were seasoned and powerful awakened warriors, but witnessing what Immortal Flame was now capable of, even just on a purely physical level, was enough to leave them all stunned. That was an entirely new level of might that they could not have dreamed about, not even superhuman power, but an inhuman one. Something that would finally allow them to contend against fallen nightmare creatures on equal footing, and therefore alleviate the crushing pressure every one of them was experiencing, both in the real world and in the dream realm. Take Bastion, for example. Although it had become a beacon of safety for the humans of the dream realm, the actual situation in the castle was not too good these days. That was because without the Red Dragon, the abominable forest that surrounded Warden's citadel was growing more and more terrifying with each year. By now, Bastion was besieged from all sides, and the only way to stave off the enemy was to venture out on frequent punitive expeditions to cull the abominations spawned by the dark woods, burning large swathes of the forest in the process. Each of these expeditions was more onerous and deadly than the previous one, and the balance of power was slowly shifting in favor of the sprawling dark mass of the eerie Titan. Ascension offered a chance to swing the balance back in favor of humans. Then there was the freedom from the clutches of the nightmare spell it offered. All awakened had no choice but to enter the dream realm when they slept, and the dream realm was a harsh and inhospitable hell. Bastion was one of the strongest citadels of humanity in its dark expanse, and even it was barely standing there was no need to mention how hard the lives in the smaller human enclaves were. Surviving was hard, and casualties were a constant. The citadels were like small, trembling flames, shining weakly in the endless expanse of chilling and impenetrable darkness. So, for most awakened, the mere possibility of never having to enter the dream realm again would be like a ray of hope. For those in charge of humanity, however, something else held much more significance. It was not the allure of greater power that Ascension offered, and not even the promise of remaining in the real world forever. It was the fact that conquering a seed was now the only proven method of closing a nightmare gate. The gates had become a plague after first appearing a few years ago, and their number only continued to grow. There were already a dozen or so exclusion zones in NQSC alone, and constant military presence was required to eliminate the emerging abominations. The scale of the problem was manageable for now, but anyone with the smallest amount of foresight could see the writing on the wall. Sooner or later, the nightmare gates were going to swallow all human population centers unless they were dealt with, and Immortal Flame had shown them a way to do just that. Finally, there was the last shocking part of his report. It was the truth of what was hidden inside the nightmare seeds. Immortal Flame, of course, was not the first person who had entered one of them, however. He and those of his comrades who had survived were the first ones to return alive, and therefore the first people who could tell the rest of humanity about what awaited awakened inside the nightmare seeds. The truth was something that many had theorized, but none had been able to prove. It was another nightmare, a second nightmare. Just like the trial that every awakened faced after contracting the spell, a new nightmare awaited them inside the seeds, this one far more deadly and demanding, with enemies that were far more powerful than most of them had ever had to fight. However, there was another difference to the second nightmare, one that had the potential to have decisive influence on the next few years. It was that, according to the Immortal Flame, these new harrowing nightmares were not individual trials, but rather meant to be challenged as by groups of awakened. The idea of a nightmare that many people could challenge was preposterous, but it was nevertheless true. Jest was quite shocked by the unexpected turn of events, but in hindsight, nothing about the nightmare spell had ever been predictable. The news of Immortal Flame's ascension was announced a few days after the meeting. Not long after that, the prominent awakened gathered once more, this time for an official celebration. It was just before the celebration that Warden looked at Jest somberly and said, his voice full of familiar determination, "We must do it, Jest. We must ascend." Jest sighed. "Yeah, sure, but hold your horses. You know better than I do. How many people died while challenging the seeds? The fact that Immortal Flame returned alive doesn't mean that from now on, everyone will too. We must prepare thoroughly. There is no rush." But Warden shook his head. "You are wrong. There is a rush, don't you see?" Looking at the streets of NQSC that moved past the window of their PTV, Warden gritted his teeth. The fact that there is a second nightmare means that there will be a third as well, and the fourth. His expression darkened. Which also means that after the first gate crisis, there will be the second, and the third. And so on. That is a reasonable extrapolation. These nightmare gates we are dealing with will soon become more terrible. What will we do when corrupted nightmare creatures start entering the waking world? Jest shivered. Corrupted nightmare creatures were legendary monsters synonymous with death. Just one of them could wipe out most of NQSC, since there was no one here to stop it, except for Immortal Flame and his surviving companions. Noticing the lack of a humorous response, Warden nodded and looked at him silently. Eventually, he said, "That is why we must ascend, Jest, as soon as possible. In the end, there had not been a second gate crisis. That was because people like Warden had anticipated that Category 3 gates would start appearing in the near future, and prepared accordingly. It cost them a lot. For a few years after Immortal Flame had conquered the second nightmare, the higher echelons of humanity were overcome by great ambition, great determination, and great sorrow. There were countless celebrations and countless funerals. Almost all the best and the brightest of humanity answered the call of nightmare, entering the blooming seeds to face the trial of the spell. Many returned victorious, but many had perished as well. It was as if the old guard was being culled. Jest had lost count of how many of his old acquaintances, all seasoned veterans and survivors of the spell's descent, had lost their lives in the pursuit of ascension. But he survived. Warden survived too, becoming an ascended in the 10th year of the nightmare spell era. People like them were more and more often called masters. Now, both of them were in their 30s now. They weren't young, but the ruthless world kept changing around them at that same rapid pace. In the dream realm, Warden managed to push the monstrous forest back from the walls of Bastion for a time at least. Despite having reached ascension, they still could not contend against a fallen titan. All they could do was contain it and slow down its growth. Jest himself had left Bastion and traveled south along the river, conquering the strategic citadel that stood halfway between the Mirror Lake and Storm Sea. With Rivergate in human hands, it was now possible to connect with Nightwalker and the other champions of that nebulous region of the Dream Realm. Many more citadels were conquered at that time as well. While the River of Tears basin in the west was still largely underdeveloped, with every human enclave isolated from the rest, things were changing here in the heartland of the Dream Realm. Humans were slowly uniting around Bastion and Warden, and the citadels were supporting each other to present a united front against the horrors of the Nightmare spell. Things were changing in the waking world, too. Almost all remaining cities were now under the control of the United Human Government and the awakened forces standing behind it. The mad ruler of the Western Quadrant, Caliban, had been eliminated. The less powerful local tyrants had all been either killed or persuaded to join the New World Order as well. Quite a few of those who persisted in their misguided ways died by Jest's own hand. He had been deadly, even as an awakened, and his power and lethality only exploded after becoming a master. The dream cult had been ruthlessly suppressed and erased from the annals of history, replaced by the powerful propaganda machine of the government. The awakened supremacy movement had been eradicated. Countless smaller gangs, cults, movements, and extremist factions were all gone now. And a semblance of, if not peace, then at least stability enveloped the world. Even the Ascension Zealots were gone now. This particular faction had not been too malicious, but there was still no place for it in the New World Order, which was a shame, considering how powerful many of them were, in fact. While Immortal Flame was the first one to conquer the second nightmare, it was the path of Ascension believers who had braved its second, much earlier than even Warden himself. While most awakened dreamed of becoming masters in order to never enter the dream realm again, the Ascension Zealots wanted the opposite. So, after being pressured and persecuted by the dominant forces of the human world, they simply left it forever and established a colony somewhere in the dream realm, never to be heard of again. Jest was not sorry to see the lunatics go, not that he had a lot of time to spare them any thought. Busy, busy, busy. If there was one word to describe their lives in the past few years, it was busy. So busy that he did not even really notice when his older son had turned into a temperamental teenager and his younger son started school. Gods, look at this guy. He's taller than me. Jest was just contemplating spending more time with his children when he noticed Anvil, now 14 years old, practicing with a sword in solitude. He was currently visiting the Valor residence to discuss a few important matters with Warden, a frequent occurrence now that they were anchored at different citadels in the Dream Realm. Traveling from Rivergate to Bastion did not take a lot of time, but it was still more convenient to meet here in NQSC. So, he was often a guest here. His lessons with Anvil had long been cancelled, though because the little fiend was already a far better swordsman than Jest himself was. So was Maddock. Now the two brothers just sparred with each other when they needed a partner, and taught each other as well. They were both monstrously talented, even if Anvil had an edge over his older brother, due to a special lineage. Noticing Jest, Anvil smiled subtly and put down the sword. "Uncle Jest, what a nice surprise," Jest grinned. "That's what she actually, never mind. How have you been, kid?" Anvil nodded. "Thank you. I've been doing well." "Ah." He's still too prim and proper. Although Maddock and Anvil were both talented and diligent, one thing they were missing under Warden's strict oversight was liveliness. Today, however, Warden's younger son seemed troubled. He hesitated for a few moments, then asked tentatively, "Uncle Jest, do you think that Maddock will he be all right?" Jest raised an eyebrow. "Why wouldn't he be all right?" A shadow crossed the boy's face. "Because he turned 16, Jest blinked. 16. Most of the youths who contracted the spell were between 16 and 18 years of age. Maddock is already 16, huh? At that point, someone would say, "Gods, how fast time had passed." But not Jest. To him, it felt like a dozen lifetimes had passed between the day Maddock was born and now. However, since Maddock was already 16, his own son will be too, in a year. He remained silent for a while, then smiled. "Maddock? That guy? Bah. Of course, he'll be all right. Don't you worry about him. Worry about yourself instead." And indeed, Maddock was all right. A year passed, and he was yet to show any symptoms of having contracted the nightmare spell. So Jest allowed himself to feel hopeful too. Maybe it's really going to be all right. But then, one day when he returned home, his son's sleepy eyes met him, and the boy said after a big yawn, "Ah, Dad, sorry, can we skip practice today? I feel a bit tired." Jest's heart stopped. In the basement of Jest's lavish mansion at the heart of NQSC, behind several layers of armored alloy, and defended by a cutting-edge Spelltech defense system, lay a square chamber with video walls that displayed a beautiful panoramic view of Rivergate. There were 2 sleeping pods installed there, side by side, once luxurious and expensive, but now old and obsolete. Jest and his wife had used them once, but since both of them were masters now and did not venture into the dream realm in their sleep, the sleeping pods had just been gathering dust for the last few years. Not that they were really dusty. The entire mansion was spotlessly clean, both due to robotic cleaners and mundane staff. But today, one of the pods had an occupant. Jest's older son was laying there, sleeping peacefully, while Jest himself was sitting on a folding chair nearby and watching him with an expressionless face. He had been sitting there for 2 days without moving, only his mind was restless and alive. "Come on, boy, come on, your old man survived. So you can survive too. You are so much better than me. You can do it." It had not taken long for his son to succumb to the spell after displaying the first symptoms. He was in the first nightmare now, fighting for his life, and Jest was stuck here by his side, but unable to help. He could not help, and at the same time, he felt more helpless than ever before. Wasn't it funny? Jest had spent the first 2 decades of his life barely clinging to life, then spent many more years in regular brushes with death. And yet he had never felt more powerless than now. Perhaps it was funny, but for the first time since the spell descended, he could not find the strength to smile. Come on. Slowly, every conversation he had ever had with Warden was surfacing in his mind. Everything that the 2 of them had done, every glorious victory, every triumph against all odds, every noble sacrifice, every dirty scheme, every cold-blooded execution, every innocent life lost as collateral damage in pursuit of greater good. It had all been for this, had it not? To build a world where their children could live with their heads held high. They had spilled the blood and built that world, so surely their children would survive. Jest had known nothing and had nothing when the spell called him into the first nightmare. He did not know how to fight, how to wield weapons, how to procure food, how to find shelter from the elements. He had not known what aspects were, why attributes were important, how to harvest and absorb soul shards, but his son knew it all, and then some. He had been taught and trained by the best instructors in the world, preparing for this day from early childhood. His training had been both thorough and extensive, bordering on excessive jest, and his wife were among the best warriors of humanity and imparted as much as they could on him as well. So surely Jest had never prayed to anyone or anything before, but he was praying now. Even though the gods were dead, he hoped that something would listen. He prayed to the gods, to the demons. He even prayed to the nightmare spell. Come on. But his prayers had gone unanswered. He felt it before he saw it. A subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere, as if the air in the underground chamber had suddenly become heavier, colder, darker, and more sinister. It was not really something Jest felt with his body, but rather what he felt with his soul. His eyes trembled slightly in the brightly illuminated cradle of the sleeping pod. His son's eyelids trembled too. For a moment, Jest hoped that the little fiend would wake up and open his eyes. But instead, his son's body twitched and then arched, a low growl escaping from between his lips. Something moved under his skin, as if his bones were growing and rearranging themselves, pressing against it from below. Jest continued to watch silently, paralyzed. Eventually, though, he slowly stood up and walked toward the sleeping pod weakly. Sitting down on its edge, he pulled his son into an embrace and held him tightly, struggling against the movements that were growing more and more fierce. He tasted it again, the salty taste of tears on his tongue. So he still had tears to shed, it seemed. Just like on that day in front of the barrack. Jest opened his mouth. Shh. He inhaled deeply. "It's all right, boy. It's all right." You did well, you did the best you could. Of course, the thing he was holding was not his son anymore, but Jess just held it tighter. It's all right, you did well. After a while, and eternity perhaps, Jess left the basement and closed the door behind him. He knew that his wife was waiting for him upstairs, half dead from the dreadful anticipation of uncertain news. He had to tell her now, but was not brave enough to face her just yet. Instead, Jess turned to the wall and leaned on it, breathing heavily. The armored alloy felt cool against his forehead. Ah, his mind was empty. Ah. Sometime later, his gaze focused on his wrist. There, on the cuff of his expensive shirt, the white fabric had turned vibrant red with blood. Jess stared at it for a while, his eyes slowly growing less cloudy. A crooked smile suddenly split his face apart. He remembered another bloodied cuff, and a conversation that had happened a long time ago. What was it that he had said? A bit of collateral damage, unfortunate, but inevitable. In any case, it went well. They had been so matter-of-fact about it. And why wouldn't they? How many of these unfortunate occurrences had there been? He had lost count. If Jest wasted energy caring about each of them, any of them, he would have spent his entire life spilling tears. He was too busy spilling blood, though. One could not build a new world without mortar, after all, and definitely not without breaking a few bricks. A dozen or 1,000, it did not matter. But those broken bricks had been someone's sons and daughters too. He grinned terribly. So is this my punishment then, was it? Before Jess knew what he was doing, he brought his head back and then hit it against the wall, as if wishing to crack his skull open. But his skull did not crack, of course. Instead, the armored alloy bent and cracked, and a deep indent was formed on its surface. He was a master, after all. Ah. The world was bitter. The gods had died and were replaced by the nightmare spell. And the spell, it was a wicked god. The only kind of god he deserved, perhaps. Chapter 2000's Win 160, Past and Future. About a year later, Jest was leaning on the wall of a random building, feeling dizzy from drinking too much. It was hard for an Ascended to get drunk, but he had smuggled a bottle of special brew from the dream realm. It wasn't made from mundane stuff, so its effect was correspondingly outstanding. He had fallen apart, a little after his older son's death. Not too much, but just enough to allow himself a day or two of drowning in self-pity every few months or so, after all. Jest still had another son to take care of. His wife needed him as well, and Warden too. Although now that all the enemies of the New World Order had been eliminated, there was rarely a need to use his services. That last fact was slowly changing as of late. Not because new external adversaries were rising, but simply because the New Order had become robust enough and had existed for long enough that internal threats were. Now Warden had to put effort into maintaining, if not control, then at least a decisive amount of influence over the unwieldy apparatus of human governance. Jest had to help from time to time. His work these days was usually less bloody, and he served as more of a scarecrow than an executioner. Usually, I'm sick of it. When will it end? When would he and Warden be able to get some rest? Work for 2 decades almost. They had done nothing but work tirelessly. He imagined the two of them retired, sipping wine in some warm garden in Bastion while their grandkids played around and giggled. Bah! With how stiff that guy is, I doubt he'll ever settle down. Jest grimaced, then took another sip of the bitter brew. In front of him, in the distance, the workers were finishing constructing the awakened academy. Looking at the mighty wall defending the complex from a distance, Jest smiled darkly. Bastards! Took them long enough. Many things had changed in the last year. More of the children of the original awakened had contracted the nightmare spell. Some survived, some didn't. Of course, countless children had perished to the spell already, but these ones were different, because they were the first infected who had been born after the descent of the nightmare spell, and grew up not knowing anything but its dire new world. The second generation looking at the gates of the academy being hoisted up. Jest suddenly felt like he was back to that day when he returned to the barrack, only to find himself unable to walk through the broken door. A dark, deep sense of futility overwhelmed him, and he hurried to wash it away with the bitter taste of alcohol. That's good, that's better. He wasn't watching alone either. At some point, another figure appeared in the alley walking past him, without even noticing. Well, it wasn't surprising. Jest was standing in the shadows after all, and actively suppressing his presence. That was a habit he had developed after perpetrating numerous assassinations. It was someone he knew, in fact. Awakened Aurum, a nice enough guy. Not too powerful and not too ambitious, but solid and reliable. He, too, was a member of the first generation. And since his citadel was in the general area of influence exerted by Bastion, the two of them had fought side by side a few times. Still, Jest would have preferred if no one disturbed his solitude. When the gates of the academy were installed in place, he sighed and let out a laugh. When the gods close a door, the nightmare spell opens a window. Aurum turned his head in surprise, only noticing Jest now. Internally, Jest shook his head. Aurum, I really hope we never meet as enemies. You'd never see me coming." They exchanged a few meaningless words, with Jest playing a drunken fool, then continued to watch the construction. Eventually, the conversation turned to the academy. Little Anvil, who was not so little anymore, was going to attend it. He had been infected by the spell just before turning 16 and survived the first nightmare, thank the gods. Madoc was already 18 and still not showing any symptoms. In 1 more year or so, he would be safe. Immortal Flame's daughter was going to attend, too. They were the future of humanity now. Jest hoped desperately that they would be. He would gladly become the past, if only they survived. People were calling these kids legacies as of late. It was a bit disgusting, that word, but not as disgusting as parents who had become enamored by the gifts of the spell and actually hoped for their children would contract it. Was Aurum one of those bastards, by chance? If he was, Jest thought that he might just kill him right here and now in this alley. There were no witnesses, and he could handle a mere awakened in a matter of seconds. Losing one moderately competent would not affect anything major either. Wait, he doesn't even have children, I think. But he's taking care of his niece and nephews. After staring at Aurum for a bit, Jest smiled coldly. Your sister's children are what, around 10? You must be thinking about a lot of things right now, too. Huh? Aurum, the man nodded. Yeah. I'm thinking I really hope that they won't become infected. Of course, I'll need to prepare them well in case they do. Just like that, without even knowing it, Aurum had saved his life. Jest grinned. That is why I like you, Aurum. Thank the gods you're still normal, at least. There were sane people left in the world, too. He took another sip of the bitter brew which had loosened his tongue. So Jest went on a little rant. Legacies. Ha! What a joke. That was not the kind of legacy they had wanted to leave. Their children becoming awakened was not it. This, the city around them, that was the real legacy Warden and Jest had spent their lives building. The clean air, the stable supply of electricity, the robust infrastructure. Public trams that arrived on time, warm water in the showers, and enough food to feed everyone. Even the surplus population that had to be relocated to the outskirts of the city beyond the barriers. That was what they had wanted to leave behind for their kids, not the bloody horror of the nightmare spell, no matter the cost. But what was the point if their children were taken away by the nightmare spell anyway? There was no point at all. Jest let out a laugh. Aurum, my friend. Listen to this fool abandon hope. In this era, the only thing worth believing in is the nightmare spell. And the spell is a cruel bitch. Just teach your kids well. Teach them really well, bastard. If only Jest had taught his son better, then maybe. He finished his liquor and waved a hand. See you at the opening ceremony. Jest did see Aurum at the opening ceremony a few days later. Not that he cared too much to talk to the man. He was more concerned about Anvil, who was supposed to enter the dream realm for the first time come winter solstice. The boy had been acting strangely ever since returning from the first nightmare, chapter 2161. A flawed world. So many things had happened, and worse than that, things constantly kept happening. So, Jest was busy all the time and had not paid too much attention to young Anvil after their lessons were over. The boy was a constant presence in his life, but more of a background character than a main one. Still, they were close, or had been, at least. Ever since last year, Jest had distanced himself from everyone who was around the age of being infected by the nightmare spell. Even if it was unreasonable and cowardly, he had to in order to prevent himself from falling apart completely. Anvil had contracted the spell, faced the first nightmare, and returned alive. They had seen each other once or twice since then, and even though everything seemed fine, Jest sensed that something was not quite the same. Well, of course, it wouldn't be. The first nightmare was a formative experience for many, and no one was the same after suffering its horrors. So, even if Anvil had changed, there was probably no hidden meaning behind it. Perhaps Jess just felt sad about growing distant from the boy, considering that they had been close once. He wanted to visit the kid at the newly established academy, but this and that kept getting in the way. In the end, it wasn't long before the winter solstice that Jess finally found himself paying a visit. He made a point of making himself preventable and had even gone so far as to not drink anything the night before. After all, he had an image to maintain in front of the youths. The academy was just as impressive as he had expected. He found Anvil in the library, studying academic papers on various dead languages of the dream realm and the reproductions of obscure runic engravings found in different parts of the world. Jess could not really imagine what for, but vaguely remembered seeing Warden doing the same. "Hey, kid." When he called with a smile, Anvil looked up, studied him for a few moments, and then nodded. "Uncle Jest." The greeting was not really unfriendly, but it wasn't too warm either. A far cry from how happily the boy had greeted him before in the past. Jest hesitated for a moment, childishly hurt by that lackluster reaction. Was it simply because they were not as close as they had been once, or was there a different reason? Still maintaining a smile, Jest sat down and glanced at Anvil. "Funny seeing you here. I went by the dojo first, and what would you know? Lo and behold, there was Immortal Flame's girl. I'm supposed to call her Smile of Heaven now, aren't I?" "Bah, what a mouthful," he grinned. "Well, anyway, she was having a blast sparring with some guy. He's a menace with a sword, too. Weren't you two joined at the hip? How come you left her there alone?" Anvil hesitated for a while, then shrugged. "I don't need more sword practice." Jest clicked his tongue and shook his head reproachfully. "That's not what I'm talking about, fool. Don't you know anything? If you're not fast on your feet, that guy is going to steal her right from under your nose." That finally elicited a reaction. Anvil looked up from the inscriptions he had been studying and looked at Jest, his cold gray eyes turning a little somber. He held his gaze for a while, then turned away once more. "If she finds someone who cares about her, then I will wish them all the best. Smile of Heaven is a dear friend of mine, so I'd be happy for her." Jest scowled. No. Was there seriously something wrong with the kid? Or was he simply a clumsy fool that had no idea how to treat a girl? That would not be surprising either. Honestly, it was a miracle that Anvil even existed. Both of Warden's sons resembled their father, and Jest still had no idea how that guy had managed to find a woman who could endure his insufferably stiff and serious personality, let alone convince her to marry him. In any case, this was not a good time to discuss matters of the heart, and Jest wasn't the best person to have such a conversation with a teenage kid anyway. There were far more important things they had to talk about. He lingered for a moment, then asked, "So, how do you feel?" "The winter solstice is drawing near," Anvil nodded. "I am sufficiently confident. My preparations have been thorough." Jest sighed. "Well, true. You are quite strong for a sleeper, and the aspect you unsealed is very useful. Still, don't become complacent. Winter solstice is different from the first nightmare. First of all, there is no guarantee that the spell will send you anywhere near Bastion. Secondly, and most importantly, the dream realm is not tailored for you personally, like the nightmare was. You might meet abominations that are simply too strong and terrible for you to face. Don't be shy and run away if you do." Anvil studied him silently. "I know Uncle Jest." He seemed strangely calm. Jest, however, was not. The first journey to the dream realm resulted in far fewer casualties than the first nightmare, but that was only because those who were weak had already been culled by the spell's trial. In truth, countless sleepers still failed to return from the dream realm alive. Anvil was still in danger, and Jest, having already lost one child, was terrified to lose another. But there was nothing he could really do for the boy. Other parents, mentors, and relatives could bestow memories or even precious echoes on the sleepers before the winter solstice, but Jest couldn't even do that, because he did not and could not possess any. So he could only try to cheer Anvil up. Jest smiled. "You know it all. Can't you just pretend to listen to my sage advice? Let me tell you something. When your old man and I were young, there weren't even any human citadels in the dream realm. We still managed to conquer one, so don't even think about failing to come back. I won't forgive you if you do, you hear me?" Anvil smiled politely. "I guess I can make an effort, Uncle Jest. I can't go around offending the elderly, can I?" Jest laughed. Finally, the kid seemed like a human again. The moment of levity did not last long, though. Soon the smile drained from young Anvil's eyes, and he stared at his inscriptions again. After a few moments of silence, he suddenly asked, "Uncle Jest, can one defeat their flaw?" Jest's own smile froze on his lips. "Ah, so that is the reason." He remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. "Well, sort of, but not really. A flaw is a flaw, so no one can ever escape it. Doesn't mean we can't live with our flaws. It all depends on the particular one you get, but usually, most awakened suffer quite a lot at the beginning, but then gradually learn to work around theirs. It was not something people usually talked about, but if Anvil couldn't share his worries with Jest, then who else was there?" Jest hesitated for a moment. "For example, do you know what my flaw is?" The kid gave him a strange look. "That, I think everyone knows, Uncle Jest." Jest nodded, a bit disappointed. "Well, fair. I guess it's pretty obvious after all. People are bound to make conclusions after knowing me for years. Where else would you find an awakened who never uses memories? Not being able to use memories is a pretty bad flaw." "Huh, what's with that expression?" At some point Anvil's eyes widened a little. Hearing the question, he hurriedly shook his head. No, you are right, Uncle Jest. That was definitely my guess as well." Jest smiled bitterly. These days, smiling did not come easy for him, but he was making an effort to help the boy feel calm. "Figures. So, anyway, not being able to use memories is a rather severe flaw, but I've lived my entire life, won countless battles, and conquered the second nightmare despite it. I just had to teach myself how to rely on my cunning, skill, and strength instead. You see, kid, it is not that hard to learn how to deal with your flaw one way or another. However, you need to be able to do one thing to accomplish that feat." Anvil looked at him for a while, his eyes growing strangely wistful. "What thing?" Jest chuckled. "Ah, I guess it's unconventional thinking. You need to be able to flip your perspective and look at the problem without preconceived notions. You need to change the way you think. That way you can find a solution even if it seems like there's none to find." Anvil remained silent for a while, then repeated slowly, "Change the way I think?" Then he did not say anything else. Jest did not hurry him either. However, eventually he said cautiously, "If you share exactly what your flaw is, I might be able to give you better advice." Somewhere far away, Cassie held her breath as she experienced the vivid memory. She was so close. Anvil lingered for a while, then smiled. "Perhaps I will, after I return from the dream realm as an awakened." Jest laughed. "You cheeky brat, I told you mine, and you are just going to leave me hanging. Well, good. Don't go around revealing your flaw. Keep it a secret." With that, the conversation ended. After Anvil returned from the dream realm as an awakened, things happened, and more things kept happening, delaying their next private conversation. And on the day they did find a reason to speak about flaws again, Jest wished that they never had. Chapter 2162, Shield of Humanity. Almost 3 years had passed since the Awakened Academy welcomed its first batch of the second-generation sleepers. The world had settled a little. Humanity was still besieged from all sides in the dream realm, but no citadel had been overrun in quite some time. The waking world was still plagued by the nightmare gates, but they did not pose an existential threat to mankind anymore. For now, young Anvil had become a fearsome warrior and a widely admired champion among those who defended Bastion. Together with Madoc, who had conquered the first nightmare a year after his younger brother, the sons of Warden now led the Knights of Valor into battles against the dreadful creatures of the Hungry Forest. He also collaborated with his academy companions, Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven. Often all three had gained quite a bit of fame, becoming known as the brightest stars of the new generation. The power and prestige of both the Valor clan and the Immortal Flame clan continued to grow. The only other clan that could compete with them was the coalition of the prominent awakened families united by Nightwalker, the House of Night. The culture of the legacy clans was swiftly being cemented. In fact, Jest had even found himself as the head of a clan of his own. Considering that he did not have a fancy true name, he just named it Dagonet as a joke. Sadly, no one seemed to realize that it was a joke. So, people called him Master Jest of Clan Dagonet in all seriousness now. That was a bit of a fiasco. His one remaining son was 15 now. That was why Jest did not feel at ease, even though things seemed to be going fine. Warden remained restless as well. One day, while visiting Bastion, after joining the retainers of his clan on a patrol of the Mirror River, Jest found him in the underground chamber deep below the castle, gazing at the great mirror that stood there, surrounded by silence as it towered above the dark hall. There were no reflections in the mirror, of course, since it was covered by canvas. They had discovered this underground hall decades ago, when clearing the castle from the nightmare creatures populating it. The mirror had not been covered back then, and so they glimpsed the sight of the harrowing realm within. Many members of the initial group had perished as a result, and the mirror had mostly remained covered since then. It was only when Warden became an Ascended that he dared to venture into the mirror realm once more. Jest was not quite sure what his friend had found there, but his already formidable powers seemed to have gained a considerable boost after that. Oh no, you have that look on your face? Warden turned and smiled after noticing Jest. After spending 2 decades side by side, the two of them had long become so used to each other that their relationship transcended mere friendship. One could even say that still being able to tolerate Jest after all these years was one of Warden's most amazing feats. In any case, he raised an eyebrow. What expression? Jest sighed. The I am about to stir trouble expression. Warden hesitated a bit, then nodded. Indeed. He remained silent for a while, then sighed and turned his back to the covered mirror. Let's leave this dreary place. Soon they were in the main keep of Bastion, looking at the maps scattered on a large round table. Some of the maps depicted the dream realm, but most of them, surprisingly enough, showed the familiar continents of the waking world. Warden stared at them bleakly. Those dots all represent nightmare gates, both active and those few we closed. The red one all appeared this year. The category can be seen from the size of the dot. Category 3 gates are larger than the Category 2 gates, naturally. He paused for a moment, then pointed to another map. That one is from before the gate crisis. Of course, the Obel scale did not exist yet back then, so its accuracy is not too high. And speaking of the Obel scale, now that it operates stably, the efficiency with which we can deal with the emerging gates has increased by magnitudes. The world is at peace, as close to at peace as it realistically can be at least. Jest studied the maps for a while, then asked in a somber tone, "You're not just studying the maps from before the gate crisis for fun, are you?" Warden had lost his wife during the gate crisis, so it was a sensitive topic. He shook his head. Of course not. I am trying to determine when the first Category 4 gate will open. Jest scowled, feeling a heavy weight settle on his heart. After a while, despite already knowing the answer, he still asked the question. So, are you planning to challenge the third nightmare? Warden did not try to deny it, and just nodded calmly. Of course I am. He looked at Jest, his steely grey eyes shining with a familiar, infectious determination. Immortal Flame became an Ascended, 9 years after the descent of the nightmare spell. 12 years have passed since then, and humanity is yet to take the next step. How long do you think the spell will continue to spare us? I don't think that it's going to be long at all. When Warden looked back at the maps, his eyes suddenly dimmed, becoming weary and bleak. It's a race after all. This word we leave in. It's all one endless race with terrible stakes, one where you can't get ahead, no matter how long you stay in the lead. That is why we don't just need to conquer the third nightmare. We have to conquer it. We must. Jest remained silent for a while, feeling a storm of emotions rage in his heart. There were a lot of things he was feeling, but mostly he felt scared. Eventually he chuckled. Ah, I see. So that is why you and my wife have been spending so much time together behind my back.
Goodness gracious. I was this close to believing that you two are having an affair. Warden coughed, then smiled subtly. What the hell are you talking about? An affair? Preposterous. We were merely conspiring to challenge a nightmare while leaving you behind. Jest clenched his fists. Of course. Both he and his wife were members of the initial group that had conquered Bastion with Warden, two of his most loyal and powerful followers. Both of them were masters, as well.
And while Jest had played an integral role in building the world Warden had envisioned, his wife wielded a much more destructive aspect. So, it was not surprising that Warden would want her to be a part of his cohort once again. It was also not surprising why he would choose to leave Jest behind, this time. But still, Jest wanted to hear it from Warden's own mouth. Why? Warden sighed. He leaned over the table and then said quietly, "Because you are not in the best shape, because there is no telling how long the third nightmare will take, and your son is 15, so at least one of his parents should be with him if the spell calls. Because we spent so much time building this world, and I need to leave someone I trust behind to keep it all from falling apart while I am gone." Warden paused for a while before adding, "Because Anvil and Maddock have both grown up, but even though they are already awakened, I still want someone to watch over them. This world is full of sharks, after all, and you are my best shark." Jest remained silent for a long time. There was a lot he wanted to say, a lot of bitter words that burned his tongue. But in the end, he simply grinned. "I think you are starting to show symptoms of dementia, old boy. I am not a shark. I am obviously a person." Warden chuckled. Ha, this one was actually funny. Then he froze for a moment and shook his head. "No, wait, I actually laughed. Perhaps I am really suffering from dementia." Both of them laughed. Not long after that, Warden took a cohort of his most powerful warriors, including Jest's wife, to challenge the third nightmare. However, this time, none of the others had returned. That was how the legend of Warden of Valor, the brilliant shield that protected humanity, had come to an end. Chapter 2163, Iron Heart. It was on a rainy day 2 years later that Jest found young Anvil in the same underground hole, gazing at the same ominous mirror with bleak eyes. Beyond this dark and silent chamber, the young man was the valiant knight and hero of humanity, Sir Anvil of Valor, a warrior whose bravery was beyond reproach, whose feats boggled the mind, and whose voice carried weight no matter whom he spoke to. For all intents and purposes, he was the ruler of Bastion and the leader of perhaps the most influential legacy clan in the world. But here, he was just a boy in his early 20s, a boy who was now an orphan. There was no real proof and no bodies for them to bury, but enough time had passed so that no one could deny it anymore. His father, Warden of Valor, was dead. He had perished while trying to conquer the third nightmare. And Jest was now a widower as well. Ever since his wife entered the seed of nightmare, leaving Jest behind, all color had slowly drained from the world for him. By now, the world was mostly colorless. There were only a few things that still seemed vibrant and vivid in its dreary expanse. One of them was his son. The other was the vermilion cloak Anvil now wore, which he had inherited from Warden. That cloak was now like a beacon in the darkness of the underground chamber. Jest approached the young man silently and gazed at the canvas covering the mirror. The clasps tightening it were unfastened, and a piece of the ancient frame could be seen. He lingered for a moment, suddenly feeling uneasy. "Have you been inside?" Anvil nodded slowly. I went to explore. My father might not have mentioned it, but there are rare inscriptions left in the ruins on the other side. That was how we were able to master a bit of runic sorcery in the beginning. Jest frowned, wanting to say how dangerous the other side was. But Anvil knew. He probably knew it much better than Jest did, in fact, which was why he had gone alone without taking anyone else with him. Jest sighed. You might not have heard since you were here preparing for the wedding. But out there in the waking world, a few overly ambitious fools have hatched a little scheme and officially pronounced Warden dead. They are clamoring to depose your clan and take its place as the main seat of power. I handled them, of course, but I can't handle the side branches of your own family. Maddox's in-laws are stirring trouble too. You need to either put them all in their places or, better yet, clean the house. Your fiancée is such a nice girl, so she deserves a peaceful honeymoon, right? Anvil remained silent for a while, then turned and looked at him indifferently. The strange coldness that had first shown itself after his first nightmare was back now, stronger than ever. The young man studied Jest for a moment or two, then said evenly, "Yes, I heard that they pronounced him dead." With that, he turned to the mirror again. After a while, though, Anvil suddenly said, "Uncle Jest, do you remember what you told me once? About how one should deal with their flaw?" Jest hesitated a little, surprised by the question, then nodded. "I talk a lot of nonsense, kid. But I do remember what I said. I stand by it." Anvil lowered his head. "These days, I often wonder if my father died because of my flaw." Jest raised an eyebrow. "How could he have died because of that?" "It's your flaw, not his." The young man slowly shook his head, then smiled bitterly. "Is that so? Ah. But my flaw, you see. Haven't I promised to tell you once?" Anvil stared at the floor for a bit, then said quietly, "It's that I must lose everything I cherish." He sighed. "I cherished my father, and now I've lost him." With that, he looked at Jest and smiled bitterly. "I was too arrogant, Uncle Jest. I didn't listen to your advice at all. I tried to fight my flaw. I tried to cheat it. But I never tried to change the way I thought about it." The bitterness slowly drained from his smile, and the smile itself soon disappeared too. All that remained was cold, calm indifference. Anvil looked away. "I see now." The answer was quite simple. "It's not that I must let the things I cherish go. It's that I should not have cherished anything to begin with. I must not treasure anything, or anyone. That way I would not have to lose anything or anyone ever again. I'll be free of my flaw." Turning away from the mirror, Anvil looked at Jest evenly and said in a calm tone, "Thank you for dealing with those jackals, Uncle Jest. I will handle the branch families. I will handle Maddox's in-laws too. My fiancée is indeed a very nice girl, and she does indeed deserve a peaceful honeymoon." With that, he nodded and left the underground chamber without looking back. Before his figure disappeared in the darkness, though, Anvil paused and added in the same calm, indifferent tone, "Oh, I heard your son has awakened. Please accept my heartfelt congratulations. I am sure he will make you proud." Soon Jest was left alone in the silent hall. He felt strangely unsettled after a while. He let out a heavy sigh. "Ah, that boy, he's so serious. What am I going to do with him?" Anvil had boldly proclaimed that he would turn himself into an unfeeling machine in order to defeat his flaw. However, it wasn't that easy to strange your own heart. He was still a human after all. Jest knew for a fact that Anvil would fail miserably despite his cold determination, and many times as well. But then again, he was Warden's son. Perhaps he would manage, somehow. Warden was gone, and Jest's wife was gone too. But their traces remained, their children remained, and Jest was the only one left to take care of them, he had promised to. So, he was going to do anything and everything he could to not let them down. Glancing at the canvas covering the great mirror, Jest sighed. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Then he shivered, frowned, and silently walked away. Chapter 2164. Nothing to lose. Cassie froze for a moment, having finally found what she had been looking for. The king's flaw. And what a cruel flaw it was. No wonder he seemed cold as steel. It was not that Anvil was incapable of feeling emotions. He had simply taught himself not to. Since he was destined to lose anything he treasured, he replaced fondness and affection with indifference, thus saving himself and those he was close to from having to suffer the consequences of his flaw. His intentions had been good, noble even, all those years ago. But in the end, the path he had chosen only ended up turning him into a monster, twisting and destroying everything he touched. Because once he learned to value nothing, the tethers attaching him to his humanity had come undone, and, unmoored, his cold iron heart slowly drifted further and further away from all that was good and human. Morgan and Mordred were the most obvious victims of Anvil's inhuman detachment, but there were countless other victims as well. Every soldier that perished in Godgrave, every civilian sacrificed to the chain of nightmares while the great clans waged an internal war, and everyone else who had become collateral damage to Anvil's callous pursuit of what he saw as the greater good. Broken Sword, the Immortal Flame clan, and Nephis as well. The road to hell was paved with good intentions, and in this case the hell itself had been forged by a single decision made by a determined young man. It would have been heartbreaking, really, if it wasn't so hideous and appalling. Just as Cassie thought that, the lumbering figure of Jest suddenly leaned forward, and his lips stretched into a ferocious grin, revealing his monstrous teeth. But he had not broken free of her gaze, at least not just yet. Cassie did not have a lot of time left, though. Luckily, she had already gotten what she wanted. So Cassie considered ending things there to prevent further danger. But just then, another constellation of memories attracted her attention. It was so vivid and vibrant, but at the same time strangely unsettling, like something that Jest desperately wanted to forget, but was unable to. Cassie paused, suddenly feeling intrigued. At this point, she had seen most of his formative memories: the descent of the nightmare spell, meeting Warden, the birth of his children, the death of his son, the loss of his wife and his best friend. What else was there? His third nightmare. Even knowing better, she still couldn't resist, and burned more essence to delve into the vibrant, unsettling memory. It was strange, but the constellation of vivid memories had nothing to do with how Jest had become a saint. Instead, it mostly took place in Bastion. It had happened only a couple years after that fateful conversation in the Great Mirror Hall. Cassie frowned as she rushed through the kaleidoscope of foreign experiences, feeling her hold on Jest's mind become more and more tenuous. Just as Anvil had promised, he put an end to the internal struggle in Bastion. Jest would have solved the problem by simply eradicating all the parasites, or at least some of them, to teach the rest a lesson. But the young heir of valor went about consolidating his power in a less bloody, but arguably more ruthless way. There were ways to break people without making them bleed, and he did not spare the members of his extended family at all. His coldness and decisiveness even made Jest feel a little chilly. The boy had grown up and become a man, a frightening man at that. Perhaps that was the only way that children born in the era of the nightmare spell could grow up. He is like a colder, scarier version of Warden. Jest was a little concerned and a little proud. In the aftermath, the world continued to spin. The race Warden had mentioned went on, and with each month, humanity continued to lose some of the lead it had gained in the past. Anvil cemented his position in Bastion, but although the power and prestige of valor still meant a lot, the influence of his family was in decline. It was not easy for a young awakened to contend against old monsters of the first generation, especially since many of them were masters now. Many had perished the same way Warden had, though, and continued to lose their lives in the desperate pursuit of transcendence. It was as though the great culling of the days before Immortal Flame conquered the seed of nightmare was transpiring once again, erasing more and more familiar faces from existence. Every time Jest looked, someone else was gone. In any case, for these reasons, and many others, Anvil was determined to challenge the second nightmare as soon as possible. His preparations were swift but thorough. He barely slept, spending all his time either training, forging, or studying the secrets of runic sorcery. Broken Sword might have been the deadliest warrior of their cohort, but it was Anvil who was responsible for equipping his companions with the best memories and gear an awakened could dream of. He also frequently visited the forbidden realm hidden in the eerie mirror under Bastion, somehow managing to return alive each time. Every time Anvil returned from these perilous journeys, he would lock himself up in either the library or the forge, sometimes remaining there for weeks. As time passed, he seemed to acquire a few odd quirks, too. It was not even the measured coldness and nonchalance he always displayed after that bitter conversation with Jest, but other stranger things. For example, one day, Anvil ordered to destroy every mirror in Bastion, and punished those who failed to comply with the order severely. He also seemed to have become an obsessive perfectionist, as if harboring a deep hatred of the very concept of flaws. But Jest wasn't too concerned. Everyone who was worth anything in this world was a little bit eccentric. He himself was known to have a strange habit or two, like dressing too dashingly or never holding back his elevated, highly outstanding sense of humor. As the date when Broken Sword and his cohort were planning to challenge the second nightmare approached, Anvil directed his attention to recruiting exceptional talents to join them. Broken Sword, Smile of Heaven, and Anvil were already three of the most distinguished awakened of their generation, or maybe even of all time. Not just anyone could stand side by side with them. However, he did manage to find two. One was that girl from the western reaches of the Dream Realm, Ki Song. It was also at that time that he brought a kid named Asterion to Bastion. By then, Jest was well on his way to 50, and a master as well. But still, the moment he saw that teenage boy, he somehow felt a strong and chilling sense of unease. Chapter 2165, Dreamspawn. I don't get it. I just don't. What are you thinking? Jest was dismayed. The kid, Asterion, had seemed strange from the very beginning. The mere fact that Anvil, who was turning 23 soon, would recruit a youth who did not look older than 16 to accompany him into the nightmare made no sense. Given his age, Asterion could not have awakened years ago, and would therefore have no experience. Unknown, inexperienced, untested. Someone like that should not have become a member of any cohort attempting to challenge the second nightmare, let alone one consisting of warriors of Anvil's caliber. More than that, the kid simply gave Jest the creeps. He was perfectly pleasant and friendly, spending most of his time wandering the citadel with a curious look on his face, but there was something about Asterion that seemed slightly off. As if he was not quite human, but merely a thing wearing human skin. No one else seemed to notice, but Jest did. And so he pressed Anvil for an explanation, even though that was not how they usually talked. Where did you find that guy? Who is he? Why do you want to take him into the nightmare? Anvil simply stared at him indifferently, not showing any emotions. Eventually, he shrugged. Since when do I need to justify my decisions to you? Ascended Jest. Jest let out a bewildered scoff. Wow. Ascended Jest, really? Anvil stared at him some more, then sighed. I want to take him into the nightmare because he is worth it. As for the rest... When Jest heard the brief explanation, he did not know what to think or how to feel. It was a strange thing, to learn that an old enemy you had thought was gone forever suddenly appeared out of nowhere, alive and well. Path of Ascension? Those lunatics, really. The zealots of the Path of Ascension had disappeared decades ago. No, to be precise, they had disappeared around 16 years ago, soon after Immortal Flame conquered the second nightmare. Jest knew about their twisted beliefs, albeit not in detail. If he remembered correctly, they saw the Dream Realm as some sort of promised land, and the spell as a divine guide meant to lead humanity, or at least a few chosen ones, out of the dying world where they had been born to find salvation, or some such nonsense. As far as all the cults that had sprouted after the nightmare spell's descent went, this one was not the most malignant. The zealots of the Path of Ascension mostly kept to themselves, maintaining peace with the mainstream factions as long as they were left alone. If there was one thing that separated them from the crowd, it was that the core of their cult consisted of genuine powerhouses, those who stood out among the awakened of the first generation, no different from people like Warden or Nightwalker. It was why Warden had often felt regretful about not being able to bring them into the fold due to how strange and extreme their views were. In the end, however, the Path of Ascension cult had become a ghost on the pages of history, just like all the other cults. The men and women comprising it had just disappeared one day, never to be seen again. To think that those lunatics had actually managed to establish a colony in the dream realm. Not only that, but they had even raised a child here. Lunatics. They were all dead now, though, according to Asterion at least. The very child who had been born and raised in the dream realm by the powerful zealots, and the only survivor of the first human colony established in its wild expanse. How did that even work? Had Asterion been infected by the nightmare spell here? Did he undergo the first nightmare? What about the winter solstice? What happened to him when he was supposed to fall asleep and be sent to a random spot in the dream realm? Anvil shook his head. Nothing happened to him on the winter solstice. He conquered the first nightmare just like anyone else would, then awakened immediately after anchoring his soul to a citadel. In any case, you don't need to worry about Asterion. He might have come from a fringe cult, but he is not a zealot himself. In fact, unlike his parents and guardians, he is quite interested in the waking world. Granted, some of the notions he has and views he holds are a bit strange. What else would you expect, considering his upbringing? But what really matters is the power he holds. He looked at Jest somberly. Unlike what you think, that young man is not inexperienced. He has more knowledge and experience than any of us, in fact, having spent his whole life in the dream realm. His aspect is also exceedingly formidable. He will be useful to me in the nightmare. No one else can compare. Jest remained silent for a while, then shook his head. How do you know that you can trust him? Need I remind you that your companions can be just as dangerous as the phantoms of the spell in the nightmare? There are many masters out there who experience strife and betrayal after entering the seed, and that's just those who have nothing to hide and talk about their trials freely. Those who keep silent could very well have been the betrayers. Anvil shook his head again. You don't have to worry about that. Asterion and I have a deal, and he is very particular about deals, so he won't betray me. Jest frowned. What kind of deal? Anvil glanced at him coldly. I will help him find a way to enter the waking world after he helps me become a master. Nothing more, nothing less. So are we done here? Or do you want to interrogate me some more? Jest remained silent for a while, feeling unhappy, then waved a hand. Well, whatever. Do what you want. I'll keep an eye on him while he's here in Bastion, though, deal or not, that kid is dangerous. I can feel it. Anvil chuckled, surprising Jest. These days, it was rare to see the young man displaying emotions. He nodded. Indeed. I know he is dangerous. That is why I need him. Chapter 2166. The Returned. Eventually, the five awakened Broken Sword, Smile of Heaven, Key Song, Asterion, and Anvil of Valor had left to challenge the second nightmare. Jest would lie if he said that he wasn't worried, but, at the same time, he was strangely not too worried. That was because he knew each of them well, except for the kid Asterion, of course. If those five could not conquer the nightmare, then no one could. Coincidentally, or perhaps intentionally, the seed they challenged was the same where his wife and warden had perished. So, he felt both melancholy and vengeful excitement while waiting for their return. Jest was quite busy in the meantime himself. Now that the young lord of Bastion was gone, Madoc had temporarily assumed control over Clan Valor, and although his loyalty to Anvil was not in question, he still needed help to keep the other legacy clans in check. Anvil's young wife, Gwyn, also needed support and protection. So, Jest, a powerful ascended whose mere presence could solve many problems, had left Rivergate in the hands of his son and temporarily relocated to Bastion. Things went smoothly at first. But then 2 months after Anvil had entered the seed, Jest woke up from the sound of furtive footsteps approaching his bedchamber. He looked at the door coldly and grasped the hilt of the dagger that lay beneath his pillow. Then, however, he relaxed after hearing a quiet knock. His hearing was sharp enough to recognize who it was knocking on his door late at night anyway. Letting out a quiet sigh, Jest got up, put on a robe, and went to the door. There young Lady Gwyn was standing, pale as a ghost and wearing an enchanted nightgown. The dim light of a lantern memory illuminated her youthful figure and lovely features. Jest coughed. Ah, Lady Gwyn. It's not that I don't appreciate the thought, but I'm afraid I must decline. The young woman looked at him in confusion, prompting Jest to sigh. Indeed, I am quite dashing. However, I am old enough to be your father, and your husband is almost like a son to me. Something like that would be highly inappropriate. Her eyes widened. What? Well, I am not, Jest laughed. Bah, it's a joke, girl. What happened, alas? Anvil's wife seemed to lack a sense of humor, too. After staring at him for a few moments, she took a deep breath and said in a small voice, It's Vale, he's back. Vale was a nickname that Smile of Heaven had given Anvil when they were kids. It had stuck to him ever since, so, wait. He's back? Jest studied the girl's face somberly, then asked in a low voice, You don't seem too excited. Lady Gwyn. She shook her head slowly. Something seems to be wrong. He doesn't have any wounds, but he's... Something is wrong. Master Jest, M. Maddock. Maddock told me to bring you. Jest's expression darkened. He remained silent for a few moments, then asked, Who else knows? If there was something wrong with Anvil, his thoughts raced. They would have to prevent the news from leaking out before anything else. The girl took a shaky breath, trying to calm herself. It's just me, Maddock, and 2 awakened guards who were keeping watch over the gateway. Jest nodded. The guards were retainers of Clan Valor, squires who hoped to become knights someday. They were loyal, but human loyalty was often fleeting. He did not know whether they would need to be silenced, yet, or merely contained for a while. In any case, Maddock was wise to call him, If you would give me a moment to put some clothes on. Unlike the young and pretty Lady Gwyn, Jest was too old to walk around in his pajamas. Soon, they quietly arrived into the throne room of Bastion, where the gateway was located. It was the throne that stood on a tall dais, with 2 enormous pillars rising from behind it. The pillars were almost identical to the frame of the great mirror that was located deep underground, directly below the throne room. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Jest did not know. The 2 squires were keeping watch at the door, while inside Maddock was standing in front of the dais. Familiar figure was sitting on the steps, leading up to the throne, wrapped in the cloak that Maddock had taken off. Beneath it, Anvil seemed to be naked. When Jest and young Gwyn approached, he looked up and stared at them with cloudy, hollow eyes. There was no will or intelligence in those eyes, just a deep and eerie nothingness, as though Anvil was not quite awake, but merely sleepwalking. Jest saw his own pale reflection in those glassy eyes, and felt his heart skipping a beat. No, what happened? Nothing was supposed to happen. A familiar, dark sense of futility raised its ugly head in his heart again. But before he was overwhelmed by a panic, some semblance of life suddenly returned to Anvil's eyes. The young man smiled warmly. Uncle Jest. Jest had grown so accustomed to only ever seeing cold indifference in Anvil's eyes that this sudden burst of genuine warmth left him stunned. It was just like how the boy had smiled at him as a child. The sight of Anvil smiling brightly was so out of place that Jest even considered if Immortal Flame's daughter, Smile of Heaven, had stolen his body. The girl's dormant ability allowed her soul to wander freely, exploring the world as a bright spirit. She could also occupy and animate objects. As far as Jest knew, Smile of Heaven had never displaced someone's soul to take over their body. But that did not mean that she couldn't. However, a moment later, his crazy suspicion disappeared. That was because Anvil raised a hand, causing Jest's dagger to float from its sheath and land on his palm. After studying it for a moment, the young man frowned. Imperfect. Even if someone had taken control of Anvil's body, they wouldn't be able to use his aspect, and neither would they display the same loathing of flawed things. Anvil was indeed back. But why was he in this strange state? And where were the other members of his cohort? Broken Sword, Smile of Heaven, Ki Song. Asterion Jest glanced at Maddock, and they both frowned. Something was indeed wrong. Chapter 2167, C2167. Anvil was fine, at least physically. However, his entire personality seemed to have changed, or have regressed at least. He seemed not quite there yet. He didn't look dazed or confused, but rather blank. As if the very thing that made him who he was had been, if not erased, then at least lost. At the same time, from time to time he displayed glimpses of his usual self, enough so to convince Jest, Maddock, and young Lady Gwyn that he was truly and unmistakably Anvil of Valor, the ruler of Bastion. It was because of the small, subtle details that only those who knew him well would recognize. The small peculiarities of his speech, the rigid set of his shoulders, the way he smiled in a reserved but confident manner. It was all perfectly familiar, even in this strange and concerning state. There were more and more of these glimpses with each minute, as well as if Anvil was slowly remembering his previous self, that gave them hope that he would recover eventually. For how, however? The most disturbing change was how warm and soft Anvil seemed, stripped of his impenetrable armor of cold indifference. For Jest and Maddock, it was as if he had reverted to his personality from before becoming a carrier of the nightmare spell. For Gwyn, who had only ever known him as an awakened, it was an entirely new side of her usually stern and aloof husband. But there was also something subtle and eerie about Anvil now. Jest couldn't quite put his finger on what it was, but he felt strangely uneasy in his presence. Well, of course he did. The clan leader of Valor, one of the most powerful men in the world, was currently no different from a child. Warden had once told Jest that the world was full of sharks, and Anvil, being in this uncanny state, was no different from spilling blood into the water. All of them would not miss a chance to rip out a chunk of flesh if news about his condition spread. Whatever the hell his condition was, they would have to figure that out later. First, Jest needed to contain the spread of information. As if that was even possible. The mere idea of keeping Anvil's return under wraps made his head hurt. There were so many things to consider. Jest suppressed a groan and looked at Anvil once again. The boy was smiling while Gwyn was kneeling in front of him, saying something softly. Shaking his head, Jest looked at Maddock. "We will need to move fast, but also cautiously." Luckily, Warden's older son was no fool. In fact, he was a remarkable young man in his own right, an exceptional talent, even. It was just that his excellence was always outshined by Anvil's monstrous talent. In any case, he was someone Jest could rely on to handle things, but not all things, and especially not those that demanded a delicate approach. For example, while there were only 2 squires who had witnessed Anvil's strange state here in Bastion, there was no saying what was currently happening in the waking world. He should have awoken in his sleeping pod in Valor's compound in NQSC. After all, before using his new ability to enter the dream realm of his own volition, to come to Bastion. His sleeping pod was now empty, and many people would have been alerted that the clan leader had disappeared. Someone had to make sure that none of them talked, either in theory. Maddock was the perfect candidate to do just that, since his own sleeping pod was mere dozens of meters away. But it was not that simple. Because Anvil had not challenged the nightmare alone. His companions would have returned too, or would have perished inside the seed. If it was the latter, then their bodies had already turned into corpses by now, in the best case. Alternatively, they could have become hollow.
So, someone had to negotiate with the Immortal Flame clan. There was also the Song clan, which could not compare to the family of Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven, but was only more unpredictable as a result. Luckily, Asterion was an orphan of a destroyed cult. He was borrowing a sleeping pod in the compound of Clan Valor, so at least that was not a concern. There were other forces in play too.
The situation was unknown and unpredictable, so Maddock would not be able to handle everything on his own. Jest sighed, the gears of his mind spinning. Eventually he looked at Maddock. "You stay here and make sure that no one, and I mean no one, in Bastion learns of what happened yet. Also, make sure that those who did learn do not speak about it." Maddock glanced in the direction of where the 2 squires stood behind the door, then nodded. Those 2 would keep their lives if they were loyal and smart, or die if they weren't. Next, Jest looked at Gwyn and hesitated for a few moments. He still felt a little uneasy. Eventually, though, he spoke. My lady, please take care of Anvil until I return. Hide him in your quarters and stay with him. Don't let anyone else enter. This is a sensitive situation, and we must protect him until we know more about what happened. The young woman looked at him, then nodded hesitantly. Jest rubbed his eyes. I'll return to the waking world and handle matters there. It should not take me more than a day or two. I'll return with the news. With that, he looked at Anvil one last time and smiled. And you? Be sure to get better by the time I'm back, brat. Don't make me worry. Jest lingered for a few moments, then grimaced and walked toward the dais. Putting his hand on one of the steps leading up to the throne, he activated the gateway. Few moments later, Jest found himself in the foyer of the Dagonet estate in NQSC. He sighed, looked around, then entered a security code and accessed the elevator. Descending deep underground, he briefly checked on his son. The boy was resting peacefully in the sleeping pod, and then proceeded to the security center of the estate. There he activated a few precautionary measures and dialed a certain number on his communicator, considering that it was the dead of night. It took the person on the other end of the call a while to pick up. Eventually, though, an unpleasant voice resounded from the communicator. I swear to the dead gods, Jest, if this is some kind of prank. Jest forced out a smile. No. How have you been, Ruin? Master Wake of Ruin, another remnant of the first generation and the pillar of the government, ground his teeth. The two of them were not exactly on friendly terms, but they knew each other well, having worked together on establishing the current world order. Apart from being woken up in the middle of the night, I'm fine. What do you want? Jest had about a dozen jokes ready to fly out of his mouth, but he held himself back. He needed Ruin's help. Since Anvil was back, the seed of nightmare was conquered, which meant that the corresponding nightmare gate would have closed in the waking world. The government monitored all known gates, so that was another point from where the information could leak, and the largest one at that. So, Jest just said neutrally, I need a favor. Gate C2167 should have closed earlier today. I want you to keep that fact hidden for a while. There was silence on the other side of the call. Jest waited for a while. Hello, did you hear me? Eventually, Wake of Ruin answered. His response, however, was not at all what Jest had expected. His old colleague said angrily, What the hell are you talking about, bastard? Are you drunk again? While Jest was considering what to say, confused by the intense reaction, Wake of Ruin added, Gate C2167 is wide open. It has never closed. Do you think I would have been sleeping if it did? Chapter 2168, Sense of Alarm. A bit later, Jest finished the call and put his communicator down, then stared at the wall with a dazed expression. Wake of Ruin was not mistaken. Very few people knew which seed of nightmare Broken Sword and his cohort had challenged, not to mention which gate was connected to it. This was the kind of information legacy clans usually kept to themselves. But Wake of Ruin was one of the pillars of the government, so he knew. That was why he had been secretly monitoring Gate C2167, knowing that any change in its condition or lack thereof after a certain time would have an effect on the entire world one way or another, because of who had challenged that nightmare. So, he would have known if the gate suddenly closed. Jest was not satisfied with just that, though, so he forced the man to check right there and then. Wake of Ruin could gain access to the telemetry of the Obel scale faster than he could, so it only took 10 minutes. There was no doubt. The gate was still open, which meant... Jest had no idea what that meant. It did not make any sense. Had the nightmare not been conquered? Had its seed not been destroyed despite the nightmare being conquered? Was Anvil's strange state somehow connected to that anomaly? How was Anvil back? Jest raised a hand and rubbed his temple. What the hell is happening? He hesitated for a while, then dialed another number. He had to be discreet about the questions he asked and the people he talked to, so it took some time, but eventually it became clear that neither the Immortal Flame clan nor the Song clan were showing any unusual movements, which meant that nothing had happened to Broken Sword, Smile of Heaven, or Key Song. They had neither awoken nor perished. Short of contacting Immortal Flame himself, Jest was not going to get a more concrete confirmation, which he could do, theoretically. However, there was an easier way to gain clarity. Frowning, Jest left the underground portion of the Dagonet estate and proceeded to the garage. Soon, he was driving a luxurious PTV across the streets of NQSC, struggling to keep himself from speeding recklessly. The subtle sense of unease he had been feeling in Bastion had grown stronger, turning into alarm. What is going on? What was it? He should have been celebrating and drinking expensive wine now that Anvil had returned unscathed, but instead he was feeling like something terrible was happening. Like he had made a mistake. It seemed like the world itself was against him. His communicator made a grating sound as Jest was driving, announcing that a nightmare gate would soon open nearby. As a result, the streets ahead turned impassable due to the evacuation procedures. Government vehicles blocked the roads, and he had to take a long detour to arrive at his destination, which was Clan Valor's compound. Jest used to live relatively close to their headquarters in NQSC, but after losing his son, his family moved away. So, it had taken him quite some time to reach the heart of the city. By the time his PTV stopped in front of the heavily defended gates, it was already early morning. Gaining entry inside the compound, however, was relatively quick.
Soon, he was already walking to the main building.
Master Jest, you are visiting us at a peculiar time. May I be of assistance? He stared at the butler. Sebastian, one of Warden's original followers, just like Jest himself was. He too had been left behind when Warden challenged the third nightmare. It was fortunate to meet him instead of a member of the extended Valor family. Jest trusted the guy much more than he did those people. His suspicions were already confirmed by how nonchalant the butler looked and how peaceful the compound seemed, but he still needed to check. Jest leaned forward a little. Sebastian, take me to see the young lord. The butler studied him silently. Awakened were exceedingly vulnerable while they slept, so the sleeping pods of legacies were guarded with extreme caution. Jest was one of the most loyal subjects of Valor, but he was also a notorious killer. If he chose to betray the family of his late friend and benefactor, giving him access to Anvil's sleeping pod would be a fatal mistake. Nevertheless, the butler nodded eventually. Follow me. The two of them proceed past several security checks, descending deep underground. The vault of Clan Dagonet was quite formidable, but it could not even compare to the security measures of the Valor compound. Jest doubted that even a Titan could break through these defenses easily. Then again, the hungry forest that had been besieging Bastion for 2.5 decades could even destroy the ancient citadel if not for the efforts of its defenders. So a real Titan would probably crack this shell of enchanted alloy in a matter of days, if not hours. Eventually, they reached the most heavily defended floor. Here, the sleeping pods of the direct descendants of the Valor clan, Anvil and Maddock, were located. Even their wives slept on a different floor when visiting the Dream Realm. However, at the moment, there was a third occupant here. The kid, Asterion, was taking up one of the rooms. The butler entered several security codes to proceed into the depths of the fortified level. They also had to stay in place while undergoing several scans, both mundane and magical in the end. However, Jest finally found himself in front of a heavy steel door. It opened slowly, and he walked inside. There, an iron sarcophagus stood on a low platform, shimmering in the darkness. It was Anvil's sleeping pod, one he had entered before setting out to conquer the nightmare. Jest felt his heart beating rapidly as he approached the sarcophagus and looked through the narrow window on its lid. Then he took a shaky breath. The sleeping pod was not empty. Anvil was laying inside, sleeping peacefully. He was right there. Jest staggered back, deeply stunned. What the? Everything, including his own 2 eyes, was pointing to the fact that Broken Sword's cohort was still in the depths of the nightmare. Anvil was still in the nightmare as well, and if he was there, then who the hell was currently in Bastion? Jest suddenly felt cold sweat rolling down his back. Who was in Bastion, or what was? Chapter 2 169, The Anomaly. Jess did not know what to do. A person like him who had survived the end of the world and lived long enough to see a new one emerge from the ruins could usually maintain composure no matter the circumstances. All kinds of unexplainable things were possible now that the nightmare spell ruled the world, and Jest had experienced more than a fair share of bizarre encounters. He had braved the wild reaches of the dream realm and the mournful desolation of the waking world, spending decades fighting harrowing monsters, humans and nightmare creatures alike. And yet at that moment, he felt utterly lost. It doesn't make any sense. Hiding his shock, he accessed a special panel on the sleeping pod and studied Anvil's vital signs. Everything seemed to be in order. He was perfectly healthy. His body was, at least. His soul, though, was not inside its mortal vessel at the moment. It was somewhere far away in the depths of a nightmare. It was supposed to be. Could it be that the boy had somehow escaped the seed without conquering it? When awakened slept, their souls traveled to the dream realm, where they were manifested as spiritual bodies. In the process of ascension, the physical and the spiritual bodies fused, making one a master. Jest assumed that Anvil had conquered the second nightmare and ascended. If he had not, however, then his physical and spiritual bodies would still be separated. The physical body was right here. The spiritual body would appear near the gateway where his soul was anchored, which was the throne room of Bastion. Jest covered his face with a hand for a moment. Was the man they had found there really Anvil? Or was it an imposter? He was unsure and uneasy. He was afraid. Taking a deep breath, Jest turned to the butler and said hoarsely, "Sebastian, gather the knights and station them here. Tell them to be ready for battle." The butler raised an eyebrow. "Are you expecting an attack?" Jest wanted to shake his head, but stopped himself. Eventually he shrugged with a sigh. "I don't know yet. You have to keep it quiet, though. The less people know, the better." He hesitated for a moment and added, "This concerns the safety of the main family." Sebastian inhaled sharply, then nodded with that. Jest left a tether near the sleeping pod, then reached into his soul and pulled on his anchor, traveling back to the dream realm. The throne room was empty. Time in Bastion was somewhat similar to that in NQSC, so it was early dawn. The first rays of sunlight were already pouring through the tall windows, which meant that the gateway would have visitors soon. Few awakened stayed in the dream realm for prolonged periods of time, preferring to return to the waking world as soon as they could. The main keep was locked at night, which meant that those who needed to use the gateway would start arriving before too long. There was a noise from just beyond the door. Jest pursed his lips, then walked there with silent steps. Maddock was kneeling in front of the gates, using a rag and a bucket of water to wash the stone floor. It was a rare sight to see a prince of valor performing such a mundane chore with his own two hands, so much so that Jest was taken aback for a moment. But then, noticing drops of blood on the stone plates, he understood the situation. It seemed that at least one of the squires had proven to be unreliable, and due to the need for secrecy, Maddock could not very well summon a servant to clean up the resulting mess. It seemed like both of them had had a busy night. The grim nature of it all made Jest want to tell a joke. He swallowed a laugh. Maddock looked at him from below with no amusement whatsoever in his eyes. "Uncle Jest, you are back. What news do you bring?" Jest hesitated for a moment. How do I even explain it? He knew the main keep of Bastion like his own backyard, but at the moment the twilight of its silent halls felt eerie and ominous. Come to think of it, Jest did not know his backyard too well. He had never bothered to spend much time there. After purchasing the current estate of the Dagonet clan, he gritted his teeth. "We need to find Gwyn soon. She might be in danger. Come, hurry. I'll explain on the way." Maddock's expression changed, and he pushed the bucket of bloody water away. By the time he stood up, he was already summoning a combat memory. The two made their way to Anvil's chambers, both quietly and hastily. It was at a moment like this that Jest cursed how grand and labyrinthine Bastion was. With every step he took, his unease and alarm continued to grow. He was the one who had sent Gwyn away with the whoever or whatever it was that had appeared in the throne room of Bastion in the middle of the night. Everything that was going to happen from this point on, or had already happened, would be his responsibility. So he mentally prepared himself for the worst. But, to his surprise, when they finally arrived at the chambers Gwyn and Anvil shared, the situation inside was perfectly peaceful. Anvil, now properly clothed, was sitting at a table and studying the plates of food in front of him curiously. Young Gwyn looked a little tired, but otherwise fine, pouring him a cup of fragrant tea. She seemed relieved even, a tentative smile illuminating her face when she looked at her husband, who she thought had finally returned from the nightmare alive when they entered. Both Anvil and Gwyn turned to look at them. Jest froze. Suddenly, he realized that he had actually hoped that there would be horror and carnage by the time he came back. Because then he would at least know what to do. He knew how to fight and kill best, after all. Standing by his side, Maddock tensed and asked quietly, "Should we attack?" They could try to kill the anomaly. That was the safest choice. But what if it was Anvil? After all, brought back from the nightmare by some strange whim of the spell. Wouldn't Maddock be killing his own brother? And wouldn't Jest be killing his friend's son? Death was something that could not be taken back. If it wasn't Anvil, though, could they even kill whatever it was that had taken his form? Or would they just be provoking something so sinister and terrible that none of them stood a chance against its malice? Jest remained silent for a few moments, wishing for nothing more than to let loose and answer with a brilliant joke, like he usually did. In the end, however, he simply shook his head. Let's take him to the waking world. Chapter 217. Two princes. Jest was facing a dilemma, and one that did not have an obvious answer. He did not know whether the young man in front of him was truly Anvil of Valor. He could not risk killing him before finding out the truth either, and there was no sure way to find the truth. So, he could only try his best in the absence of a reliable solution. The only reasonable theory Jest had at the moment was that Anvil was somehow expelled from the seed without conquering the nightmare. So, he was still unawakened. His physical and spiritual bodies had not yet fused as a result. One was in the waking world, and one was here in Bastion. Therefore, if the young man was indeed Anvil, bringing him back to the waking world would result in the physical body awakening inside the sleeping pod. That would prove his identity. If Anvil's physical body remained asleep, that would give them more information too. It was not a great plan, but it was at least something. So, that was what they did. After telling Gwyn the truth, they hurried to bring Anvil back to the throne room, arriving there just before the first awakened started to enter the main keep. The young man did not resist. He showed a cold and disdainful expression when being ordered to follow, but responded well to being cajoled by Gwyn. That was in line with how Anvil would have behaved in his usual state. None of them had the right to order him around after all, but he would usually easily agree to their requests. The young man. The thing was eerily similar to Anvil that Jest knew. It was to the point that he had to keep reminding himself that there was a possibility that the person he was looking at could turn out to be an imposter. Was there even an imposter in the world who could act out the very essence of another person so faithfully? It was unlikely, and yet Jest could not shake off the subtle sense of discomfort, repulsion even. He felt near this supposed Anvil. Maddock and Gwyn did not seem to feel the same fear, but they also did not possess instincts as sharp as his. Damn it? I don't know. Jest departed first, using the tether he had left in the compound of Clan Valor to return to the underground chamber. There he was instantly surrounded by the Knights of Valor. There was no telling what would happen next, and if it would even transpire near Anvil's sleeping pod. But it was better to be safe than sorry. A few moments passed in tense silence. Jest stared at Anvil's sleeping form, waiting, praying that he would open his eyes. But instead, a minute or two later, it was Maddock who broke the silence, arriving from his own sleeping chamber in a hurry. The older of Warden's sons looked at the sleeping pod. Then his eyes widened. Gwyn and the other, they left before me. Cursing, Jest rushed out of the room. Damn Valor brats, who asked them to keep the sleeping pods of their wives on another floor. The heartless bastards. Granted, this compound had been built back when both Maddock and Anvil were still little kids, but still. There was apparently space here for that creepy kid, Asterion, so why not Gwyn? It took him a few minutes more to arrive at the floor where the sleeping pods of the immediate family were located. Just when Jest was leaving the elevator, he heard a strange noise coming from behind the armored door leading to Gwyn's sleeping chamber. Instead of waiting for someone to enter the code, he simply tore through the reinforced alloy with bare hands and dashed inside. Gwyn was standing in the corner, having just left the sleeping pod, and in front of it was Anvil, dressed just like he had been in the dream realm, which did not make any sense since only Ascended could carry physical items on them between the two worlds. Hearing the deafening noise of an alloy door being torn apart, the young man turned around and looked at Jest. Then he raised his eyebrow. "Uncle Jest, why are you breaking down the door to my wife's sleeping chamber?" The young man stared at him for a few moments and smiled. The smile was bright and friendly, but for some reason it made Jest shudder. For once in his lifetime, he had no comeback at all. Things had gotten strange after that. Somehow there were two Anvils in existence. One was sleeping in an iron sarcophagus deep below the manor of Clan Valor. The other was up and about, albeit seemingly suffering from severe amnesia. No one really knew how that had come to be, and who or what the second Anvil was. His existence could not be disclosed either, and so the young man was locked on one of the underground floors of the estate. He was made comfortable there, of course, but he was still no different from a prisoner. Imprisoning the head of the Valor family was an act of treason, but considering how strange and uncanny the entire situation was, it seemed like they had no other choice. Jest, Maddock, and Gwyn took turns taking care of the second Anvil. At first, they were on guard against him, but after a few days passed, their vigilance gradually lessened. The young man acted a bit odd, but was generally agreeable and easy to deal with, as long as they treated him nicely. If anything, he was much more pleasant and easygoing than the original Anvil had been, charming even. So everything was somewhat fine on that front. At the same time, trouble was brewing in the Valor clan, where many saw the sudden situation as an opportunity for a power grab. A few strange and frightening events had transpired in Bastion, and in the compound of Clan Valor in NQSC as well, and as a result, Jest and Maddock were suddenly extremely busy dealing with both problems. While the situation on the underground level where the anomaly was kept remained calm and peaceful, the atmosphere in the manor itself had become tense and eerie. Jest felt like he was slowly losing control. That tension only continued to rise for a week or two, until one day, everything changed. That was because on that day, Nightmare Gate C21167 suddenly disappeared, and Anvil of Valor, the original one, slowly opened his eyes inside the sleeping pod. Chapter 2171. The Return of the King. Although the Valor compound seemed the same on the surface, apart from the retainers and mundane workers employed by the clan being strangely subdued and on edge, the situation underground was different. The level where Anvil, the anomaly, was kept remained quiet and peaceful. Very few people were allowed access there, and usually it was just young Lady Gwyn and a few loyal knights keeping guard. However, the levels above and below the temporary containment floor were different. There, dozens of knights were gathered, waiting for something to happen in tense anticipation. Not all of them even knew what it was that they were here for, since the existence of the anomaly was still being kept secret. They had just been told to be prepared for anything. Pulling so many powerful warriors away from their duties was stretching the resources of Clan Valor thin, but there was nothing Jest or Maddock could do about it. Currently, Maddock was in Bastion, holding down the fort. Jest was here, dealing with the powerful figures of the human world. Even though he had done everything in his power to prevent the news from leaking, it was impossible to stop it completely. Therefore, there were strange rumors going around the legacy clans about the Valor family. Most people just treated these rumors as idle entertainment, but those who held actual influence were stirring. After all, there was no fire without smoke. So Jest had spent the entire day talking to old acquaintances and lying through his teeth. Everything was fine, nothing had happened. There would not be a new ruler in Bastion. Things were under control, but things were definitely not under control. In fact, things were getting more and more out of control. Both here and in Bastion, eerie and unexplainable events kept happening, and while no one had perished, it was only a matter of time. because in the world of the nightmare spell, sinister signs always led to disaster. Jest was not naive enough to expect anything less. Ah, I'm regretting getting rid of all those cults now. It feels like we need an exorcist. He was currently in a small room under the Valor compound, reclining in an office chair tiredly. The video walls were turned off, plunging the room into darkness. The only source of light were the screens in front of him, which bathed him in pale light. One of the screens displayed the security feed from the level where Gwyn was watching over the anomaly. Currently, she was reading him a book. The young man seemed quite content, listening to her voice curiously. If one did not know the truth, they would have looked like a happy married couple on the second screen. The reports and papers that Clan Valor had quietly commissioned from various researchers and specialists were displayed. Jest had been reading through them slowly, trying to find some sort of explanation for the current situation. Sadly, they were proving to be useless. For now, he had learned about all kinds of aspects that could create an illusion of a person. Nightmare creatures that could mimic human behavior, and mysterious locations where bizarre occurrences had been documented to happen for naught. The anomaly had passed every test they had come up with, based on this research. The new anvil was not an imposter using a rare aspect to fool them. A nightmare creature or a dream realm phantom. For all intents and purposes, the young man was Anvil of Valor in the flesh. The third screen displayed the obel scale telemetry, as well as the reading from Anvil's sleeping pod. Jest rubbed his eyes tiredly and then turned back to the research papers. The human domain in the dream realm was relatively small at the moment, but far north, beyond the impregnable mountain chain, serving as the boundary of the eastern human enclaves, an even more fearsome mountain range was rumored to be located. According to reports, those mountains were perpetually shrouded in mist, and that mist displayed strange and terrifying properties. As Jest read the exploration paper written by some audacious guy named Julius, something suddenly attracted his attention. Turning his head, he looked at the feed from the containment level and flinched. The anomaly was still listening to Gwyn, but he had shifted his gaze and was looking directly at the hidden camera now. Almost as if looking directly into Jest's eyes, a subtle smile twisted the young man's lips, making Jest shiver for no reason. "What?" In the next moment, the sound of alarm resounded from the speakers. Jerking his head in the opposite direction, he stared at the third screen, where an urgent notification was displayed. It took Jest a few moments to realize its meaning. He leaned forward. It's gone. Nightmare Gate C2167 had just disappeared. Since he had set up the system to notify him immediately if its condition changed, he was probably the first person in the world to learn of that fact. There was some lag to the Obel scale, but it must have happened minutes ago at most. While Jest was digesting the startling piece of news, there was another alarm. His eyes moved and then widened. Anvil's vital signs were going crazy crap. Flying out of the chair, Jest rushed outside. By the time he reached Anvil's sleeping chamber, there was an audible boom, and its heavy armored door suddenly folded like paper. The metal walls groaned and bent inward. Jumping over the deformed alloy, Jest entered the room and looked around wildly. It looked like a violent implosion had happened inside. The armored walls had broken, revealing the framework of the compound beyond. The iron sarcophagus had turned into a small, jagged sphere of torn metal. The lights were blinking chaotically. In the middle of it all, Anvil was standing like an unnecessary tall sculpture. He was naked, his flawless build and chiseled muscles revealed in all their glory. His dark hair had grown long and was sticking to his handsome face in wet strands. His calm, steely gray eyes were peering at Jest steadily. Even as a master, Jest suddenly felt oppressed by the weight of that gaze. He definitely ascended. As a whirlwind of scarlet sparks surrounded Anvil's naked figure, forming into a set of knightly armor, he raised an eyebrow and asked in an even tone, "Are you going to continue staring?" Chapter 217-2, Descent. Jest blinked. The voice was cold and indifferent, as it was supposed to be. But after spending some time in the company of the warm and friendly anomaly, it sounded a bit jarring and strangely comforting. He hesitated. "Congratulations on conquering the nightmare," ascended Anvil. Anvil nodded matter-of-factly, then looked around and pursed his lips, as if evaluating the cost of repairs needed to restore the sleeping chamber. A moment later, he looked into the distance, most likely reading the spell's runes. Then he turned back to Jest. "Thank you. But what are you doing here?" Jest felt his mouth suddenly turning dry. "Well, about that. Actually, we have been dealing with a bit of a situation here." Anvil frowned slightly. "What kind of situation?" Jest coughed. "That, nothing too serious," he thought for a moment, and then said, "It's just that while you were gone, we've replaced you with a doppelganger. He's nicer and easier to get along with. Your wife is with him right now." Anvil stared at him for a moment, then rolled his eyes. "Is this really a good time for your jokes, Uncle Jest?" Jest remained silent for a moment, then sighed. "Boy, I wish it was a joke, but there really is a copy of you who just popped up in Bastion one day without any warning. I don't know how to explain it, but he is being held here just a few floors below at the moment." Anvil looked at him silently. Then his expression slowly changed. Jest had not expected him to laugh at his awkward joke. Gods knew the boy was just like his father, having no sense of humor whatsoever. But what he really did not expect was to see fear bloom on Anvil's face. Terror, even. It was so strange that Jest was stunned. He did not think that he had ever seen Anvil show fear, not even as a child, and especially not after encasing his heart in the cold armor of indifference. While Jest was paralyzed by shock, the young man asked in a hoarse voice, his usual nonchalance completely gone. "A copy of me appeared in Bastion." Jest nodded. "Yes. He was found in the throne room. Stark naked and in a strange mental state." Anvils took a step back. How long ago? Has anyone seen it? Has anyone talked to it? How many people? Who?" Jest lingered for a moment, the old sense of alarm slowly turning into panic in his heart. Did I make a mistake?" He forced himself to answer. "About 2 weeks ago, a couple of squires and a few knights. It was mostly me and Maddock watching over him. Oh, and Gwyn, obviously." Anvil's eyes suddenly widened. "Gwyn?" Before Jest could say anything else, the chamber suddenly came undone. That was the only way he could describe it. The floor opened like a flower, the thick plates of reinforced alloy tearing with a deafening screech. Shards of concrete and sparks from torn cables flew to all sides, and at the same time the blinking lights were extinguished completely. Anvil jumped into the churning pit of torn metal without wasting a single moment. No, he did not jump. Rather, he flew, accelerating his movements by pushing the steel plates of his armor. Since when can he? The whole compound shook as a cacophony of noise rolled across the underground tunnels. "Damn!" Jest came to his senses and dove into the pit to follow Anvil. Even though he had only wasted a single moment, he was already far behind. The floor of the sleeping chamber had been utterly destroyed, as if it had been made of paper. The room below it was in ruins too, entire meters of reinforced alloy pierced and bent out of the way in a split second. The same for the floor below that. It was as if a cataclysmic disaster had transpired in the depths of the Valor compound. Jest fell for a couple of seconds before finally landing on something that was intact. He was now on the level where the anomaly was being kept, and immediately rushed toward the living quarters. He saw the obliterated door, and the knights who were picking themselves off the floor with dazed expressions. Just before he could cross the threshold, though, a powerful shockwave rolled from inside, throwing him back. Jest flew through the air and collided with a wall, leaving a deep dent in it. A mundane human would have been turned into bloody goo by the force of the impact. As a master, he was somewhat unscathed. But it hurt like hell. The knights were alive but unconscious. Ignoring the pain, Jest picked himself up and lunged back toward the containment cell. The compound quaked once more, and there was another shockwave. But this time, he was prepared for it. Lowering his torso and turning it slightly, Jest cut the shockwave with his shoulder and finally entered the devastated living quarters. It was too dark to see, since all the lights had been destroyed, and the only source of illumination was one of Gwyn's memory lanterns. Taking a step forward, Jest fell. Ah, damn it. Why does he have to keep destroying the floor? The entire set of rooms assigned to be the anomaly's living quarters were gone. The few floors below were completely wrecked as well. Judging by the magnitude of destruction, the thing he had brought to Anvil's home was chillingly powerful. After bouncing off a few jagged pieces of torn alloy, Jest hit the ground. This time, it was not the metal floor, instead, it was cold, wet soil. They were on the lowest level of the compound now, its outer walls seemingly obliterated. Rolling, Jest jumped to his feet and stood up. There was a scene of devastation around him, with plates of bent alloy and unrecognizable debris piling in the darkness. Some of it was on fire, filling the remains of the lowest floor with dim light. Just when he regained his bearing and looked around, searching for Anvil, he heard a strange sound. It should have been drowned out by the noise, but somehow Jest heard it clearly. A melodious, bright ringing of breaking glass. It was only then that the sense of unease that had been tormenting him for the past 2 weeks finally disappeared, and he involuntarily let out a relieved sigh. Chapter 2173. Paper Armor. The battle between Anvil and his flawless copy, despite decimating the underbelly of the Valor compound, had not lasted long. At least Jest wanted to believe that it was over. Signs of chilling destruction surrounded him from all sides. But there were no deafening booms ravaging his ears anymore. There were no crushing shockwaves, and the world wasn't quaking. The dim darkness was illuminated by the spreading flames, and clouds of dust obscured the world like a veil. In such moments, Jest cursed his inability to use memories. It would have been nice to be able to see clearly in this mess. Has the boy become that powerful then? Jest had battled plenty of fallen nightmare creatures, and a few masters as well. Ascended were indeed inhumanly strong, but not quite at the level of what Anvil had displayed immediately after coming back from the nightmare. Was that the power of those with divine blood in their veins? Jest carefully moved through the carnage, searching for Anvil. He found him soon enough, kneeling in the dust with a pale face. The young man was in bad shape. His intricate armor was nearly destroyed, and blood was pouring from a dozen hideous wounds on his body. One of his arms was hanging limply, sharp fragments of bone protruding from the mess of torn muscles, and even his face was not spared. He was covered in blood. However, his eyes remained calm and eerily cold. What a terrible way to return from the nightmare. A shattered sword was collapsing into a whirlwind of sparks in Anvil's hand. Hearing Jest approach, he shifted and looked up. Jest had 1,000 questions on his mind, but meeting the young man's gaze, he faltered. For a moment, he even doubted whom he was looking at. Was it really Anvil? Or was it the anomaly? Which one of them had won? The other one wasn't wearing armor. As if reading his mind, the young man said evenly, "It's me." Anvil opened his mouth, as if wishing to say something more, but at that moment, his mask of indifference finally cracked. His expression changed, and he suddenly took a shaky, frightened breath. Gwyn. Ignoring his wounds, Anvil jumped to his feet and looked around, as if in panic. They found Gwyn a minute later buried in rubble and unconscious, but luckily alive. Hugging her, Anvil let out a shaky breath. Thank the gods, thank the gods, thank. And looking at him, Jest realized something that should have been obvious, but had eluded him until now. It was that Anvil's armor of indifference, which had seemed impenetrable, was merely a facade. In truth, it was merely a flimsy disguise made of paper. At least it had been then, but things never stay the same. The anomaly was destroyed, and all the problems caused by its existence were resolved. The authority of Clan Valor was not only mended, but grew explosively now that the young Lord of Valor had become a master. The clan compound in NQSC was repaired. The wounds received by Anvil, Gwyn, and the knights caught in the battle healed. The great mirror hiding under Bastion was wrapped in canvas once more, and the forces of the clan started to develop countermeasures against the visitors from the other side. There was happy news too. Not long after Anvil returned from the nightmare, young Lady Gwyn was announced to be pregnant. Before the end of the year, they welcomed a new heir, an infant boy who would inherit Bastion, the Mirror Lake, and all the glory of the Valor clan one day. He was named Mordred. It was then that things started going wrong, because when Anvil looked at his son, Jest noticed no warmth whatsoever in his cold grey eyes. It was not just his usual air of indifference. There was more to it, an eerie suspicion that no one else shared. A suspicion that young Mordred was not his son at all. A suspicion like that was nothing short of crazy. Considering the situation, nothing could have happened between Gwyn and the anomaly, no matter how convincing the other Anvil had been. Jest was sure of it. Nothing had happened, and yet, a worm of doubt found its way into Anvil's heart, and once it did, doubt seemed to slowly devour him from the inside. Anvil became only colder and more unapproachable after his son was born. But there was still some humanity left of him, at least. These last drops of humanity did not last, though. Whatever warmth was left in his heart disappeared on the day Lady Gwyn passed away after giving birth to their second child, Morgan, on the day of the funeral. Jest found Anvil in the underground hall once more, looking at the canvas shrouding the great mirror. The young man turned and looked at Jest with no emotions in his steely eyes. A few moments later, Anvil said evenly, "I failed again." He remained silent for a bit, then turned back to the mirror and added without any emotion in his cold voice, "But I won't fail anymore." Jest wanted to say that the boy was learning all the wrong lessons, but he wasn't sure that he had that right. Most of all, he wasn't even sure that the boy was wrong. The nightmare spell was a cruel god. People said that time healed all wounds, but in the world of the nightmare spell, time only dealt you new ones. Jest's tentative hope that Anvil would eventually recover from losing Gwyn was shattered 2 years later when disaster struck and a Category 5 gate swallowed America. So many things were lost in that calamity. Among those things were the lives of Immortal Flame and Smile of Heaven, who fell while buying civilians time to evacuate. And losing Smile of Heaven was the final straw that made something snap inside Anvil. That was what pushed his cold iron heart to make an unforgivable decision for the good of humanity, for himself, and for the glory of the Valor clan as well. Of course, that decision would not have been possible without the damn abomination, Astarion, waiting there with a smile on his lips after offering the Lord of Valor a new deal. A deal to help Anvil kill Broken Sword. Chapter 2174, Fatal Curiosity. Cassie froze, momentarily shaken by what she had discovered. It had not been her goal. But now that she had caught a glimpse of the conspiracy that would shape the fate of the world, as well as destroy Neff's life, and turn her into who she was today, she could not just let go, even if it was the wisest choice. Her reserves of essence were dwindling, and Jest was already showing signs of freeing himself from the bewitching vice of her gaze. She still had to handle the aftermath as well. Killing the old saint would not prove too difficult, but as much as he deserved to be killed, that was not necessarily the best choice. Cassie's aspect gave her a rare ability to understand her enemies. Understanding someone usually made it impossible to hate them. After all, how could she truly hate someone whose joys and sorrows she had experienced herself? Understanding could only give birth to compassion, and it was easy to lose herself in the memories of others. Just like that, she could not help but empathize with Jest, who had experienced so much, and had suffered so much sorrow throughout his long and extraordinary life. However, memories were also deceitful. They were not truthful records of what had happened. They were vague and fleeting, often showing only a fragmented account of the past. Even then, they were shaped and painted by the mind of the one who remembered. Take Jest, for example. In his mind, he was a loyal and sympathetic person, perhaps not virtuous but definitely well-meaning. That was why what he remembered of his life told a tale of beautiful human connections and dire adversity in pursuit of greater good. But in reality, he was a butcher whose hands were drenched in blood to the elbow. A callous killer who disregarded human life and had left countless innocent victims in his wake. It was just that he did not care about them that much, and therefore the faceless victims did not even leave a lasting trace in his memories. Cassie felt compassion toward Jest, but she was also revolted by him. Not that her own hands were clean, of course. Both of them deserved to die, perhaps, so it was a question of profit. killing Jest would be profitable, since it would remove a powerful enemy from the board. However, it would also result in a loss, since his death would undoubtedly push Anvil to take action and reveal Cassie's hand. As a result, she hesitated to kill him. There were other ways to deal with the old man as well. She could alter his memories slightly, manipulating them to achieve her goals. With some effort, she could erase some of them instead, making him forget ever wanting to kill her. She could even burn away all his memories one after another, erasing them until his mind became a clean slate, and the man named Jest became swallowed by oblivion while his body and soul remained alive. That was within her power, too. But all of it required vast amounts of essence to be spent. Only killing Jest did not demand any additional cost. Still, could she really let the chance to learn about Broken Sword's death go? Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then made a decision and delved back into Jest's memories, and not long after that. Her eyes widened slightly. Weaver? That was the reason. She did not have time to finish the thought, though, because at that moment, Jest's monstrous hand shot forward. He had been struggling desperately and biding his time, while the audacious girl sifted through his mind. It felt vile and ghastly, to feel someone invading your mind forcefully and carelessly, perusing your most hidden feelings, most cherished memories, shedding light on your deepest scars. What right did she have? What gave her the courage? Even enthralled by Song of the Fallen's bewitching gaze, Jest was shaking with shame, indignation, and fury. But he was an old monster who had outlived more than his fair share of needlessly confident youngsters. He knew how to be patient, and just like Jest had thought, Cassia had succumbed to greed. She overstayed her welcome. When he finally moved, she seemed caught by surprise. The young woman reeled back, her eyes opening wide, but it was already too late. They were too close to each other. His clawed fingers closed around her slender, fragile neck. Jest grinned. Curiosity killed the cat, you know? Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to give her time to answer. Just as the words left his mouth, Jest strained his muscles and snapped the young woman's neck. She was a saint, of course, but her aspect did not augment her physique. Jest, however, was currently in his transcendent form. Her spine broke easily enough. As the hideous echo behind him collapsed into a maelstrom of sparks, he threw Song of the Fallen away. Her broken body landed on a very special patch of scarlet moss and submerged into it slowly, the wide-open eyes still staring at him with a silent accusation. Was she still alive? Well, probably. It would take some time for a saint to die from a broken neck. Her body would dissolve in the pit of digestive fluid hidden beneath the moss. Soon enough, though, a grisly death, no doubt, quite fitting for a girl who did not know her place. There would be no trace left, leaving him free to come up with an explanation. So what if you learned all my secrets? Take them to your grave, foolish girl. Now then, there was one more left. Dealing with Helly turned out to be almost boring. Her flaw made her a perfect victim for someone like Jest. After all, denied the power of her aspect, she died powerlessly in his hands. She did not stop struggling until the very end, though that at least was a bit fun. In the end, he tossed her body into the same pit. Looking around, Jest let out a deep sigh. Ah, I feel like he'll reprimand me very sternly this time. Even he was a little afraid of Anvil's wrath. And Anvil would definitely be very angry about what Jest had done today. Well, at least as angry as his cold iron heart allowed him to be. Assuming his human form, Jest went about getting dressed. His clothes were designed in a way that prevented them from being destroyed when he transformed. His shirt and trousers were, at least. All he had to do to restore them to their previous shape was fasten a few buckles. The jacket, unfortunately, was completely gone. He clicked his tongue. Damn it, I just had this one tailored. Shaking his head, Jest picked up his cane, looked around one last time, and left. Not long after that, Haley walked out from behind a tree and looked at Cassie, who was standing nearby with a strange expression. That's it? He just left? Cassie nodded tiredly. Why would he stay? I implanted a false memory into his mind. One of killing us brutally and disposing of our bodies, so he has nothing left to do here. She had erased the memory of what her eyes truly looked like when she transformed as well, like she always did after using her transcendent ability. Healy remained silent for a few moments, then shivered. "Can you put your blindfold back on? Will feel better if you do." Cassie did not comment and simply pulled the blindfold back into its place. Healy seemed to relax once she did. That was the very reason she wore a blindfold to begin with. Eventually, Healy asked, "So, I guess we are dead now, at least as far as Clan Valor will be concerned. What do we do now?" Cassie turned to her, remained silent for a moment, and then smiled softly. "Well, what else with that?" She faced the jungle. "We'll have to defect to Song, I guess." After having a short discussion, Cassie and Healy were ready to set out. There was no reason to linger anyway. The decision had been made, and there was no going back. Healy was concerned for the clan, but at the moment the best way she could protect them was to play dead for a while. The abominable jungle rustled eerily around the two of them, making Cassie's skin crawl. She shivered and placed her hand on the hilt of the quiet dancer, trying to find comfort in its familiar texture. Altering Jest's memories had burned most of her remaining essence. In fact, she had been forced to cut the connection to most of her marks while delving into his past to preserve some, and as a result, she was truly and utterly blind at the moment. She could not even activate her awakened ability, or rather she could, but only for a short while, which meant that it was better not to use her aspect unless there was an emergency. Both of she and Healy were beaten and battered, still reeling from the fierce violence of the battle, and utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, Cassie spoke after hesitating for a few moments. "Saint Healy, I'm afraid I am running quite low on soul essence, so while my echo will be of some help, I will have to rely on you to get us out of this appalling jungle." She could not see what expression the beautiful saint made, but it somehow felt like someone was giving her a dubious look in the end. Healy coughed. "Sure, no problem. Luckily, I wasted very little essence myself. That old goat prevented me from using my aspect throughout most of the battle after all, and I am sure that your echo will be very helpful as well." She paused for a moment, and then added in a slightly stifled tone, "Where did this creepy echo come from, anyway? What kind of vile, ghastly nightmare creature did you kill to get it, Lady Cassia?" Cassie tilted her head a little, then answered honestly, "Oh, it is an echo of myself." Healy seemed to have lost the ability to speak for a few moments. Then she asked in a small voice, "What?" Cassie shrugged. "Well, certain events transpired in my third nightmare, and as a result, I had to kill a corrupted version of myself. I happened to receive an echo as well." Healy took a deep breath, trying to gather her thoughts. Then she looked back to the delicate young woman standing motionlessly in front of her. "Right, of course. Why not? Sounds perfectly reasonable. Not, and you just keep an echo of yourself around." Song of the Fallen nodded elegantly. "I do." Then her expression changed slightly, and she added hastily, "of a corrupted version of myself. Hence the tentacles. Please don't misunderstand, Saint Healy. I absolutely do not have those myself. After all, I am not some eldritch horror wearing human skin. I am most definitely a perfectly normal human woman." Healy stared at her for a bit, then forced out an unconvincing chuckle. Sure, of course, if you say so." It was funny, she was old enough to be Cassia's mother. No, maybe a cool aunt, but somehow it did not feel that way. If anything, the exquisitely beautiful young woman gave her the opposite feeling. Shaking her head, Healy called upon the power of her aspect and assumed her transcendent form. Then she offered Song of the Fallen her hand. "I don't say this often, but please climb onto my back, Lady Cassia. I'll give you a smooth ride." Saying that, she grinned. The young woman hesitantly raised her hand, grasped Healy's own, and mounted gracefully. "Hold tight." Summoning her bow, Healy delved into the jungle at a swift trot. Both of them had to remain alert due to all the dangers that the hollows hid. However, they had a good chance of emerging to the surface alive. Cassie had never ridden a centaur before, let alone such a friendly one, so she did not know what to expect. However, the journey turned out to be far more comfortable than she had thought it would be. At some point she spoke. "Saint Haley, I will need your help once we arrive at the Song encampment as well." Haley turned her head a little, looking back. "How so?" Cassie hesitated for a moment. "You were not involved in what your uncle had done, but you are still his niece. Master Oram sacrificed his life for the Song clan. He had a personal relationship with the Queen as well, so there is a good chance that she will receive you well. I, on the other hand, will be met with hostility and suspicion. So you will have to try and smooth things over." Helly let out a wistful sigh. "I can try, I guess, but—" She paused. But what happens next? They had discussed the consequences of seeking shelter in the Song camp already, but really, the end result of their actions remained ambiguous, especially for Helly, who knew neither what Nephis was planning nor what had truly pushed Cassie to take this step. From the outside, it simply looked as if they were trying to betray the Sword Domain and switch sides in order to support the Song army. Of course, the Sword Domain had betrayed them first, but that was not a clean justification. Reality was never so simple, even if Jest had attempted to kill them, and even if the king himself could not be trusted. Both Cassie and Haley were tied to the Sword Domain. Cassie would have to fight against Nephis and the Firekeepers if she joined the Sword Army, while Haley would have to fight against her own clan. It was all a proper mess. In the end, Cassie just sighed. "Things will resolve themselves somehow," Haley chuckled. "Ah, that's good then. If that is the case, I'm relieved." That answer was as good as any other would have been. Haley had already decided to put her faith in Nephis, after all. She had refused Jest's offer in hopes that changing Star would make things work, somehow. Now, the only choice she had was to follow that hope. After a few minutes of silence, Haley suddenly spoke in a somber tone. "Well then, I have something to confess." Cassie raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Confess?" Haley did not say anything else for a full minute, then sighed. This whole damn war started based on the excuse of punishing Clan Song for sending assassins after changing Star, didn't it? Well, actually. She paused for a moment. "It was me." Cassie tilted her head. "What do you mean?" Haley let out a joyless chuckle. "Look, it seems there's something that even Song of the Fallen doesn't know. But yes, there were no Song assassins, and neither Dar of the Maharana clan nor Silent Stalker had anything to do with the attempt on changing Star's life. They're not the only saints who know their way around a bow, you know? It was me. I shot those arrows." She raised her great bow, which had grown in size to fit her transcendent form. Helly sighed, and her shoulders fell. "Well, it wasn't like I had any choice. When Morgan of Valor comes calling, you don't say no. I was ordered to make it seem like I wanted to kill Lady Nephis, and so I did. I thought I should mention it before we reached the stronghold of Clan Song." Cassie remained silent for a while, stunned. She had really had no idea. They had suspected that Clan Valor, perhaps even Morgan herself, was behind the assassination, of course. But their suspicion had never once fallen on Saint Haley. And there Cassie was, priding herself on being unassuming and knowing things. But how did it make any sense for Master Oram to have been a Song spy while his niece was Valor's secret weapon? Their legacy clan was not even really on the map, in the grand scheme of things, especially not compared to the deeply impactful role they seemed to have played in the Great War. Life was full of irony sometimes. Eventually Cassie shook her head and said, with a bit of dejection in her voice, "Saint Helly, respectfully, please don't mention this particular part when negotiating with Clan Song." "Some things are better left unsaid," Helly responded with a quiet laugh. "All right. I think I can keep my mouth shut if you insist." By then, they were almost halfway to the fissure leading to the surface of the first rib, and Cassie had already replenished a little essence, enough of it, at least, to maintain a connection to one of her marks. She could have restored her connection to Helly, but instead, she softly touched the mark left on Sunny, his original body that remained near Nephis. Sunny. He seemed to be drinking tea in the beautiful gazebo on the Ivory Island. Hearing Cassie's call, he lowered his teacup. "Cassie, where are you? I was trying to reach you earlier." She hesitated for a moment. "Sorry. I was out of essence, in fact. I can't maintain this connection for long, even now. So please, listen carefully. I need to tell you something important." He prepared to listen, raising his cup and taking a sip of the fragrant tea. Cassie took a deep breath. "So the thing is, I am dead." Sonny spat out his tea. "Officially, I mean..." After Cassie ran out of essence and their conversation was interrupted, Sonny remained motionless, staring into the distance with a lost expression on his face. After a while, he looked down at his cup. "My tea has turned cold." His voice was even. With a sigh, he brought the cup to his lips and took a leisurely sip, enjoying the darkly beautiful view of Godgrave and the vibrant, idyllic tranquility of the Ivory Island with a smile. Cassie's news was unexpected enough, but the momentary feeling of being lost Sonny had experienced was not because of it. Rather, it was because of what the news signified. The resolution of this dreadful, appalling war had been drawing near for a while. But now, it was here. The end had arrived. So, this was probably the last moment of peace he would get to experience, until everything was over. Quite possibly the last moment of peace he would get to experience for the rest of his life, since his life could very well end in a matter of days. Still, if he thought about, Sonny felt satisfied. It was far too soon, true. And they did not quite manage to accomplish everything they had set out to accomplish before the war started, but they did their best. From the day Sonny had chosen to return from the frigid ruins of L49, out there in the northernmost reaches of the Dream Realm, and until today, he had never once stopped working doggedly toward his bold and defiant goal. His determination to vanquish the sovereigns, subjugate the world, and bend existence to his will had never wavered, so he was ready. He was ready to win, but he was prepared to lose, too. After all, despite it all, the treacherous scheme he and Nephis had woven was at its core a gamble. The future was unclear. Who knew what the future held? Sonny certainly did not. But whatever happened, he would have no regrets. At least that was what he told himself while enjoying his tea in peace. Eventually, the bottom of the cup revealed itself, and he put it down with a hint of regret. Letting out a long sigh, Sonny rose from his seat and left the gazebo. There were a lot of things he had to do. This girl. "I think I've been a bad influence on her." Sonny had felt something strange while talking to Cassie. It was as if he had found himself on the wrong end of a conversation with himself. No, but really, what sane person opened a conversation by announcing their death? As Sonny walked across the emerald grass, his eyes turned chilly with murderous cold. Jest. So the affable old mad had decided to show initiative and kill Cassie after luring her into the woods. Cassie had left him alive, but Sonny was not that forgiving. He was in the mood to tear the bastard limb from limb, feed his corpse to the nightmare creatures, and eradicate his entire clan. It took quite a lot of composure not to send the Lord of Shadows to intercept Jest and end him like the vermin he was before the old man reached Vanishing Lake. That vile piece of trash had dared to set his sights on Cassie. Sonny gritted his teeth in anger. Calm down. Cassie knew what she was doing. If she had thought that she would be in serious danger, she would have asked him for help. But she did not, which meant that she had known about Jest's intentions in advance and felt confident that she could deal with him herself. And she had. Not only had Cassie defeated the old saint, Sonny should not have expected anything less from her, but she also learned quite a lot of secrets from his memories. For example, Anvil's flaw exhaling slowly. Sonny smothered his anger and began to think. Jest could keep drawing breath for a bit longer. That flaw is a harsh one. Sadly, it was not something one could use against the King of Swords in a battle. It gave context to the decisions Anvil made and provided deep insight into his character, explaining a lot both about his rise to power and about his downfall as a human being. Knowing your enemy was a great advantage, and Sonny was glad to have gained the knowledge of Anvil's flaw. But it was not exactly a fatal vulnerability he had hoped to find. The same went for Kisong. Although Cassie had not glimpsed the secret of her flaw directly, both of them strongly suspected that the queen's flaw made her incapable of bearing children. Therefore, her vulnerability was the affection she felt for her adopted daughters. Anvil's lack of familiar love could be exploited, and Kisong's love for her daughters could be exploited as well, but not in the narrow time frame they were left with, most likely, at least not effectively. That whole endeavor had led them to a dead end, Sunny sighed. Well, when have things ever been easy? Most of the time, things are as hard as they could get. So he had never really expected to find an easy way to defeat the sovereigns. They had gained plenty of useful knowledge about the past, regardless. New information about Asterion and Mordred, among other things, two people who would become big problems in the future, without a doubt, if there even was a future for Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie. Entering the ivory tower, Sunny frowned. There was something else that Cassie had learned, but chose not to tell him. She did mention it briefly, but did not go into details. It was partially because they had been pressed for time, and partially because she seemed to want to gather her thoughts before sharing this new information. The secret had something to do with Broken Sword and the downfall of the Immortal Flame clan. No wonder Cassie was reluctant to speak on this topic rashly. It was probably the very reason why she had contacted Sunny instead of speaking directly to Nephis, unwilling to have that conversation with her yet. The information did not seem immediately relevant to the conclusion of the war regardless. And there were too many things they had to do before the end came, especially because Cassie could very well become unable to contact any of her allies soon. Who knew what kind of restrictions Song Clan would put on her once she was in their hands? This was why Sunny had to hurry. I really hope Nightmare has finished his task well. Chapter 2177. Dire Choice. Far away, near the ruined citadel at Vanishing Lake, the Lord of Shadows was observing the troops coldly. The soldiers were getting ready for the final stage of the clandestine assault. Some were leaving to clear the last stretch of the path to the surface. Others were preparing to receive the additional forces from the siege camp. The attack on the Lesser Crossing would most likely happen in a matter of days. Actually, now that Jest had gone and made a mess, the plan would most likely be accelerated. The Lesser Crossing would fall, and the Song army would retreat to the edges of the Collarbone Plain. The territory of the Song domain in Godgrave would dwindle, and the territory of the Sword domain would spread, enveloping it from all sides. Kisong would be faced with an uncomfortable choice. She would have to either abandon the main camp of her army and retreat to the Soul Citadel in Godgrave that was under her control, abandon the citadel to make her last stand at the fortified camp, or split her forces to try and protect both. The disadvantage of splitting her forces was obvious enough. Abandoning the citadel would only diminish her power further, while at the same time giving Anvil an opportunity to expand his. The main camp of the Song army seemed like the least painful sacrifice, but only at first glance. The main camp was not only the logistical hub where all the supply chains came together, but also the gateway to the Song domain. If it was abandoned, nothing would prevent Anvil from simply descending from Godgrave into the western reaches of the Dream Realm and wreaking havoc in the basin of the River of Tears, where most of Kisong's citadels were located. So, Sunny thought that she would most likely concentrate her forces in the main camp. After the two crossings fell, the camp would be surrounded in a day or two. And once it was surrounded, the sovereigns would clash directly. Kisong would have no other choice but to enter the fray herself, driven into the corner as she was. And at that time, Sunny and Nephis would have to enter the fray as well, finally facing the sovereigns in battle. Of course, ideally, that would only happen once both Anvil and Kisong had exhausted each other's powers, dealt each other countless wounds, and one of them was on the verge of being killed. Sunny's face grew somber behind Weaver's mask. But would Nephis be willing to go through with it? Neither of them had attained supremacy yet, after all. Of course, there was a good chance that at least one of them would become supreme during or in the aftermath of the battle, freeing themselves from the clutches of the sovereigns who held the entire world in an iron grip, and slaying them was one hell of an act of defiance after all. Usurping the throne of humanity, or in Sunny's case, putting the person he had chosen on it, was as well. But if the sovereigns fell and no new supreme emerged, the result would be catastrophic. because nothing would protect the mundane inhabitants of the dream realm from becoming carriers of the nightmare spell. Hundreds of millions of people in both domains would probably die, plunged into the depths of their first nightmares. But then again, a comparable amount of new awakened would emerge. Dozens of millions of awakened imagining such a tremendous force was frightening, but not as frightening as the cost humanity would have to pay to come into possession of such force. Sunny was horrified by the mere thought of having to make this choice. Of course, missing their chance to defeat the sovereigns would not really save any of those people either. If either the King of Swords or the Queen of Worms vanquished their adversary and became the sole ruler of the world, their already astonishing power would become simply inconceivable. Defeating them already seemed impossible, and it would become unthinkable then. For Sunny and Nephis, that was. However, that was not at all true for the true rulers of the dream realm. Cursed and unholy nightmare creatures that dwelled in the dark expanses of the death zones and could very well consume all of humanity once the waking world was swallowed by the realm of the forgotten god. The corrupted deities that had already consumed the populations of all the previous divine realms infected by the nightmare spell. This whole mess had started because neither Nephis nor Sunny believed that the sovereigns could face the future trials of the nightmare spell. The sovereigns were great and mighty, and their feats were truly legendary, or had been once, but they had also grown reticent and complacent, wasting decades doing little more than suffocating the emerging power of humanity and preparing to abandon most of the waking world's population in the coming calamity. Perhaps they had their reasons, perhaps they believed that theirs was the only way, but their reasons were not good enough, and the path they had chosen would only lead to doom. So, missing the chance to eliminate them now, while saving countless lives at the moment, could very well doom all lives in the future. That was why the choice was so agonizing. Sunny could not imagine making it, but Nephis had to. She would have to make it in just a few days. They still had some time left, time to watch the two crossing fall, the Song army retreat, and the Sword army surround its camp. Sunny did not think that either of them would manage to attain supremacy at that time, so he was preparing to fight the sovereigns as a saint. The three of them, Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie, had planned for this battle for a long time. However, the plan had to change a little recently, so while the Lord of Shadows was observing the troops, one of his shadows stealthily snuck away. A few moments later, it was on its way to the Nameless Temple, or rather, to the hollows below it. It was time to prepare his slumbering army of monsters for war, as well as take care of its general. Chapter 2178, Sea of Yearning Stars. At the same time as the Lord of Shadows descended into the hollows, Master Sunless ascended the steps of the Tower of Hope. The ivory island drifted above the siege camp of the Sword army, 7 torn chains hanging below it and rustling in the wind. There was no need to land the flying citadel and anchor it securely, since Tyrus of White Feather was nearby, keeping the veil of radiant clouds intact. Below it, the vast encampment sprawled like a dark stain on the white surface of the ancient bone. Countless tents stood in long rows, with more permanent structures towering between them here and there. Myriads of soldiers were busy preparing for the next battle, or seeking shelter from the sweltering heat. Some sat motionlessly with crude blindfolds covering their eyes, tired from the everlasting radiance of day and longing for the soothing touch of darkness. Some were simply too numb to move across the chasm from the vast camp. The greater crossing stronghold stood like a rugged cliff. The battered walls of the impregnable fortress were covered in endless layers of soot and dried blood. The patchwork of repairs held them together, but in some places, the ramparts seemed to sink under their own weight or tilt precariously, marred with numerous deep wounds. An unbearable miasma rose from the depths of the dark chasm, which had become a collective grave for countless soldiers and enthralled nightmare creatures. Above it all, Saint Nephis, changing star of the immortal flame clan, stood on the balcony of the ivory tower, observing the camp and the stronghold with a detached expression on her breathtakingly beautiful face. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes. But even with her eyes closed, she could still feel them, tiny sparks of longing shining like countless stars in the darkness, merging into a great celestial bonfire. The heavens were burning. Nephis was burning as well. She was flame itself. All those stars were connected to her, inspired by her, bathing her in their light and scorching her with their fire. The waning flames were growing stronger because of her. It was easier to sense them with her eyes closed. The souls illuminating the darkness were her nascent domain. Here in Godgrave, under the walls of the blood-stained fortress, these souls were shining, especially bright. The siege had been a harrowing, numbing, never-ending nightmare. One would think that those who survived would abandon themselves to hopelessness. But instead, their longing was only growing more intense, more demanding, scorching. After all, those who were desperate were the ones who hoped desperately. Their hope had been undergoing a change as of late. Or perhaps it was Nephis who was changing before. Her nascent domain was simply there. Her source element. She felt a connection to the souls burning with the spark of longing, and could draw spirit essence from them. But now, it was as if the sea of yearning stars had grown so vast that it possessed a mass. That mass was pulling at her, calling her, demanding from her that their hopes were answered. It was almost painful. It was almost like the call of nightmare. Maddening. Nephis sighed. How do I complete it? She was tired, frustrated, and vexed. The battles continued. The soldiers kept dying. She had even failed to protect her firekeepers. A few of those who survived the forgotten shore were now gone, and yet supremacy still remained unattainable. Everything was in place, and yet something was lacking. Nephis had prepared the foundation of her future domain. If anything, it was overdeveloped by now. Her source element was thriving, and her connection to it was both deep and vast. Her transcendent battle art was refined to nearly a flawless state. Her willpower was firm. That had been the easiest part, really. After all, if Nephis lacked willpower, she would have crumbled the first time she experienced the excruciating pain of her flaw. Every step she took, every battle she fought, every spark of flame she summoned was an act of overcoming herself. She had never been shy about forcing her will upon the world either. She sharpened her will against her own soul and used it to cut existence. From the very start, her goal had been to reshape the world according to her. She already knew how to use it in order to fuel her powers. She had learned sorcery, and thus knew the feeling of bending the world to her whims all too well. At its core, the act of invoking true names of things to affect them was no different from exerting her will upon them, because the sorcery of names could not work without being fueled by the willpower of the sorcerer. She had a talent for it. It was almost as if Nephis was custom-made to become a sovereign. She had even changed her ways and opened her arms to another, exploring passion and longing with her own heart and body. That was a strange and unexpected journey as well. But she still did not know how to galvanize her source element and ignite the sea of yearning stars into a blazing pyre. There was no trick to it. She simply had to will her domain to be, but her will could not reach the countless flames of longing. It simply passed through them, unable to exert any influence. An act of defiance. Wasn't she defiant enough? She had defied impossible odds numerous times. She was defying the sovereigns. She was defying the nightmare spell itself. What else could she do? Nephis opened her eyes and looked at the siege camp of the Sword Army. A sigh escaped from her lips. Time was running out. At that moment, she heard the sound of light steps and turned around to see who was coming. Her mysterious lover stepped onto the balcony and looked at her, a genuine smile illuminating his enchanting face. A few moments later, he spoke in a pleasant voice. I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Nephis lingered for a moment, involuntarily smiling back. Let's start with the bad news, he sighed. I am quite certain that Anvil will accelerate the assault on the Lesser Crossing. It might very well start by the end of the day. Nephis froze, momentarily stunned by the implication. She frowned. What is the good news, then? Sunny studied her for a bit, then chuckled. The news of Cassie's death was greatly exaggerated. Nephis blinked. Huh. Wait. What? Cassie's death? He coughed. Oh, right. Actually, there's also the third kind of news. The weird news, chapter 279, Star of Ruin. It did not take long to describe what had happened to Cassie, the battle with Jest, the many revelations gained from his memories, and her decision to surrender herself to the Song domain. As Nephis contemplated silently, Sunny leaned on the parapet and looked down at the siege camp of the Sword Army. He was suddenly in a wistful mood. Looking at the distant soldiers from above, Sunny could not help but think about their hopes and dreams. So many lives had been thrown at the walls of the Greater Crossing stronghold, and so many of those lives had been lost, both on the side of the besieging army and on the side of the besieged. The soldiers of the Sword domain were desperate to conquer the impregnable fortress, and the soldiers of the Song army had defended it with the same measure of resolve and desperation. But in the end, it would never be taken in battle. Instead, the Lesser Crossing would fall to a cunning maneuver, and the defenders of the Greater Crossing would be ordered to retreat. How bitter would they feel, having to abandon the walls that they had defended with their lives? And how bittersweet would it be for the soldiers of the Sword army to take over the fortress where so many of their brothers and sisters had died without having to shed a single drop of theirs? Wouldn't all of them be overcome by a terrible sense of futility? Looking at the battered walls of the great fortress, Sunny smiled crookedly. It's almost as if war is a senseless affair. Nephis sighed and leaned on the parapet by his side. After a few moments of silence, she said evenly, I worry about Cassie. She has an infuriating habit of taking too much upon herself. She will suffer at the hands of the Queen. Sunny was brought back from his thoughts and lowered his head. Nephis was right. Cassie would not have gone to the Song side without a good reason, and she seemed to be confident that her safety would not be compromised there. After all, there had been other options to choose from even if she couldn't return to the Sword army camp. She could have sought shelter in the Nameless shelter, for example. She could have even killed Jest, returning without him to try and deceive the king. But even if she was confident that the Queen would not kill her, that did not mean that she would be welcomed with open arms. Clan Song would definitely distrust and scrutinize her, even torture her perhaps. A shadow fell over Sunny's face. Cassie knows how to endure suffering. In any case, Ki Song will not have a lot of time to spend on interrogating her. Even if Cassie was taken to the main camp of the Song army and held hostage there when it was besieged, the Queen would have her hands too full to pay attention to a turncoat saint. Sunny turned his head and studied Nephis. I am more worried about you. She raised an eyebrow. Me? Why would you worry about me? He let out a resigned sigh and shook his head. Talk about infuriating habits. Nephis chuckled lightly. Then, however, her smile dimmed. Looking back to the siege camp, she asked in a reserved tone, Are you worried about me confronting the sovereigns? Sunny nodded slowly. A little later he asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice, Will you? She looked into the distance silently. Eventually she said, I've been waiting to exact my revenge on them for a long time, you know. Sunny nodded again. I know. She smiled faintly. I won't ask how you know if you don't ask me what I'll do. The question hung between them for a while. The question itself was burdensome enough, but the answer would be so heavy as to send the Ivory Island crashing from the sky. What would Nephis do? Would she give up her defiant resolve to depose the sovereigns, or would she kill them even if it meant dooming millions of people to their deaths? Nephis herself did not seem to know the answer yet. But Sunny knew. She was Changing Star, after all, the Star of Ruin, the herald of ruinous change. There was a reason why she had been given such a true name. It was her fate. And unlike Sunny, Nephis was still the prisoner of her fate. So he had no doubt what she would choose, even if she herself was still hesitating. It would be just like the bright castle, which had been drenched in blood, and then burned to the ground according to her will. Her will to lead those who survived to salvation from the tyranny of the nightmare spell. He could almost see it. The sovereigns would fall, and hundreds of millions of mundane people in the dream realm would suddenly become carriers of the spell, falling asleep on the streets of Bastion, Ravenheart, and every other human city to face the first nightmare. Countless lives would be lost, but from the ruins, millions of awakened warriors would rise, as well. The world would be changed in an instant, just in time to witness the destruction of Earth and its assimilation into the dream realm, as well as the bloody chaos that would follow. The remaining population of the waking world would face a harrowing culling, but that culling would not be as ultimate and final as it would have been without a staggering vanguard of 100 million awakened waiting to meet them on the other side. The floodgates of corruption would open, and the profane gods of the dream realm would leave their dens at the smell of human souls. The last human civilization would make its glorious last stand against the tide of nightmares. And above it all, Changing Star would shine like a radiant beacon, ruling over humanity and leading it into battle. Sunny looked down. Well, something like that. The future practically wrote itself. Standing by his side, Nephis sighed and said quietly, "You seem to know so much about me, but I barely know anything about you. I always hesitate to ask you about your past, because I am afraid you won't answer." She was still thinking about his knowledge of how deep her grudge against the sovereigns went, it seemed, and other things as well. Nephis had never pried into his past, and never mentioned the oddities of his existence, but she must have been aware of how strange their relationship was. It was a relationship built on mutual attraction, passion, and affection. But it was also light and ephemeral, as if it would be dispelled by merely mentioning something they were both aware of, and therefore chose to never speak aloud. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then smiled. What's so good about the past? Ask me about the future, instead. Nephis smiled slightly. All right. What will you do once the war is over? Provided that we've won, of course. Which we will, no doubt. Sunny pondered for a few moments. Well, let's see. He considered his plans. Honestly, the war had preoccupied him fully, so he did not know what he would do and in what order exactly. But he had some thoughts, of course. First of all, I have to resolve the issue of my newest shadow. One way or the other. Then, I want to forge a shadow-bound memory for myself. I hope to do that before the final battle. Actually, who knew that bastard Jest would throw a wrench in my plans? Sunny scratched the back of his head. Then, I have to take care of a few people. Aiko needs stable employment. Gods know she suffered in that regard enough already. Then there's my disciple, whom I need to introduce to a good sorcery teacher. Actually, that disciple of mine is so much work.
Not only do I have to invent a way for her to ascend naturally, I also have to make sure that nobody kills her to prevent that knowledge from spreading. It's going to be a real mess, no doubt. There are a few other acquaintances I want to look after too. He looked into the distance, remained silent for a few moments, and said, "But those are just minor issues. There are a few places I must visit and a few things I must find as well. Each expedition will be a serious undertaking."
I need to explore the ruins of True Bastion. I also need to delve into the Jade Palace and the ice caves below Ravenheart. Then there is the Night Garden. I've never seen it with my own two eyes, but I am sure that exploring it would become a dreadful adventure, somehow. Sunny winced. Finally, there is the underworld. There is something I must find there as well. This one will be the most troublesome, not only because it's one of the most frightening death zones in existence, but also because that place is more or less made to render me powerless, he sighed. Oh, right, and I have to explore the Shadow Realm. But that is just a side project. Saying that, he looked at Nephis and hesitated for a few moments. There is one more place as well. I haven't decided if I really want to return there, though. He was talking about the tomb of Ariel, of course. It seemed like he was destined to come back there, considering that he had met the future version of himself in the estuary. But then again, Sunny was currently free of the chains of fate, so his future could very well change. Probably. Nephis studied him for a while, a hint of amusement shining in her beautiful eyes. That is all, I see. You are an ambitious man, Master Sunless, but there was a hint of something else there as well. Dissatisfaction? Displeasure? Sunny fumbled for a few moments, trying to understand what exactly he had said to make her displeased. Then it was as if a light bulb turned on in his head. Oh, no, really, was he an idiot? It was not what he had said, it was what he had not said. Sunny put on his most handsome, charming smile. Oh, that you must remember that I have 8 bodies now. I can do many things at the same time. Obviously. I am also planning to stay with you, my lady. I will be right there by your side, helping you consolidate your power, govern the vast expanse of the dream realm, battle nightmare creatures, and prepare for the eventual assimilation of the waking world. Nephis stared at him for a few moments and nodded with satisfaction. Then she looked away and asked, "And prepare me delicious food?" Sunny blinked. "Why, of course," she smiled. "How about giving me massages?" He coughed. "I'm glad that you mentioned that. I was thinking of giving you one right now." Nephis laughed quietly. "What about romantic dates? Visiting theaters or going on boat rides? And sparring?" Sunny was a bit confused about how sparring had ended up between visiting theaters and rowing boats, but he wisely chose not to voice his doubt. "Of course. We will do all these things and more, together. I wouldn't have it any other way." Nephis nodded with a smile. Good. As he looked into the distance, though, her smile slowly dimmed, turning faint and brittle. After a while, she said, "Make sure not to die then, Master Sunless. You promised." Sunny wrapped his hand around her waist and pulled her closer. Her body felt hot against his own. "I am quite hard to kill, you know. Unless my soul is completely destroyed, I have plenty of spare bodies to retreat into." She turned her head and looked into his eyes. Her alluring lips were entirely too close. "Let us survive, then. Both of us. Shall we?" Instead of answering, Sunny leaned forward and kissed her. Their kiss was deep, intimate, and desperate. That was the best answer he could give, anyway. Who would want to die and never taste her sweet lips again? Sunny wanted to survive. He had to survive no matter what. Rain was sprawled on the ground, breathing shallowly. She was too tired to move, and had no desire to either. There was a black fabric covering her face, so it was a bit dark, at least. The merciless radiance of the incandescent sky would have easily penetrated mundane cloth. But she was brazenly using, in case of emergency, to hide from the suffocating light. Who would have known that she would miss the frigid nights of Ravenheart one day? It was so damn hot, and she was so damn spent. Physically, mentally, emotionally. The siege of the Greater Crossing had been a terrible affair. In fact, Rain had no words to describe how terrible, terrifying, hideous, and utterly horrid it had been. The endless battles, the heavy losses, the dwindling supplies, the torturous, ever-present heat. By now, the soldiers were not even despondent. They were simply numb, as if their capacity to comprehend horror and their endurance had been completely overwhelmed. It was quite a feat to overwhelm the mental endurance of her fellow soldiers. All of them had overcome nightmares and braved the dreadful reaches of the dream realm to become awakened, after all. All except for her. She had never set foot into a nightmare. At least not a nightmare created by the spell. The nightmare she was living had been created entirely with human hands. 4 hands in particular. 4 lofty royal hands. Rain was too tired to think about the king and the queen. She had no energy to feel resentment. Her eyes were covered, and while she had no essence to spare on frivolous things, the passive effect of the piece de resistance was still enough to prevent her from baking in the heat. She could stay still. "Rani," Rain groaned. She remained motionless for a few moments, then slowly sat up. In case of emergency slipped from her eyes, and the merciless radiance of Godgrave battered them with blinding intensity. She squinted with a grimace, waiting for her pupils to adjust to the light. It felt like someone was driving nails into her head. Soon enough, Rain could see Tamar, Ray, and Fleur. The 4 of them had sprawled on the ground almost in a pile after descending from the wall. Their tents had been destroyed days ago during one of the battles, and with the supply situation being what it was, no one was going to issue them new ones. Of course, there were plenty of empty tents in the camp of the Song army these days. Too many soldiers had died, after all. But finding and salvaging an empty tent was too much work, so they had simply been sleeping on the ground. It was Ray who had called her. Raising a hand, he said, tiredly, "Water." Rain sighed, then summoned the green canteen and handed it to him. Then she looked around. The Song army had stubbornly endured the endless assaults, but that did not mean that it was unscathed. On the contrary, the courtyard of the great fortress where the army was camped looked like a graveyard instead, and the soldiers looked like walking corpses these days. It was hard to tell them apart from the Queen's pilgrims at times. Everyone was shocked into numbness by the relentless siege. However, that had changed subtly in the last few days. Rain could not quite describe it, but it was as if a feverish tension was slowly permeating the air, because the soldiers could feel it, that the siege was going to end soon. There was no deep reason behind that feeling, and no profound calculations they had made to come to such a conclusion. But nevertheless, everyone was suddenly infected by the idea. The reason was simple. People had a breaking point, and the soldiers had long reached theirs. If it was this bad in the camp of the Song army, then their enemy had to be faring even worse. Attacking a fortress was far more arduous than defending it, after all. Rain and her comrades knew that they were going to break soon, and so they hoped that the Sword army would break first. Some even hoped for a miracle, even though there were no benign miracles in the world of the nightmare spell, only harrowing omens. Well, and there was a more concrete reason as well. It was that the saints had been involving themselves in the battles as of late. Before, the prohibition of the Queen prevented them from taking part in the defense of the fortress, but all kinds of rules and boundaries had become vague now. As a result, the saints of both domains entered the fray from time to time, relieving the awakened soldiers. Of course, once a saint from one side joined the battle, a saint from the other side would arrive to prevent them from doing too much harm. But the Song domain had more saints than the enemy, at least, and Changing Star herself had not drawn her sword yet, limiting her occasional participation to healing the soldiers. Since the saints were fighting, the situation must have been really desperate. Ray drank a bit of water from the green canteen and handed it to Fleur. Fleur handed it to Tamar, and Tamar returned it to Rain after everyone had their fill. Ray spoke hoarsely. "Something is going on, isn't it?" Rain raised an eyebrow. "What exactly do you mean?" The question was too broad. Many things were going on, most of them bad or outright terrible. The young man looked in the direction where a tall, scorched tent stood shining in the ruthless light. It was the command tent of the 7th Legion, he said. Nobody had seen Princess Sation on the wall today. She seems to have disappeared somewhere. A few guys saw her leaving while we slept. Considering her position, the only thing that could force her to move is an order from the Queen. So I bet something is afoot. Tamar remained silent for a while, then shrugged. "Even if something is, that's none of our business." Rain nodded. "I'm sure we'll learn in due time." With that, however, she glanced at her shadow. Unnoticed by anyone, the shadow subtly signaled her that they would talk later. She sighed. So something really is afoot. Ray, that guy, he truly had the instincts of a rat. He sensed danger better than most diviners in the employ of the Song army. Just as he thought that, his face suddenly changed, growing pale. His eyes widened. A moment later, Rain sensed a deep shadow moving in their direction and felt her heartbeat growing calmer. The shadow fell on their pitiful group, and she turned around to look up at the person who approached them. Then she blinked. Oh! There was a tall man standing above them, looking down with an aloof expression. His handsome face seemed to be carved from stone, and his eyes were as calm as a lake. She knew who it was, of course. It was the Saint of Sorrow, Tamar's dad. What Rain did not know, however, was what he was doing here. He had never once shown initiative to seek out his daughter since the start of the war, until today. Tamar looked as surprised to see her dad as Rain did. She stood up hurriedly and bowed her head to greet him. "Father." He lingered for a moment, then nodded to accept her greeting. "Tamar, let us talk." She studied him carefully. "You can speak in front of my friends." He spared them a short glance, then sighed. "All right. It is for the best, since what I am about to tell you concerns them, as well." The Saint of Sorrow paused for a moment, then looked directly at Tamar. "Leave the Greater Crossing stronghold. I will arrange a transfer with Saint Sation as soon as she returns. Your cohort will be assigned guard duty, escorting supply caravans from the Song domain. Guard duty." That meant that they would have to return to the main camp of the Song army, then descend from Godgrave to the Moon River Plains, and come back with the next supply caravan. They would not have to participate in the defense of the fortress anymore. This was great news, however. It made Rain shiver. Her eyes widened as she stared at the Saint of Sorrow, stunned. There could only be one reason why he would sacrifice his dignity to arrange something like that. It was that he believed that the greater crossing would fall, and wanted to make sure that his daughter did not perish with it. No way. Rain knew that the morale in the Song army was woefully low. The soldiers did not believe in victory anymore, or rather, they did not care about it anymore. But if the Saint of Sorrow, one of the most stalwart champions of the Song domain, was doing something like that, it meant that hopelessness had infected even the saints now. Things were far worse than Rain had anticipated. Tamar's lower lip trembled. Nevertheless, she controlled her emotions and managed to maintain her composure. Her voice remained even. "What about you?" The Saint of Sorrow looked at her for a few long moments. Then he said simply, "I'll stay." With that, he raised his hand, froze for a second, and hesitantly patted her on the shoulder. Not saying anything else, the Saint of Sorrow turned around and walked away, his broad back seemingly as solid as a cliff. Tamar was left standing, watching him leave with a distant expression. Rain wanted to comfort her friend, but at that moment her shadow signaled her to move, letting out a sigh. Rain frowned and stood up. She raised the green canteen. "I'll go and try to find some water. You guys rest." She left her cohort behind and headed in the opposite direction from where the Saint of Sorrow had gone. When there was no one around to hear her, she whispered, "What?" Her brother quietly. "Sation is returning to the fortress. She's not alone either. She's escorting a prisoner." He lingered for a moment, then said, "Go take a look." Step. Step. Another step. The chains rattled as Cassie walked, trying to maintain some of her dignity despite the shackles. She was quite used to those, luckily having spent most of her time in the third nightmare chained. However, it was different this time. Things had gone more or less as expected when she and Healy emerged from the hollows and were found by the forces of Song. It was a lone pilgrim who had noticed them first, but once one of the Queen's puppets did, all of them knew. So her daughters did not take long to arrive from the Lesser Crossing stronghold, Lonesome Howl, Silent Stalker, and Death Singer. They were the ones whom Cassie surrendered herself to. Regardless of the severity of the situation, observing their confused expressions had really been quite fun. Should I get captured more often? Cassie did her best to remain calm, entertaining herself with such thoughts. Helly and her were quickly separated. She gave her account of what had happened, mentioning Jest and his plot to have her killed, giving an explanation of why she was defecting that Helly could corroborate. There was not a word of lie in what Cassie told them. Of course, she omitted the real reason why she had decided to seek shelter in the embrace of the great clan Song, making the entire tale a deception. Truth was funny that way sometimes. There was no telling if the Song sisters believed her. Healy was welcomed quite well. At least, that was a relief. It seemed that the Queen still held some affection for her old mentor, Master Oram, enough so to spare his niece, if nothing else. But the same benevolence did not extend to Cassie. Clan Song was wary of her, and so she was treated as a prisoner, not as a guest. An important prisoner, at least. That was just what Cassie had expected. When Seishan hastily arrived from the Greater Crossing to take her away in secret, Cassie was not surprised either. The lost princess of Song looked just as elegant and graceful as ever, but honestly, she had lost some of her luster. Nobody would go so far as to call her appearance ragged, and yet the signs of fatigue and mental exhaustion are nothing short of evident. Well, it was understandable. She was the commander in charge of defending the Greater Crossing stronghold, after all, having resisted none other than Nephis for weeks. Knowing who her enemy was, it seemed like a miracle that Sation was even able to stand upright. Cassie could understand, but she was still surprised. She still vividly remembered how Sation was on the Forgotten Shore, Granted, back then, all Cassie knew was her refined, husky voice, and the faint scent of blood that seemed to follow Seishan wherever she went. Seishan had never lost the smallest bit of her refinement then, but it was different now. Cassia. The voice was still the same. The scent of blood was much stronger, though not that anyone but Cassie could smell it. Now that Seishan entered, the guards stationed outside could not see her anymore, and therefore Cassie could not see her either. She released her mark and sighed, feeling like she had returned to the past. The voice and the scent were all that remained. Cassie had been kept in a tent on the edges of the lesser crossing encampment, away from prying eyes. The tent was small and flimsy, barely dimming the radiance of the cloudy sky. The clasp had been tightly shut as well, so the heat inside was nearly unbearable. No one had brought her food or water either. She was not too hungry yet, but the thirst was dreadful. Am I being tortured already? Cassie opened her mouth and said, or rather croaked, I greet Princess Seishan. There were a few moments of silence, and then the husky voice asked, what are you scheming now? Cassie was more sensitive to voices than most people. To her, they were like a painting that brimmed with vivid color, hiding countless nuances. Seishan's voice was calm, collected, strong, but not harsh. Instead, it was soft, refined, and elegant. But behind it all, obscured by the more beautiful colors, there was a different hue. A subtle note of tiredness, tinged with a speck of disillusionment and apprehension. Mundane people saw saints as demigods, but saints were people too. They were not immune to the shocking horrors of Godgrave. Even someone as impervious to shock and trauma as Seishan, who had endured a decade of the Forgotten Shore, could not escape the dread of war unscathed. Cassie smiled faintly. Would you believe me if I said that I am scheming to kill both sovereigns and replace them with someone better? Her own voice was hoarse and ugly due to thirst and mistreatment, but every word was carefully chosen and calculated. Seishan was right to assume that Cassie had a hidden motive to enter the camp of the Song army. However, her scheme had nothing to do with taking action. Instead, it was all about talking. Seishan remained silent for a while, then chuckled. You can barely speak. That won't do, guards. Bring our esteemed guest some refreshments. Then her garments rustled quietly as she walked over to a folding chair and sat down. Someone better, you say? Why, I have no doubt that you believe changing Star to be a better option. I do not doubt that she has no shortage of splendid ambitions either. However, I also know why the two of you lowered your heads to valor and have been biding your time, serving them as loyal dogs for all these years. She seemed to have leaned forward a little. It is because no matter how you searched and how much you prepared, you found no way to actually defeat one sovereign, let alone two. Something like that is outside the realm of possibility, so stop playing games. What are you really after? Cassie tried to laugh, but her throat was so parched that she convulsed in a coughing fit instead. All right. You saw right through me. Seishan waited for a bit, then asked incredulously, That's it? You're not going to say anything else? Cassie considered her answer carefully. While she was doing that, there was the sound of the tent entrance opening, and her mouth watered at the smell of food. Seishan sent the guard away. Help yourself so that we could speak comfortably. Oh. I hope you'll be satisfied with a humble meal, Lady Cassia. It's just basic military rations and some wine. Supply situations have been rough for us, as of late. Thanks to you and your Sellsword saint, Cassie smiled faintly. Seeing that she did not move, Seishan asked, Do you need help? Cassie pursed her lips, then shook her head. I can do it myself. Activating her awakened ability, she walked over to the table and picked up a carafe of wine. The wine was watered down, of course, serving as something to satiate one's thirst rather than to lighten one's mood. Careful not to topple anything with her chains, Cassie poured herself some and brought the goblet to her lips. The faint scent of blood emanating from Seishan was almost overpowering at such a close distance, but she was too thirsty to care about such things. Cassie drank deeply, feeling the cold and fragrant liquid soothe her throat. Ah. Lowering the goblet, she swayed slightly and turned to face Seishan. You put something in the wine, didn't you? Seishan chuckled. I did. Cassie exhaled slowly. She had expected something like that as well. Cassie did not know what Seishan had mixed into the wine, but the effect was truly sinister. She felt dazed, as if her head was spinning, even though it wasn't. Her body felt overly sensitive, but at the same time sluggish and hard to control. She could just barely prevent herself from swaying while taking a step. It was almost as if she was drunk. Actually, Cassie would not know since she had never been drunk before. She had not tasted alcohol prior to becoming an awakened. And later her body was too resilient to be intoxicated easily. The memories of those under the influences of substances were usually jumbled and confusing too, while her ascended ability only granted her access to the mark's senses, not their mind. So she could only imagine. If that was what being drunk felt like, she wanted none of it. Ah, how vile. Much worse than her dazed condition was the fact that her soul was in the same state. That was why the strange drug Seishan had made her drink was so startling and sinister. Cassie could barely control her aspect. In fact, she was not sure if she could control it at all, trying to activate her aspect. Abilities made her dizzy, and the input she received from them was fragmented at best and unreliable at worst. She could not get a grasp on her essence either, which now flowed freely and refused to follow her will. She could not even pull on her tether and return to the waking world. It was still there, somewhere in her soul, presumably. But she could not sense it. How insidious. The royal clan of the sword domain possessed deep knowledge of runic sorcery and had many capable craftsmen. So, it was no surprise that they could create restraints capable of imprisoning awakened, ascended, and even saints like the cage in the Night Temple where she had nearly died in solitude, or the cell where Master Oram was kept, interrogated, and eventually killed. Clan Song was not ignorant of runic sorcery, of course, but their attainments were much more modest. Song had not risen to prominence until the first great awakened families were already deeply established, after all, so her clan's foundation was shallow in comparison. Nevertheless, it seemed that Song had their own ways of solving problems. Cassie did not know what kind of mystical poison she had ingested, but its effects were in no way inferior to a cage created by the runesmiths of Clan Valor. In fact, in some aspects, it was even superior for one she could be freely moved. Seishan had given her just enough time to finish the meal, then immediately took her away from the lesser crossing. She also put a bag over Cassie's head, quite unceremoniously at that. Obviously, the bag was not meant to obscure her vision. Cassie was blind, and now that she could not use her aspect, she was almost as helpless as a mundane blind person would be. The bag was meant to prevent other people from looking at her, instead. After all, Cassie was supposed to be dead. Clan Song might have been wary of her schemes, but they saw the advantage of maintaining that part of her deceit, at least. The bag was a simple but adequate tool of keeping her identity hidden. That said, it did not smell too good and quickly turned into an oven under the radiant light of Godgrave, making it hard for her to breathe. Cassie endured the discomfort in silence, judging by the scent, the sound, and the subtle presence. Seishan had arrived on the back of a nightmare creature enthralled by Beastmaster. Now both of them were standing on its carapace as the creature ran across the bone plain. They were probably heading to the Greater Crossing stronghold, where Cassie would have an audience with the Queen. The western first rib, where the Lesser Crossing was located, was not too far from the Greater Crossing. However, there was a great difference in elevation between them, as well as a wide abyss. So, in order to ascend to the Collarbone Plain, one had to travel west, use a series of elevators constructed by Clan Song, and then return east. The nightmare creature was swift, but it would still take them a long time to reach its destination. Or so Cassie had thought before the beast leapt, and she was suddenly overcome by a sense of weightlessness. Then, the carapace moved beneath her, and she heard a loud rustling sound, as if a dragonfly was beating its wings. "We're flying." So that was how Seishan had arrived so soon. Cassie had less time than she had hoped for. After remaining silent for a while, she spoke. "How many of your handmaidens died in this war?" Seishan seemed to turn her head, studying her. Eventually she answered neutrally. 2. There was a short pause, and she added with the smallest hint of reluctance in her voice. It would have been 3 if not for Nephis. Cassie smiled bitterly. I lost 7 of my firekeepers. She wondered how her own voice sounded, muffled by the thick bag. Well, at least none of your sisters died. You are lucky. Seishan remained silent for a while. You are wrong. Cassie raised an eyebrow, then remembered that Seishan could not see her face. Was that how people felt when they spoke to her? What do you mean? Finally, Seishan's voice betrayed a bitter feeling, becoming painted by a much darker palette of emotions than the vibrant splendor of her usual hues. I have more sisters than people tend to remember. None of the 7 of us who had reached transcendence died. But that doesn't mean that we lost no one. Cassie remained silent for a while, pretending to be surprised by the news. Of course, she knew how many adopted daughters Ki Song had, what their ranks were, and which of them had perished in the war. Seishan seemed to think that Cassie's goal was to gain an audience with the queen, for whatever reason, perhaps to strike a deal, or maybe even try something daring and unwise. But she was wrong. Cassie did want to speak with the queen, but her true target was already in her grasp. It was Seishan herself. Seishan had put something in her drink, and Cassie was returning the favor. Every carefully chosen word she spoke was a drop of poison. She just had to be subtle about it, so that her target remained none the wiser, and so that by the time her poison took hold, it was already too late to administer an antidote. Cassie's goal in the camp of the Song army was to turn the daughters of Ki Song against their mother, removing them from her domain when the time to choose sides came. After some time, the nightmare creature landed. Cassie was in such a poor state that she almost rolled off its carapace. Luckily, Seishan extended a hand to catch her. As they descended from the beast's back, Cassie could feel the solid surface of the ancient bone under her feet once more. The bone was the same, and the heat was the same. But the wind was different. That was because they weren't on the first rib anymore, and thus were not shielded from the winds rolling down the slopes of the hollow mountains anymore. They had arrived on the collarbone plain. The great crossing stronghold and the Queen of Worms had to be close now, which meant that this could very well be Cassie's last chance to talk to Seishan. However, she remained silent, knowing that being too obvious would only be harmful. The seeds she wanted to plant had already been planted. The soil was already made rich by the senseless war. Now, all she had to do was wait for the rains to come and see the seeds she had sown sprout to life. Hopefully. Another reason why Cassie remained silent was that, soon enough, they were surrounded by the sound of steps. She shivered, suddenly overcome by an eerie sense of incongruity, because those steps sounded like they were made by humans, and yet there were no other subtle sounds that humans always made to accompany them. No breathing, no heartbeat, no rustle of clothes or scraping of armor from the small gestures people usually made. Pilgrims. Dozens of pilgrims gathered around them, serving as a silent escort. Surrounded by the dead from all sides, Cassie was led across the bone plain by Seishan. Step. Step. Another step. Her chains rattled quietly. Soon enough, a nearly overwhelming sea of sounds and smells washed over her, and Cassie realized that they were nearing the greater crossing stronghold. I made such a long journey, just to end up so close to where I had started. Beyond the fortress built from the bones of a great demon lay the chasm, and beyond the chasm, across a stretch of battered bone, lay the siege camp of the Sword Army. The ivory island was right above it, drifting between the corpse of a dead god and the annihilating sky. Nephis was so close, but also so impossibly distant. This small distance, the 2 army camps, the fortress wall and the dark chasm, was perhaps the hardest piece of land to cross in all of human history. Cassie sighed as they entered the vast courtyard of the stronghold. It sounded and smelled almost exactly like the siege camp of the Sword Army, except for the fact that there was the ghastly scent of nightmare creatures added to the mix here as well, almost as if the people on the opposite sides of the chasm were exactly the same and had no real reason to be divided into 2 warring armies. As Cassie walked through the camp of the Song army, surrounded by pilgrims, the strange procession inevitably drew attention. However, no one could see her well behind the barrier of walking corpses. Still, one of Sonny's incarnations was somewhere here. He had to be watching, no doubt. She hoped that he would not do anything hasty. Cassie shifted her hand slightly, causing the chains to rattle. Her fingers moved, but nobody who saw it would have been able to read the signal she was giving, because she wasn't using her fingers to relay the message. Instead, it was their shadow that formed a simple sign. "I am all right." She hoped he sensed it. Now that everything was at stake, each of them had their part to play. Cassie had already done everything she could, except for this one final task. That was what she had to concentrate on, trusting in Nephis and Sonny to finish the job. Nothing else mattered. "Am I going to see the Queen now?" Sishan answered dryly. "Yes." Cassie took a deep breath, wondering what Ki Song was like. Was she still like the little girl she had seen in Orum's memories? The young woman who had been left all alone in the cruel world, seeking vengeance against those who had betrayed her mother and stole her inheritance. The confident leader who led her people to prosperity despite great adversity, or were all traces of Ki Song Master Aurum had known erased by time, with only the cold and ruthless visage of the Raven Queen left in her wake. Cassie hesitated. Any advice? The question seemed comical, but who else could she ask if not Seishan? Ki Song was her mother, after all. Strangely enough, Seishan lingered with the answer. "Why are you asking me?" Cassie smiled, secretly pleased. "You are one of her daughters, after all. Is there someone who understands her better?" Seishan scoffed. "Why should I help an enemy of Clan Song understand her?" Cassie sighed in dejection. "An enemy, oh my. You were calling me an esteemed guest just earlier." But she wasn't really disappointed. The response did not really matter. The questions themselves were more important. Nevertheless, unexpectedly, Seishan did give her an answer. "I won't presume to understand my mother, but she has been lonely, I think. She must be, since there is no one around her who isn't either her servant or her responsibility. In that sense, an enemy is much more precious." She paused for a moment and then added, "Misuse this information and I will kill you." Cassie smiled darkly, suppressing a sigh. Seishan must have hoped that Cassie was attempting to strike a deal with her mother, and therefore Nephis was. But she was wrong. Nephis only intended to kill her mother, while at the same time hoping not to have to kill Seishan and her sisters in the aftermath. The queen had to be dealt with, but slaying the 7 princesses and destroying Clan Song would be a great loss. Having them fight for humanity in the future was a priceless luxury. It all depended on whether Seishan and her sisters could be reasoned with after their mother fell. What a mess. Cassie did not know where they arrived, but could feel a cool shadow falling over her. Then there was the sound of a heavy gate opening, and she was led away from the unbearable heat into a chillingly cold space. Her audience with the queen was about to start. Seishan led Cassie into the depths of the cold structure. The deeper they went and the more gates they passed, the colder it became until Cassie could not help but shiver. Eventually, complete silence enveloped them. Where is she? Although Cassie was in a strange state and couldn't really control her aspect, her dormant ability was still working, even if it was much more difficult to understand what it was telling her than usual. So, she was curious to see what the runes would tell her about the queen. Chances were they were going to tell her very little, since someone as powerful as Ki Song would, without a doubt, have protected herself against curious diviners. Still, she hoped to learn something. Seishan placed a hand on Cassie's shoulder, forcing her to stop, then pressed down gently. Cassie had no choice but to kneel. The bag was taken off her head. She could not hear anything. She could not smell anything. Her dormant ability seemed to hint that there was no one in front of her. And yet she felt it. A deep, profound presence that seemed to drown the entire world. As if there was an immense, ancient, terrifying beast hiding in the darkness right in front of her. Struggling against her dazed mind, Cassie reached toward the mark she had left on Seishan and activated it. Perhaps because they were so close, or perhaps purely by luck, she actually managed to maintain a tenuous hold on her ascended ability, this time, and shuddered. Looking through Seishan's eyes, she could finally see where they were. A large stone chamber surrounded them, full of shadows. Cold light was pouring from high above, illuminating a lonesome stone throne. A breathtakingly beautiful woman was sitting on the throne, her red gown spilling over its steps like a river of blood. Her skin was pale as that of a corpse, and her hair was like a stream of impenetrable lustrous darkness. A faint smile was playing on her tantalizing lips, and her eyes were mesmerizing, but at the same time eerie and disturbing. There was a hint of emptiness and distance about them, like that of someone who was long dead. She was the source of the wild, overwhelming bestial presence Cassie had sensed. If Anvil's presence was heavy and oppressive, then Kisong's presence was subtle and more frightening for it. Cassie felt fear grasp her heart with icy claws. It was the ancient primal fear that all living beings felt in the presence of a superior predator. Two youths, a boy and a girl, were standing at either side of the throne, staring into the distance with empty eyes. It took Cassie a few moments to realize that neither of them was alive. No. None of the three were, because the breathtaking woman sitting on the throne was, without a doubt, dead too. Shaking off her shock, Cassie shivered and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The dead woman turned her head slightly and looked at her, making Cassie's entire body tremble against her will. Kisong did not speak. Instead, the dead boy standing to her left opened his mouth and said in a clear voice, "Song of the Fallen." Almost at the same time, the dead girl spoke as well. "I've been curious to meet you." Cassie tried to calm her wildly beating heart and straightened her back, facing the dead woman on the throne. "There is nothing." Her dormant ability did not show her anything, as if there was no one in front of her at all, almost as if her expressions changed. "You are a puppet." The queen leaned back on the throne, while the dead girl laughed melodiously. Cassie barely prevented herself from swaying. Her thoughts became tangled. Kisong, her original body, was merely a puppet, just like the two youths and the rest of her pilgrims. She was nothing but a dead body animated by the power of her aspect. Then where was her true vessel? Cassie pursed her lips. "I am not sure that we've really met then, Your Majesty. If I may be so bold as to ask, where is the real you?" Kisong looked at her with a smile. The boy answered. "Everywhere." Cassie shuddered. Everywhere. She understood what the queen meant instinctually. It was not that any of her dead puppets could serve as the vessel of her soul. It was that all of them were the vessel, and she existed everywhere the myriads of her pilgrims were, always, all at once. Which meant that in order to kill the Raven Queen, one would have to eradicate all of her countless puppets, no matter where they were. How were Nephis and Sunny meant to do that? Cassie remained silent for a while. Eventually she exhaled slowly. "All across Godgrave, your puppets are with the soldiers of the Song army. They are the first to attack and the first ones to be cut down. That means that you have fought 1,000 battles, Your Majesty, and were killed 10,000 times." Kisong, the puppet made from her original body, tilted her head. 1,000,000 battles, 10,000,000 deaths. Whenever she wanted to speak, one of the two dead youths would do it in her stead. Two clear voices would harmonize at times, then separate again, making it seem like countless people were talking. Cassie gathered her courage. She hesitated for a few long moments, then said, "I was with Master Aurum when he died. I glimpsed his memories." Kisong lowered her head, her expression betraying a hint of melancholy for a fleeting moment. "Uncle Ori." A subtle sigh escaped from her enchanting lips. But that hint of emotion was gone in an instant, replaced by inhuman composure. "What about it?" Cassie took a deep breath. "He was your teacher, was he not? He asked the students of the academy once about what the essence of combat was. Your answer was failure. You said that if someone is forced to fight, they have already failed." Kisong looked at her curiously. "So what if I did?" Cassie smiled darkly. "Why this war, then? Is it not the greatest failure one can imagine?" The queen remained silent for a few moments. Then both of the dead youths laughed brightly, their clear voices fusing together flawlessly. When their laughter grew quiet, the dead girl spoke. Of course it is. I thought that would be self-evident. Cassie remained silent for a few moments. Self-evident, was that the answer she had expected? Or the opposite of it? She was not sure, since Kisong, the Raven Queen, was a nebulous existence. She was much more reticent and withdrawn than Anvil, ruling the Song domain from the depths of her obsidian palace. Who knew what was on her mind? Cassie smiled faintly. If you see the war as failure, why did you start it? The dead queen studied her quietly, then sighed. Are you really in the position to ask me questions, Song of the Fallen? There was no particular threat in her voice, but Cassie shivered. What position was she in? Blind, stripped of her aspect, driven to her knees, and at the mercy of her captors? It was hard to imagine someone more powerless. And yet that was exactly where Cassie wanted to be. That was the position from which she was planning to break the Song domain, but Kisong did not have to know that. Cassie raised her chin slightly. I guess I am not, however. I know a lot of secrets. One of them in particular would be of great value to your majesty. Kisong raised an eyebrow. Oh, you want to barter with me? Before the dead boy even finished speaking, the dead girl laughed. Then, both of them abruptly grew silent. The queen looked at Cassie coldly, making her heart beat like a bird trapped in a cage. But I don't need to pay. Any secret you have, I can simply take. She raised a hand in a fluid, elegant motion. And at the same time, Cassie's own hand rose, mirroring what Kisong had done. She turned her head, studying it in horror. You. The queen smiled coldly. You have drunk of my blood. Now you are my puppet. You will do as I command, whether you like it or not. Cassie struggled to suppress the trembling that had overwhelmed her body. She failed to do so, so Kisong did it for her. As her slender hand turned into a fist, Cassie's body grew motionless. Only her eyes, hidden by the blindfold, were moving erratically. I see. Makes sense. So what Seishan had mixed into the wine was not poison, but a drop of Kisong's blood. And now the queen could control Cassie's body like a marionette, her soul as well, at least to some degree. But not to an absolute degree. Otherwise, Cassie would not have access to her aspect at all. Doze. She controlled her daughters the same way, I wonder. If so, that would be a problem. However, Cassie did not think that that was the case. Firstly, because she had perceived the queen's daughters with her dormant ability. If they had been turned into puppets, she would have learned it then. Second of all, it was simply because Kisong and her adopted daughters, ironically enough, resembled a normal family much more than Anvil and his biological children did. The queen actually cared about Seishan and her sisters. Therefore, she would not have done something so terrible and violating to them. Cassie tried to regain her composure. After a few long moments, she opened her mouth and said slowly, I've been meaning to ask, how come your puppets don't rot? It was somewhat possible to explain in Ravenheart, where it's usually cold. But here in Godgrave, the heat is terrible. And yet, there is no stench. The insult in her words was not even that hidden. The queen studied her for a moment, then chuckled. Insolent girl. A moment later, Cassie's hand rose on its own and dug into her cheek, leaving 4 deep cuts on it. Red blood splattered on the floor, and Cassie bit her lips to suppress a groan. Kisong could have punished her much more thoroughly, but did not seem inclined to do that, yet. Instead, he gestured to herself. To satisfy your curiosity, my puppets don't rot because they are under my control. If I want to make them rot, they will. At her words, the beautiful woman on the throne suddenly changed. Black spots appeared on her flawless skin, swiftly turning into revolting pustules. Her skin sagged, as if the muscles beneath were disappearing. Her beautiful hair turned bleak and brittle before falling off her scalp in clumps. In a matter of seconds, the corpse went through various stages of decomposition until a hideous mummy was left sitting on the throne. The mummy calmly lowered her hand, and one of the 2 dead youths spoke. And if I want them to stay as they were, they won't. Then, as Cassie watched with a sense of trepidation, the body of Kisong changed once more. This time, the process of decomposition seemed to happen in reverse, and seconds later, she was once again whole and breathtakingly beautiful. The queen's crimson lips twisted into a mesmerizing smile. There are different levels of mastery to puppetry, you see, and I have mastered them all. Cassie shivered, suddenly realizing that Ki-song was not merely limited to controlling the movements of her puppets. No, her control went much deeper than that, which meant that if the queen so wished, she could make Cassie's own body rot and decompose as well. That would be a new nightmare, even for me. Ki-song grew silent for a while, looking at Cassie with a distant look. Then she sighed. Her sigh was immaculately natural, to a degree that Cassie could not truly believe that she was looking at a puppeteered corpse that did not even need to breathe, not of a living woman. Every little detail was flawless. The posture, the slight tilt of her head, the smallest facial expression. It was hard to believe that Ki-song was controlling every tiny muscle in her body consciously to produce the illusion of natural life. She had not just mastered all levels of puppeteering, she was an artist. The queen shook her head elegantly and then said, using the dead girl's mouth, "In truth, this war of ours was inevitable." Her gaze turned a little distant. It was set in stone the moment Smile of Heaven died. Cassie held her breath, stunned and intrigued by the queen's words. Smile of Heaven? What role did she have to play in the war between valor and song? Even Sation seemed surprised, tilting her head slightly. It seemed that she was hearing this for the first time too. Cassie raised an eyebrow. Smile of Heaven, Immortal Flame's daughter. Ki-song nodded, her expression turning a little wistful.
If you really witnessed Uncle Ori's memories, then you should know how exceptional she was, how the world itself seemed to revolve around her, as if she was beloved by heavens, if not, then at least by the nightmare spell. She was the daughter of the first man to become a master, and she was the first person to receive her true name in the first nightmare. Her future seemed boundless. Ah, but that was not even what was so exceptional about Smile of Heaven.
What was truly amazing was how easily she could bring people together. The queen turned to gaze at Cassie and smiled. Maybe that was the talent our world needed the most, and why she was so beloved by it. After all, no one survives in the dream realm alone, and no one can defy the nightmare spell alone either. She grew silent for a few moments. We were the no different Broken Sword and his cohort. He might have been the deadliest among us, and Anvil might have been the most stalwart. I had my uses as well, a perfect utility aspect to complement their fearsome power, and enough tenacity to survive the most dire perils. And then there was the Dreamspawn, whose cunning and insidious aspect could solve problems that strength and courage could not. But it was Smile of Heaven who was the glue that held us all together. Cassie could not help but think about Nephis, who could not be more different from her mother. She was the direct opposite of the lively and infectious young woman from Master Orum's memories. Nephis was awkward, withdrawn, harsh, and difficult to deal with most of the time instead. And yet she too was like that, a glue that brought together people who would have never become companions otherwise. Like Cassie, who had been destined to die on the day of the winter solstice. She frowned. You say it as if your cohort was destined to fall apart without Smile of Heaven. But it didn't. You still conquered the third nightmare together. You became sovereigns. Ki-song chuckled. Yes, we did. But, you see, even though Smile of Heaven was gone, we still achieved all those things because of her. It was just that we weren't held together by the woman herself anymore. Instead, we were held together by her ghost. She leaned on the backrest of her throne and grew quiet for a while, as if remembering something. Eventually, the queen spoke somberly, or rather one of her youthful puppets did. It was such a disaster back then. We were steeling ourselves for the moment when the first Category 4 gate would open, but instead a true calamity in the form of a Category 5 gate descended upon North America without any warning. Broken Sword was on an expedition in the Dream Realm at that time. So by the time the news reached him, it was already too late. Immortal Flame would not stay idle, of course, and his daughter would not stay still while people were dying either. She paused and the other puppet continued. So they led the effort to stall the nightmare creatures while at least some of the population was evacuated. And they died. Ki-song leaned forward and made one of the puppets ask Cassie in an insidious voice, So, What do you think happened next, Song of the Fallen? What was the true inception of this war? Cassie hesitated. She could guess. Was it Anvil? He would have just lost his wife recently. Almost immediately after, Smile of Heaven died. His determination to turn his heart into a piece of cold steel was already slowly turning him inhuman, and these events would only make him break further. However, he was still capable of at least one emotion: resentment. He must have resented Broken Sword a great deal for letting Smile of Heaven die, because he had distanced himself from her, hoping that Broken Sword would make her happy and keep her safe instead. The dead youths laughed. Once the echoes of their eerie laughter died down, Ki Song shook her head with a smile. A keen insight, however, Anvil was not the reason. Cassie frowned. He wasn't? Ki Song shook her head. No, Broken Sword was. Her smile dimmed, replaced by a cold and heartless expression. Because despite all reason, the fool refused to believe that Smile of Heaven had truly died. Her ghost continued to pursue us even after the woman herself was gone. That was what kept us together, pushed us forward, and allowed us to become the first human saints. She leaned back, an expression of melancholy appearing on her breathtakingly beautiful face. That was also the root cause of all our failures, the seed from which this war was born. Cassie frowned, confused. I don't think I understand. Neff's mom, Smile of Heaven, her soul was destroyed. She became hollow. Why would Broken Sword believe otherwise? And why would his belief cause the war? Ki Song studied her for a while. Then she chuckled. The first question is easy enough to answer. You should know at least something about Smile of Heaven's aspect. No. Her soul could wander about, getting into all kinds of adventures. So, despite everything, Broken Sword believed that she was simply unable to find the way back to her body. That her soul was still out there somewhere, instead of having been destroyed. Cassie raised an eyebrow. That would be nearly impossible, unless... The Queen nodded. Yes. It could have been possible if her soul got lost anywhere except America. Even if she somehow lost the way back to her body, she would not have been stranded there. She would have been immediately destroyed. Because her soul was merely ascended, and there were cursed ones devouring the continent around her. She would have been consumed as well. She smiled faintly. The only chance Smile of Heaven could be alive, an infinitely small chance, is if she somehow reached the Category 5 gate unscathed and used it to travel to the Category 5 seed it is connected to in the dream realm, then challenged the fifth nightmare. Cassie's eyes widened. You mean? The dead girl scoffed. Indeed. Broken Sword couldn't cope with the thought that his wife was dead, so he convinced himself that she was waiting for him to rescue her in the nightmare. So, he became obsessed with the idea of challenging the fifth nightmare as soon as possible. She fell silent, and after a while the dead boy added in a somber tone. And as a result, Anvil decided to kill him. Cassie remained silent for a few moments, pondering the Queen's words with a frown on her face. The truth, if it was the truth, was not exactly how Jest remembered it. But what Ki Song had told her did not contradict what Jest remembered. Rather, it gave her perspective, allowing Cassie to slowly put together the whole picture. Eventually, she shook her head. Was it not too harsh to condemn Broken Sword simply because he hoped to save his wife, even if that hope was entirely misguided? The Queen studied her coldly for a while, then sighed. Was it? Well, maybe it was. But, you see, one has to pay a price for folly. The price is not too terrible when an ordinary person becomes misguided. But what if someone like Broken Sword loses his reason? He was the pillar of humanity, after all. So, all of humanity had to pay for his mistakes. Ki Song leaned back and pursed her alluring lips contemptuously. Broken Sword became truly obsessed with finding a way to bring Smile of Heaven back. He was not entirely in his right mind, I think, completely overcome by that longing. So, he poured all his time and energy into becoming stronger, hoping to conquer the third and fourth nightmares before challenging the fifth in time. It was to such a degree that he even neglected his newborn daughter, leaving her in the care of Immortal Flame's widow. Cassie looked at her sharply. Nephis had never mentioned being neglected by her father. But then again, she did not seem to have a lot of memories of him either. She had been 4 when Broken Sword died, which was far too young to lose a parent, but not too young to remember them clearly, while she only remembered him vaguely. In hindsight, it made sense. Broken Sword had become a saint when Nephis was 3. He would have spent a long time in the nightmare, and even before that he would have been fully engrossed in getting ready to challenge it. After all, becoming the first human saint was not a task that could be undertaken lightly. So, how much time would he have had to spend with his daughter? How much of that time his attention would have really been on her, instead of wandering away to more important issues? Cassie sighed. Was it such a terrible desire to challenge the 5th nightmare? The dead boy laughed. Cheeky girl, I see you have a habit of asking questions despite already knowing the answers. The other puppet looked at her somberly. In and of itself, the idea of challenging the 5th nightmare is not terrible. However, nothing exists in a vacuum. The world is a system of intricately interconnected gears, and touching one, especially one as monumental as Apotheosis, will affect countless others. But Broken Sword did not care, lost in his obsession, and could not be reasoned with. All our attempts to bring him back to his senses failed. The Queen smiled darkly. To conquer the 5th nightmare, one has to become a deity, a lesser one, but still a god. Broken Sword wanted to become a god, but did he consider the consequences? Even if he did, he remained set in his ways. However, while challenging the 5th nightmare was not a terrible idea in and of itself, the consequences of conquering it were. She shifted slightly and glanced at Seishen. You listen too, Seishen. Back then, the research conducted by Dr. Obel was still new, but the data he had compiled was already convincing. There seemed to be a connection between the number and power of the awakened and the potency of the nightmare gates that ravaged Earth. The more of us there were, and the more power we accumulated, the faster our world spiraled toward destruction. So a measured approach was needed. Not a reckless, hasty, blind charge Broken Sword was dead set on. Cassie looked at the Queen darkly. That was why you killed him. That was why you throttled the growth of humanity, limiting the number of people who were allowed to become saints. It was all to pace the destruction of our world. Kisong let out a sigh, yes and no. We knew that Earth would inevitably be consumed by the dream realm. We knew that preserving the entire population was an unrealistic goal, so we did our best to slow down the nightmare spell, through any means necessary, no matter how callous, and dedicated our efforts to building and developing safe havens in the dream realm for those few who would survive, the citadels. However, that was not the only reason why we killed Broken Sword, or even the main one. Cassie raised an eyebrow. There were more? She already knew the main reason, of course. However, she wanted Kisong to confirm it. The Queen shrugged. Another reason was the nature of Earth itself. Our world is a very special place even among the rest of the divine realms. War God might be dead, but the laws she set for her own realm are still intact. She was the patron deity of humanity, after all, as well as of intellect, technology, and progress. Therefore, her realm was always a shelter for humans, and only humans, as well as a place where logic and reason were much firmer and more reliable than anywhere else. Cassie opened her eyes widely. That was not something she had known before. So, she listened to Kisong with strange intensity. It was funny. For someone who always complained about the crushing weight of knowledge, she had long become enamored by it. Her thirst for knowledge was almost like an addiction by now. The Queen shifted slightly on her throne. That is why there had never really been any true sorcery on Earth, especially not since all other realms fell. No awakened, no aspects, no mythical creatures, just us. That is also why ours was the last realm to be infected by the nightmare spell. And it will be the last one to succumb. Chapter 2189, Conspiracy. Cassie inhaled slowly. There were no awakened in the realm of War God, and therefore it had been the last to be infected by the nightmare spell. That proved that nightmare gates and awakened were somehow connected, all by itself. The question was, which came first? Had the nightmares reached Earth? causing the spell to descend and cause people to awaken? Or had the spell infected Earth, bringing nightmares in its wake? Then again, if one was to believe late Professor Obel and his research, it was one and the same because ripples caused by these vents spread outward in time, affecting both the past and the future. She frowned. I don't see what any of this has to do with Broken Sword, though. Ki-song smiled from her throne. You don't. Then think about it. Earth, the realm of war god, is supposed to be a perfectly mundane world. Its laws prevent people from unsealing their aspects, awakening, and wielding sorcery. Now, what happens when the nightmare spell penetrates its borders and pushes humans onto the path of ascension? Cassie looked at her with a stunned expression. The laws start to repel them. The Queen chuckled. Correct. Ah, it is a pleasure to converse with someone so sharp.
Yes. The higher you climb on the path to divinity, the more you are repelled by the laws governing our realm. It feels like the world itself is rejecting you. You might not have felt it yet as a saint, since you exist halfway between the dream realm and Earth. At least not clearly, but once one becomes a supreme, the force of rejection turns palpable.
It is very difficult for us to return to the waking world, and every second we spend there is an arduous struggle against the laws that want to push us back out. The only reason we can return at all is that we possess the will. She paused for a moment, a wistful expression appearing on her breathtakingly beautiful face. That is why I spent years separated from my daughters, only able to see them in their dreams. Things are better now that they have climbed the ranks, of course, but I still have regrets. That is also why nightmare creatures of higher ranks are restrained in their movements on Earth and have not destroyed it entirely yet. Things are already this bad for us Supremes, you see. A sacred existence, though, well, nobody knows for sure. But it is almost certain that a sacred human won't be able to set foot on Earth at all. Ki-song tilted her head a little. We were the strongest champions of humanity, all those years ago. Broken Sword, Anvil, the Dreamspawn, and I did not want to abandon the waking world and leave those living in it defenseless, especially not in the aftermath of what had happened in America, and Anvil was of the same mind, but Broken Sword had a different opinion. He was so insistent, so driven, impossible to dissuade. His unwillingness to slow down widened the fracture that had appeared between us when Smile of Heaven died, turning it into a divide. She smiled somberly. So, you see, there were many reasons, a difference of opinion on how to protect our world best, the fear of causing a ripple that would accelerate its destruction if we went too far, the silent resentment Anvil harbored against Broken Sword, the absence of Smile of Heaven, who used to be the heart of our cohort. Oh, and of course, the most important reason of all, the most decisive one, as well as one that could have hardly been fixed unless Broken Sword died. Cassie already knew what it was, having learned the truth from Jest's memories. She looked at the Queen silently. The dead youths laughed. One might say that it was fate. Cassie frowned. I don't believe in fate that much, the Queen smiled. An amusing thing to hear from the lips of an oracle. Cassie matched her amused smile with a dark one of her own. It is because I am familiar with fate so well that I don't put much faith in it. She hesitated for a few moments, then asked, So, what was the decisive reason? Ki-song commanded her puppets to chuckle, then leaned forward slightly and looked at her. Her beautiful smile widened a little. Why don't you ask Anvil? Cassie gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. I obviously can't anymore. The Queen studied her for a while, amusement slowly draining from her eyes. Her smile dimmed, replaced by a cold and ruthless expression. She leaned back and let out a sigh. Can't you? Or are you here doing his bidding? Well, we shall see. Ki-song remained silent for a while. Eventually, the dead girl spoke again. It happened immediately after we conquered the third nightmare, although I suspect that Anvil had been harboring his plan for much longer. Perhaps he decided to kill Broken Sword, not long after America even. Who knows that man's heart? He made a deal with the Dreamspawn first, drawing him to his side. Then the two of them came to me. His alluring lips twisted into a faint smile. I guess I was given a choice, albeit a dubious one. By then, Broken Sword had become frighteningly powerful. Enough so that Anvil was not confident that he would be able to defeat him even with the Dreamspawn's help. He was just being meticulous, though, in truth. Odds were overwhelmingly in their favor, especially since they had the element of surprise on their side. Betrayal always favors the traitors, after all. She looked at Cassie with a wry glint in her eyes. If I refused to join their plot, and they succeeded in killing Broken Sword, I would have been next. Actually, they would have tried to kill me first, to eliminate any possibility that I would warn him. I did not deceive myself into thinking that Anvil would spare me on account of our shared past. Ki Song chuckled, seemingly amused by her own memories. I was always a bit of an outsider among the members of the cohort, you see. Anvil, Smile of Heaven, and Broken Sword had always been together. They had been a team from all the way back at the academy, the darlings of the prominent legacy clans. But I was a person of much more humble origins, and so they only extended a hand to me once I had proven my worth. Chapter 2990. Broken Sword. She shook her head. So Anvil would not have hesitated to discard me if I refused, camaraderie and loyalty be damned. These words did not mean much to him by that point anyway. I could have taken Broken Sword's side at the decisive moment, I suppose. Together we would have stood a good chance against the other two. But honestly, I saw no reason to save him. After all, there was cold logic behind Anvil's decision, distasteful as it was. The Queen fell silent for a long time, then sighed heavily. Her mesmerizing gaze turned to Seishan. What do you think, Seishan? Do you resent your mother? The Song Princess, who had been a silent witness to the conversation until then, studied her with a somber expression. Eventually she shrugged. Well, I'm not sure. I've been known to betray men who trusted me as well. So no, I don't resent you for that. What was left unsaid was that she did resent Ki Song for something else. It was not surprising, however. All children harbored a bit of resentment for their parents in their hearts. Seishan had more reasons to feel that way than most. After all, she had been adopted by Ki Song as a young child without having much say in the matter. She received the lineage of Beast God without being asked. She was made a carrier of the nightmare spell without being given a choice to refuse, and spent a harrowing decade on the Forgotten Shore as a result. And now, she was fighting her mother's war without being given a way out. Cassie was sure that there were a lot of complicated emotions in Seishan's heart. I wonder, how come I am the only normal person around? No, that did not sound quite right. Cassie did not lack self-awareness, so it was easy to admit that there was hardly a less normal person than her in the world. However, her parents and her relationship with them were both perfectly healthy and ordinary. Everyone else seemed to compete for the Best Childhood Trauma Award, though. Morgan and Mordred, Seishan and her sisters, Naphis. Perhaps she was spending too much time around heirs of the great clans. If I survive this, I should be a better auntie to little Ling. A pale smile found its way onto her lips, and she spoke quietly. I know someone who would resent you more. The Queen turned away from her daughter and looked at Cassie with a hint of amusement. Oh, I have no doubt. Little Neffy is all grown up now, isn't she? Ah, she was such a sweet child. Her smile wilted like a flower, making her breathtakingly beautiful face look cruel and cold. Ki Song regarded Cassie with dark indifference. I missed her a lot at the start. Cassie scoffed. Is that why you brought the immortal Flame clan to ruin and sent assassins to kill her? The Queen just shrugged indifferently. No, that was not why. She smiled coldly. But why are you jumping ahead, Song of the Fallen? I rarely get the chance to reminisce about the past, so let's see. Where was I? Ah, yes, Anvil and his disguised ultimatum. We joined hands, he and I, and the Dreamspawn, of course. We just became saints back then, but Broken Sword was only growing more impatient. So, we challenged the fourth nightmare no more than a year later, in secret. Her expression grew distant, and she fell silent for a while. Eventually a sigh escaped from her lips. People tend to forget us these days partially because we erased our traces from the pages of history, and partially because there are splendid talents like you two walking the world now. But back then, decades ago, we were truly fearsome. No one had ever returned from the third nightmare alive, but we did. It happened more than 2 decades after Immortal Flame changed the world by becoming a master, and yet, only a year after becoming saints, we were already laying siege to the fourth nightmare. It seemed like nothing could stop us. The dead boy scoffed. We learned a lot about the truth of the world in the nightmare, and we learned even more about it after coming back, and about ourselves as well, because that was when we killed Broken Sword, out there in the darkness of the underworld. Cassie tilted her head, surprised. The underworld? Kisong nodded slowly. Yes. That is where the seed of nightmare Broken Sword had found was located. And that was where we returned to after conquering the nightmare. The underworld is a terrifying place. Song of the Fallen, we did not dare to explore its dark expanse back then, entering by following the call of nightmare and hiding from the beings that dwell in the darkness like rats. The dead girl chuckled. Even as Supremes, all we could do was escape, and while we were escaping, still unfamiliar with our newfound powers, the 3 of us used the chance to stab Broken Sword in the back. The battle was short, in truth. I think he already knew that it would be his end. Still, even with the 3 of us joining forces, we weren't able to bring Broken Sword down. Ah, how fearsome he was, how valiant. We broke his body, and we broke his soul. But we couldn't break his will. Her eyes seemed to ignite, as if illuminated by the splendor of that wicked battle. Then they dimmed, becoming clouded by melancholy. Kesong sighed. Still, he fell in the end. Shattered, broken, fatally wounded. He mustered what little strength he had left and fled, deeper into the darkness, never to be seen again. That was how Broken Sword, the greatest of us, died. Cassie held her breath. He? Fled? You did not see him die, then might he not have survived? The Queen smiled wistfully. Wouldn't that be interesting? But no, we killed him. I am certain of it. Because eventually, the spell whispered of his death. Kisong leaned forward a little and looked at Cassie with a somber expression. So now, we strangled the dire threat that Broken Sword's existence represented before it could doom us all. And by doing so, we also arrived at the root of all our problems. Chapter 291. Risk Management. Cassie frowned, unable to follow the train of the Queen's thoughts. Had she not said that the smile of Heaven's death was the root of the war? But now, it was Broken Sword's death? Cassie was still dazed due to having ingested Kisong's blood. In her current state, even thinking was a difficult task. Eventually, she forced out a pale smile. All your problems seemed to be solved, and you were free to shape the future as you saw fit. However, it does not look like any of you lived happily ever after. After all, Kisong had to have ended up as a corpse somehow. The 2 puppets laughed. The Queen nodded with a smile. Indeed. Well, it was to be expected, after all. How could we trust each other after betraying one of our own? What would stop us from perpetrating betrayal again? There was nothing holding us together anymore. Smile of Heaven was gone, and her ghost was gone as well, since Broken Sword had died. Anvil was wary of me, not because I was a threat, but simply because I had the potential to become a threat. And both of us were afraid of the Dreamspawn, that monster. Most importantly, we weren't really people anymore. We were entities, each responsible for a domain. She paused. Let's just say that large-scale systems are far less tolerant to risk. You can be reckless when you're only responsible for yourself, but what if you have a family to take care of? Would you allow yourself to be careless when the lives and well-being of your children are at stake? What if you are responsible for 1 million families? 10 million, 100 million. Once one becomes a monarch, there's little difference between a threat and a potential threat. The mere promise of disaster is enough to take measures against the source. The Queen looked at Cassie and Seishan with pity. Both of you have already tasted the burden of responsibility. But you know nothing yet. Ah, but I digress. The thing is, despite it all, we could have still worked out our differences. We even tried to remain civil for a while. However, our attempts were destined to fail. Can you guess why? Zishan frowned. Cassie remained silent for a bit, then said evenly, "Because of the spell." Kisong gave her an approving smile. Indeed. I don't know whether it is by accident or by design, but the conflict between supremes is woven into the very fabric of the spell. After all, it grants us a way to grow the power of our domains at a terrifying speed, the citadels. However, the number of citadels it creates is limited. So, the domains of the carriers of the spell must inevitably clash. It is as if it was meant to pit those who attained supremacy against each other, so that a single, most vicious ruler was left in the end. She lingered for a few moments. At first, we tried to build in peaceful coexistence. Each of us served to suppress the other. It was a circle of mutual responsibility, so to speak. The Dreamspawn held the air of valor hostage. Anvil had his sword hovering above my head, while I made sure that the Dreamspawn's name did not spread to too many minds. But that circle was swiftly broken, because one who has the will can never submit to being suppressed. The two puppets chuckled. Anvil swiftly gave up on his son, almost as if he had never cared about him at all. I learned to escape the cage of my body, making the deterrent of his swords meaningless. And the Dreamspawn secretly created a cabal of followers, making sure that his name could never be fully erased. Kisong leaned back and sighed. There was the issue of the remnants of the Immortal Flame clan as well. You asked why we tried to eradicate them, Song of the Fallen. I will have to disappoint you, but there was no mysterious reason for it at all. It was simply cold logic. Once you draw a sword against an enemy, you don't show your back to them until they are dead. There was no compassion on her face, but no particular cruelty either, just the cold, ruthless pragmatism that had horrified Master Aurum once. Immortal Flame himself was dead, and both Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven had perished. Little Nephis was young and powerless. But children grow up, sometimes. They grow up to be saints of immense power who wield staggering influence over people's hearts and harbor a scathing desire for revenge. That was what Anvil and I both wanted to prevent from happening. So we tried to kill her before she could fully inherit the fire. A vile decision, but a prudent one, don't you think, considering how things ended up? Cassie shivered. So she knew. Both of them knew. Both of them had never been fooled by Nef's act of submitting to their power. Or maybe that was not even important. Maybe it was simply the case of large-scale systems being averse to risk, as Kisong had put it. It did not matter whether Nephis truly harbored thoughts of revenge. All that mattered was that she had potential to. That was all it took for these ghouls to sentence a little orphaned girl to death. And how many more of such deaths had there been? Ah, I want to kill them both with my own two hands. But that was not meant to be. Cassie forced a smile onto her face. It seemed strange that both of you mighty sovereigns failed to kill one powerless child. Kisong shrugged. Our hands were tied. The Dreamspawn laid a claim to her, just like he had claimed young Mordred. He has a deep interest in divine lineages, you know. Immortal Flame, Warden of Valor, Nightwalker, and the Dreamspawn's own mother. Those were the 4 members of the first generation who had found lineage memories. A generation later, I was the 5th. And the 6th one? Well, it is obvious by now what blood flows in the veins of the Lord of Shadows, even if he doesn't bleed much. Chapter 2192, Circle of Responsibility. The dead boy let out a quiet laugh. The Queen shook her head. Whatever it is that the Dreamspawn needs from the descendants of the gods, he can only get it once their blood awakens. Nephis is the last descendant of the sun god lineage, and so he prevented us from trying to eliminate her before she came of age, or rather, prevented us from trying to eliminate her too hard. The methods we could use without alerting him and provoking his ire were limited, and that was why she managed to survive. Even as a child, Nephi proved to be quite tenacious. Cassie smiled darkly. You have my sympathy. How inconvenient. Kisong shrugged. Why, thank you. It really was. However, young Nephis was really the least of our concerns. Because, as you can imagine, the mutual responsibility between us three did not last long. Cassie inhaled deeply. Was there something particular that caused you to grow openly hostile to each other? The Queen remained silent for a bit, then smiled wryly. Yes, no, it was a gradual process. At first, we were busy establishing our domains, subjugating neighboring regions of the Dream Realm, and stabilizing our territories. But once we reached the ceiling of what we could achieve without encroaching on each other's lands, things turned much more tenuous between us. Both Anvil and I wanted to swallow the storm sea, but neither could move without provoking the other. The dream spawn, meanwhile, was growing stranger with each year. The tension continued to build until one day we saw a chance. Cassie raised an eyebrow. What chance? One of the youths chuckled. The chance to get rid of the dream spawn, of course. That guy, you see, aimed his attention at the moon. Cassie blinked. The moon. Did Kisong mean a metaphorical moon? She carried the lineage of Beast God, after all, and one of Beast God's epithets was the goddess of the moon. Had Asterion shown interest in her daughters, perhaps? They would have already reached the age of becoming susceptible to the spell by then. Some would have even awakened. The Queen nodded. Yes, the moon. Earth's moon, to be precise. Lunar. Well, not the moon itself, of course. Rather, what is hidden on the moon? Huh. Cassie tried to suppress her curiosity, but failed. And what exactly is hidden on the moon? The dead girl laughed melodiously. Kisong smiled. That was precisely what the dream spawn wanted to learn. The nightmare spell first infected the lunar colonies, you know. It was only later that it spread from the moon to the planet's surface. What had they unearthed there, on the dark side of Luna? Nobody knows. Oh, we had theories, of course. By then, it was already clear that an unholy nightmare creature had made the moon its nest. That is why it is so dangerous to fly too high on Earth, and why any manner of lunar observation had been forbidden. It is also one of the reasons why aviation fell into sharp decline as soon as the nightmare spell descended. She lingered for a few moments. It is also highly likely that a nightmare gate is situated there. The first gate, maybe. Since looking at the moon too closely is a recipe for disaster. We couldn't build an analog of the Obel scale to study it. But there was still a sort of consensus about the category of that gate. Most of those who know believe it to be a Category 6 gate. As Cassie drew a sharp breath, Kisong looked up and smiled. If so, it is connected to a seed of the sixth nightmare, the final nightmare. One that would turn those who conquer it divine, thus giving birth to gods. Not lesser deities of the sacred rank, but true gods, no different from those great beings who once ruled all existence. She hesitated for a moment, then added in a more reserved tone. Of course, there is a smaller group that holds a different opinion. They believe that the lunar gate leads to a seed that is even more special. Not just a seed of nightmare. No, instead, they believe it to be the seed of the nightmare spell. The source of its invasion into our reality. Cassie exhaled slowly. The world still holds so many mysteries. An unholy one was dwelling on the moon, guarding the gate to the final nightmare, or the source of the nightmare spell itself, who would have thought? The magnitude of this revelation had left her breathless. Cassie was too tiny and insignificant for that information to have any direct importance to her, just like an ant was too tiny and short-lived to worry about the movement of tectonic plates. But still, she could not help but shiver, knowing that the moon had been there high above her, throughout countless nights. Kisong smiled softly. If you live long enough to become supremes yourselves one day, you'll hear it, on a quiet night under the familiar sky. You'll hear the distant, alluring, irresistible call of that nightmare. Its call is another reason why we don't return to the waking world that often. She remained silent for a little while, then sighed. In any case, the dream spawn grew intrigued by the moon, and so he endeavored to visit it. and using the chance, Anvil and I made sure that he never returned. We massacred his followers and erased his name from the network, from the culture, from the annals of history, forbade the government to ever mention him again, and killed everyone who had ever met him, face to face, well, most of them at least. A wicked smile twisted her alluring lips. There were no citadels under his control, and we had hidden our existence, the existence of the sovereigns, from the very beginning to limit the spread of his fame, and therefore of his domain, even if it forced all three of us into the shadows. So his domain crumbled in an instant, and he was stranded on the moon, his power severely diminished. We had hoped that he would die there, but of course we weren't that lucky. That fiend still draws breath out there, in the coldness of space, looking at us from above. He can even exert his influence somewhat, sometimes, albeit not too much of it. Her smile widened, and with the dream spawn mostly removed from the picture, the circle of mutual responsibility was broken. Anvil's sword pierced my heart, but, of course, I refused to die. That was how our clandestine clash began. From that day forward, we were gathering forces, positioning valuable game pieces, and preparing for the war, for the final confrontation to see which one of us was the most vicious, and therefore worthy of becoming the sole ruler of the world. Chapter 2, 193. Greater Good. Cassie remained silent for a while, struggling against the nauseating feeling of not being in full control of her body and soul. Her torn cheek throbbed with dull pain, and drops of blood glistened coldly on the stone floor. She doesn't seem quite human anymore. The beautiful corpse in front of her looked like Ki Song, and sounded like Ki Song. But while there was some resemblance, a deeply hidden sameness, the young woman she had seen in the memories of Master Oram was mostly gone, as if she was not a living being, but a wraith sustained by unbreakable will. Both of them didn't seem human, really, the king and the queen. Ki Song was dead and did not have a heartbeat. But while Anvil was undeniably alive, his unfeeling heart was colder than that of a corpse. They looked human, but the way they thought was not human. There was a limit to how callous one could be, how heartless one could be. There were limits that no person could cross without becoming a mindless beast. But then again, the sovereigns were not supposed to be completely human. Is it because they are Ki Song and Anvil of Valor, or because they are supreme? Supreme beings were demigods in quite a literal sense. Saints like Cassie herself were called demigods as well. But while they did possess some qualities of the divine, having transcended mortal limits, that title had mostly come from human fancy. To mundane people, the powers saints wielded seemed godly, and so the saints had been dubbed demigods. And even though that title was mostly a metaphor, Cassie could already feel how her sense of self was changing. She had lived the memories of countless people and perceived the world from countless points of view. She had experienced being men and women, young and old, healthy and sick. She had experienced the lives of soldiers and warriors, factory workers, lofty legacies, destitute refugees, actors, artisans, politicians, housewives, criminals, servants, laborers, and so many more. What kind of person could possess a lifetime's worth of greatly varied experiences and remain the same? Several lifetimes, naturally, her worldview had changed, and she was merely a saint. How would she change if she became supreme? A demigod whose conscience had to be vast enough to encompass an entire realm. How much of her former self would remain? How much of her humanity would be discarded to make space for divinity? She sighed, then faced Ki Song with a grim expression. To what end? Cassie gritted her teeth. You and Anvil have spent 2 decades ruling the world. You created the great clans, shaped the legacy caste into what it is today, conquered vast lands in the dream realm. You have suppressed the number of emerging saints, ruthlessly eliminated all who dared to disobey you, and maintained a semblance of order in the waking world. When you could not hold the nightmare spell back anymore, you finally revealed your claws in Antarctica, and now you are at war. To what end? She hesitated for a moment. Is it simply to become the strongest a supreme can be? To spread your domain to all of humanity? Why? What are you after? Do you lust for more power? Do you want to resolve those old, unforgivable grudges? Are you preparing to challenge the 5th nightmare and become sacred? Have you given up? Why? Why have you done all of this? Kisong looked at her calmly from the throne. A faint smile illuminated her breathtaking face. Why? It's for the greater good, of course. Cassie couldn't help but let out a scoff. The greater good? The Queen nodded. Our goal is to preserve humanity, as it has always been. You can disagree with our method, despise them even, but do not doubt our intentions. Everything we did to build a better world for those who would follow in our footsteps. Kisong let out a sigh. To answer your question, the war is necessary because Anvil and I are much too weak. Her puppets chuckled. Our power, great as it might seem, is woefully insufficient. Our domains are incomplete. Our strength is lacking. We are nearly immortal and have no rivals among the human population, but the enemies we face aren't human either. They are the true rulers of the dream realm, the old corrupted deities who dwell in the darkest corners of this cursed world. Kisong leaned forward a little, smiling faintly. There is a simple equation to safeguarding the future of humanity, you see. In this dire world, humanity has no luxury to afford itself things that it does not need. It is a luxury to have a population of 3 billion people, but is it necessary? Can we save them all? No. Spreading our forces too thin will only result in total annihilation. Meanwhile, humanity can survive with far less. The ones whom we have brought from the chain of nightmares will do. It is a large enough pool to produce awakened at a sufficient rate, who will produce enough masters and saints in turn. In fact, it is already too large. Her smile turned somber. More than 100 million mundane people are in the song domain right now. All of them need to be fed, clothed, sheltered, and protected from the nightmare creatures. We had been preparing the human enclaves in the dream realm for more than a decade, and yet the burden of caring for so many people is already straining every possible resource we have, shaking the entire kingdom. The infrastructure is on the verge of collapse. The supplies are dwindling. Cassie frowned. Those people are not just sitting idly. They are working the fields, building the roads. They are volunteering to face the first nightmare and become awakened as well. In a few more years, they will feed, clothe, shelter, and protect themselves. Kisong shook his head. But the situation on Earth will also become far less stable in a few years, which means that we won't be able to deliver as many supplies through the Dreamgate. But suppose you are right, even then, the waking world will continue to deteriorate at ever-increasing speed. Soon enough, it will be consumed entirely, and the entire dream realm will change. Its geography will be rewritten, and countless nightmare creatures will start a great migration. We will be besieged from all sides, and the death zones will spill from their borders, threatening to drown the human nation we have so laboriously established. The Queen smiled darkly. When that happens, neither the song domain nor the sword domain will be able to survive. However, the human domain, one kingdom united under the torn patchwork heaven of the dream realm by one supreme, might just stand a chance. Chapter 2994, Price of Divinity. Kisong inhaled deeply, or pretended to at least, and leaned back. As for conquering the fifth nightmare, even if we have such an ambition, neither of us dares. Challenging a nightmare is always a gamble. After all, maybe the challenger will return alive, maybe not. Immortal Flame could risk his life because there were countless awakened in the world beside him. Warden and Nightwalker could risk theirs because by then there were plenty of masters around. But what about us? What happens if all supremes of humanity perish together, leaving no one to defend it against the tyranny of the nightmare spell? The risk is too great, and the responsibility we bear is too great to take it. Her expression changed subtly. More than that, each nightmare is different from the previous one. We have no knowledge about what awaits us in the fifth. What we do know, however, is that even if one manages to conquer it, there will be a price to pay. A sacred being won't be able to enter the waking world at all, most likely, meaning that there won't be dream gates to lead people away either. Even if sacred carriers of the nightmare spell receive an ability to create a new kind of connection between the two worlds, there is also the nature of the apotheosis itself. To consider becoming a god is not merely about one's rank. Kisong paused briefly and continued in a neutral tone. The difference between a transcendent and a supreme is vast. However, the difference between a mortal and a god is immeasurable. Becoming a sacred being means leaving what little remains of your human nature behind. Once one experiences apotheosis, the way they think will change, the way they feel will change, the way they are will change, and who they are will change as well. Power and benevolence do not always go hand in hand. Who knows if a sacred being can even be entrusted with humanity? Heavens know I dread the thought of the dreamspawn becoming a god. Anvil as well, and I fear myself most of all. The queen remained silent for a while, then looked at Seishin hesitantly. Her lips moved slightly and a new voice, Kisong's own voice, resounded in the throne room for the first time. It was low and beautiful, making one want to never stop hearing it. Will I still care about my daughters? Will I even be capable of human affection? Will I remain myself? Or will I become someone else? Something else, rather. A being whose very nature is divine, and thus inhuman. Seishin trembled. The queen's words sounded eerily similar to what Cassie herself had been considering earlier, and they resounded strongly, because Cassie herself was deathly afraid of losing herself to the power of her aspect. Countless fragments of her past were already lost, and so she dreaded losing even more of her present self. But she was afraid of her future self most of all. Everyone feared death and transformation, especially one as thorough as becoming a deity. Apotheosis, as Kisong had called it, was a form of death as well. Cassie took a deep breath. So, in the end, the two of you started this war to consume each other and give birth to an immensely powerful domain, one that unites all of humanity as a result. The part of humanity that you had deemed worthy of saving, at least. Kisong shrugged. She had grown silent again, and her puppet spoke in her stead. Yes, something like that. Cassie shook her head. All these deaths, all this suffering, wouldn't it have been easier if one of you simply stepped down and allowed the other to rule unopposed? A strange smile twisted the queen's alluring lips. I suppose it would have, but ask yourself this question. Will someone who is willing to give up without a fight be capable of standing up against the entire world? Will someone who is willing to submit without a struggle be worthy of ruling over all of humanity? Will someone like that be able to lead anyone, let alone everyone, to salvation? No, it is not in the nature of a sovereign to surrender. The very quality that made us supreme makes it impossible for us to capitulate without a thorough battle. There was a long stretch of silence, and then the dead youths laughed. Well, I seem to have answered all of your questions, Song of the Fallen. How's that? Was that enough for a barter? Cassie lowered her head. It's plenty, Your Majesty. Kisong nodded with a hint of amusement. I've shown you plenty of grace, then. What do I get in exchange? Cassie gathered her thoughts while inhaling deeply. Here it goes, then. Things would start happening fast once she opened her mouth, but that was the best course of action. The sovereigns had to be somewhat equal in strength when they clashed, and at the moment, the King of Swords was holding too big of an advantage, she sighed. I mentioned knowing a lot of secrets, one of which is especially valuable. I'll share it with you as gratitude for showing me grace. Straightening her back, Cassie lingered for a moment and then said in a somber tone, The king has secretly carved a path through the hollows of the breastbone and the western first rib. His troops will soon emerge from the jungle and attack the lesser stronghold, crossing from the rear. It will happen by the end of tomorrow, or perhaps even sooner. Now that Valor wants me dead, my life is tied to the well-being of the Song clan, so I thought I'd let you know. A heavy silence settled in the throne room. Seishin seemed startled, her eyes widening slightly. The queen, however, remained composed. A few moments later, she leaned forward a little. Weren't there a cursed tyrant barring the path to the hollows of the first rib? Cassie lowered her head. There was. The king killed it. Kisong raised an eyebrow. He killed a cursed tyrant swiftly and quietly enough for its death to go unnoticed. Ah, how curious. She remained motionless for a while, and then smiled. Well, that certainly changes things. Chapter 2195, Dollhouse. The queen remained silent for a few moments, looking into the distance. Cassie could not really imagine what was going on in her head. It had to be hard to be a general who had been driven into a hopeless situation. The Song army was already at a great disadvantage, driven back to the western part of the Collarbone Plain and besieged. The only hope of salvaging the situation and restoring a semblance of balance to the war was to hold out long enough for Revel to conquer the citadel in the spine of the dead god, and for Mordred to take Bastion. But now, even that hope had been shattered. If Ki Song was troubled, though, she did not show it. Instead, she lowered her gaze and peered at Cassie. Well, well. The secret you told me is indeed valuable, young Cassia. The dead boy fell silent. His counterpart, meanwhile, spoke in a clear voice. You have my gratitude. It is time for you to depart, though. Go and rest for a little while. Seishan, please stay. Cassie wondered briefly if she would really be allowed to walk out the throne room on her own 2 feet without being escorted by Seishan. That would be problematic, actually, since her aspect was suppressed. Was she supposed to bump into the walls of the Song keep blindly until she found a place to rest? A few moments later, though, her hesitation was dispelled in the most disturbing way. Her body moved on its own, rising from its knees and performing an elegant bow. Her mouth moved on its own as well, and words she had not meant to say left her lips. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then her body turned around and headed away from the throne with graceful, confident steps. The tenuous connection she had established to Seishan's senses was cut, and she was left in the darkness. Cassie was blind once again, but her body behaved as if it could see. It left the throne room and walked somewhere calmly, taking turns when needed and using her hands to open doors. She did not know where the body was headed and could only memorize the number of turns and count the steps in her mind out of habit. As Cassie walked, she escaped from the horror of not being able to control her own body into thinking about the many mysteries that had been solved today and the many secrets that had been revealed to her by the Queen. It is all starting to take shape. So what had she learned? First of all, many of the fragmented and unreliable pieces of information they had collected from dubious sources were now confirmed. The grand plan of the sovereigns, the purpose of suppressing the emergence of independent saints, the reason why the Supremes had seemingly abandoned the waking world. One of the more interesting things she had learned was the reason why the sovereigns had chosen to hide their existence and rule from the shadows. Cassie had assumed that it was simply due to the general shadiness of the great clans. Honestly, she had never thought about it deeply. But as it turned out, it was a premeditated measure to prevent Asterion from growing too powerful instead. Ki Song had not explained what powers the third sovereign possessed, and how his domain spread. However, Cassie was able to surmise that it had something to do with people simply knowing about his existence, and especially knowing his name. There was the tidbit about the special nature of War God's realm as well, and the startling truth of what was hidden on the moon. But while quite curious, these pieces of information were not important at the moment. What was important was the story of Broken Sword's death, the reasons why he had been killed, and the background of the downfall of the Immortal Flame clan, if for no other reason than a personal one. I will have to tell Neff. Ki Song did not mention the final straw that had pushed Anvil on the path of no return, but Cassie already learned it from Jest. How would Nephis react? Something like that. Did not excuse the vile actions of the sovereigns, but it did put them into an entirely new perspective, and that perspective was one of the most important cornerstones of Neff's entire being. Cassie sighed, or rather tried to. However, her body was still moving on its own, indifferent to her commands. Soon enough, the coldness of the Queen's residence receded, and Cassie felt the heat of Godgrave on her skin again. She was surrounded by the sounds of the army camp again. She could smell life again. It seemed that she was standing in front of the gates of the keep, waiting for something. Her cheek was still throbbing with pain, and her mind was on fire, feverishly going over all the stark revelations she had received. But most of all, Cassie was genuinely surprised. I wasn't even tortured. She exhaled slowly. Well, the day was still young, and there were more such days in front of her as well. Now that her audience with the Queen had come to an end, Ki Song seemed to have released the strings binding Cassie's body like a marionette, somewhat enough to cut her some slack at least. She was still in that dizzying state of not being entirely in control of her own body. In fact, She was barely able to move, just enough to change her posture, but not enough to take a step. Her aspect, too, remained almost entirely sealed. Cassie remained motionless for a few moments, then shook her head subtly. There was no way of knowing if Sonny was somewhere near, but she believed that he was. In fact, he had most likely been keeping an eye on her from the moment she entered the Greater Crossing stronghold, just not in the chambers of the Queen. If so, she had to prevent him from trying to contact her. Now that Cassie had become a partial puppet, approaching her was tantamount to revealing his presence to Ki-song. So she hoped that he had seen and understood her signal. Sonny was both observant and smart. He would know that it was dangerous to contact her and stay away. Still, even unable to see or hear him, Cassie was glad to know that she was not truly alone.
Chapter 296, Truth and Fortune Back, in the Throne Room. Seishan took a step forward and stood in the spot where Cassie had previously kneeled. She did not lower herself, though, remaining upright as she looked up at her mother. The Queen regarded her with a distant expression. After a while, she sighed. "I think you have an idea of what has to be done now." Seishan nodded curtly. "I do, Mother." Ki-song looked at her and smiled wryly.
Don't try to fool me with that refined expression, girl. You have not changed at all since you were little like a mouse. Come, out with it. I can see that you have questions. Was what I said so surprising? Seishan hesitated for a few moments, then bowed slightly and said in a reserved tone, "Then I will ask. I do have questions, 2 of them to be precise." The Queen just waited silently. Seishan raised her head and looked at her mother with a hint of a somber emotion in her eyes.
"You said that Changing Star had to be dealt with for no other reason but cold logic, that you would not leave the child of your enemy alive, knowing that they could return to seek revenge one day. Was that true?" Ki-song raised an eyebrow. "You should have been aware of our past efforts to erase the Immortal Flame clan from existence for a while now." "Ah, I see. It's not the deed itself that sparked your curiosity, but the motivation." "Well, I suppose it is true. Granted. I don't have a habit of going around disposing of children. It is not every enemy that has to be erased without a trace." She sighed. But little Nephis was, because she was the daughter of Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven, the heir of Immortal Flame. A child like that would never have grown up to be a nobody. It was too dangerous to leave her be. Seishan remained silent for a while. Then, she asked, in an even tone, "So will I and my sisters be disposed of for the same reason, should you fall in the battle against the King of Swords?" The dead youths laughed, and Ki-song herself smiled in amusement. "Why, don't you have faith in your mother?" Seishan lingered with the answer. In the end, she looked at the Queen with a steadfast expression. "I do. I believe that you will win." Ki-song chuckled. "Why?" Seishan frowned and stayed quiet for a few moments. Then she said evenly, "Because we are of the Song clan, the King of Swords received his kingdom and his lineage from others. But you earned them yourself. He had everything, while you rose from nothing. You clawed and fought, struggling to gain every little piece of what he had been given freely. He is arrogant while you are cautious. But most of all—" She paused for a moment. "You have too many things to lose, while he has nothing. He has nothing to protect, because he has already lost everything. And so, he only has resolve, not desire. He doesn't want to win. But you want it desperately." The dead youths laughed quietly. "So, you are calling your mother desperate?" Seishan's expression changed slightly. "That was not what I meant." The puppets laughed again, while Ki-song shook her head. "No. You are correct, my wise daughter. That man has the will. But he does not have anything except the will. Deep down, he doesn't really care to win. He doesn't care about anything. A man who has nothing to lose is dangerous, but he is also pitiful." She shook her head lightly. "But you are also wrong, thinking that I achieved everything myself, that I have had no help, and wasn't given anything by anyone. In fact, I have received many gifts. My mother's love, the kindness of strangers, the faith and loyalty of those who followed me, the care of my daughters. It was just that I was young and naive back then, full of resentment and anger. That was how I became ruthless enough to survive this world and therefore lived long enough to wisen up and recognize my fortune while Anvil. That poor man was far less fortunate than me. She sighed and looked away. Isn't it funny? I am a descendant of Beast God, the goddess of the cycle of death and rebirth, and yet I am unable to give birth and neither can I die. Meanwhile, Anvil is a descendant of War God, the goddess of life, and yet he has turned himself into a living corpse. What bitter irony is this? Kisong lingered for a while, then turned to Seishan. You had another question, didn't you? Seishan nodded. Yes. She waited a little, then asked hesitantly. Back then, why did you agree to answer Cassia's questions? You did not need to. The queen smiled softly and looked away. Her puppets did not speak for a while, but eventually one of them answered in a slightly wistful tone. Her true name is Song of the Fallen. The names are an expression of one's personal truth, as well as of their fate. Her fate is to be a witness, to remember. So. Kai Song lingered for a moment. History is written by the victors, Seishan. No matter who wins this war, the truth of what happened will be weaponized and twisted. But I wanted someone to remember the truth, my truth, at least in its purest form. No matter what comes next, even if it is just one person. Forgive your mother this little bit of indulgence. But I wanted to be witnessed. Seishan remained silent. Eventually she nodded. I understand, Kisong let out a long sigh. In that case, her expression changed, becoming cold and regal. She straightened on her throne, and her beautiful figure suddenly seemed towering and overbearing. The dead youth spoke solemnly, Seishan of Clan Song. Listen to your queen's command, Chapter 2197. Boiling pot rain. Did not get a good look at the prisoner Saint Seishan was supposedly escorting. She did glimpse the beautiful princess herself, whose presence was just as soothing as always. However, there was an eerie escort of empty-eyed pilgrims in the way, so it was hard to see who had been captured by the queen's daughter. Rain stayed in the shadows, leaning on the wall of an armory, among other idle soldiers. Her brother remained silent until the strange prisoner convoy disappeared from view, heading toward the stone keep where the queen herself was rumored to reside. Then he suddenly separated himself from her shadow. I'll go snoop around a little. Don't get into any trouble while I'm away. Rain scoffed. Who am I, a kid? Why would I get into trouble? He remained silent for a few moments, then said in a dubious tone, Yeah. With that, the shadow stealthily glided away. Rain sighed, then stretched her tired body and went about her business. She spent some time getting the water rations and refilled the green canteen, then waited some more to get an allotment of synthetic firewood for their campfire. Finally, she returned to the part of the camp assigned to the 7th Royal Legion and found her cohort. They made a fire, igniting it with a memory, and boiled some water to brew powdered coffee. The mostly empty can of it was a luxury Ray had won from an officer in a game of cards. After that, they put a pot over the fire to prepare the usual Song army stew. Rain stared at the stamped tinfoil wrappers left from the bricks of synthetic firewood, absent-mindedly, as the wind dragged them across the surface of the dead god's bone. The contrast of the mundane and the mystical was pretty evocative. She was just not sure of what. Eventually, she sighed and looked at Tamar. I saw Princess Seishan while I was getting water. Tamar just stared at the fire. Oh. The Saint of Sorrow had said that he would speak to the princess once she returned to the camp. So, they would probably leave this dreadful place soon. Rain felt conflicted about the prospect. Sure, she wanted nothing more than for the horror to end. But on the other hand, she felt terrible about leaving her fellow soldiers behind and escaping to safety simply because her friend had some connections at the top. Not everyone had a transcendent father. What was going to happen to countless young soldiers who did not? She had a pretty good idea what would happen to them, thousands of them at least, and was not sure what would haunt her more. Would it be the harrowing siege or the act of running away like a coward? That is how they get you, The other members of the cohort seemed to be struggling with the same thoughts, so no one said anything for a long time. However, their silence was an answer in and of itself. In the end, self-preservation seemed to be winning over the misguided sense of devotion. Well, it was not too surprising. Many people had been idealists when they joined the Song army, but after experiencing the horrors of war, their worldview irrevocably changed and their hearts changed as well. Devotion was a scarce currency in Godgrave these days. At least devotion to the symbols that had failed them and to the leaders who had led them to hell. Rain and her friends had already fought and bled plenty for the Song domain. Did they really have to insist on staying when someone was ordering them to leave? She was still drowning in doubt, and the stew was still bubbling in the pot when there seemed to be some kind of commotion around them. Looking up, Rain noticed that there was more movement in the vast courtyard of the Greater Crossing stronghold than usual. The entire camp seemed to be boiling, not much different from the stew. Huh? Is there going to be another assault? That did not make much sense. The battle had just ended recently. And even if the Sword Army decided to attack twice in one day, it would not have caused so much activity. Those who had to man the wall were already on the ramparts, after all, since the entire contingent worked to defend the fortress in shifts. What is going on? Just as Rain thought that, Tamar caught a soldier who was running by and asked in an incredulous tone, "What is happening?" He looked at her with wide eyes. What? Lady Tamar, you haven't heard. The 7th Royal Legion had suffered grave casualties in the siege, just like every other legion of the Song army. So there were gaping holes in the chain of command. New orders did not travel to the rank and file as fast as they used to. Granted, Tamar was an officer, so it was a bit strange that she was caught out of the loop. Heard what? The soldier stared at her dazedly for a few moments. He seemed to be both excited and terrified, but mostly terrified. Eventually, he took a deep breath and said loudly, a feverish glint appearing in his eyes. "An attack. We are attacking," Tamar frowned, then asked, while putting an emphasis on the word we. What? What do you mean we are attacking? He grinned darkly. It's just as I said. The order has just come down from the Queen. We are abandoning the fortress, crossing the chasm, and storming the camp of the Sword Army. All legions, all auxiliary troops, even the Saints. It's an all-out offensive. Tamar let the soldier go, stunned. He hurried away, soon disappearing from view. Rain, Tamar, Ray, and Fleur looked at each other. Eventually, Ray opened his mouth and said in a shaky voice, "So, I guess we're not becoming caravan guards anymore?" Rain pursed her lips. The order seems to have been given almost immediately after Princess Seishan returned. So, the Saint of Sorrow might not have had the opportunity to settle things with her yet. Or he did, but the transfer got lost in the chaos. In any case, if we want to leave, we still can. Storming the siege camp of the Sword Army. An all-out offensive. Saints joining the fight. Crazy, it seemed crazy. What the hell is the Queen thinking? Rain looked at Tamar. So, do we want to leave? Tamar met her gaze expressionlessly. She remained silent for a few moments, then said in an even tone, "I did not receive the transfer order, so I intend to stay." Rain sighed. Well, of course. She would. Damn legacies. Shaking her head, she turned her head and looked at the bubbling stew with regret. What are we standing around for, then? We need to start gathering our things. Even if we are going to be marching into battle instead of running away, we're still abandoning camp. So get your stuff quickly. Sometime later, her brother snuck back into her shadow. He settled inside of it, remained silent for a bit, and then asked incredulously, "Did I not say to stay out of trouble?" Rain raised an eyebrow. "I did, though," he sighed. "Look around." All around them, the Song army was seething and boiling as it prepared to go into battle. Perhaps the final battle of this hellish war. The legions were assembling into marching columns. The enthralled nightmare creatures were roaring in frenzy, and the Saints were summoning their battle, memories ready to lead the charge. Her brother inhaled slowly, then growled. "That looks like trouble to me. Chapter 298. Divide and Conquer. Just a handful of minutes before, Sonny was standing at the edge of the Ivory Island, looking at the distant wall of the great fortress with a somber expression on his face. His incarnation in the camp of the Song army had caught a glimpse of Cassie as she was being escorted by Seishan and their eerie retinue of walking corpses. But he had lost sight of them once the two entered the chambers of the Queen. Sonny was not reckless enough to get that close to Qi Song, so he was forced to wait in tense anticipation, not knowing what to expect. Surely Cassie was too valuable to be disposed of swiftly. She was not someone who would put herself in danger without having a way out either. So his worry was most likely meaningless, and yet he could not help but feel uneasy. Damn it. Eventually Cassie emerged from the heavy gates and remained standing outside, motionless and silent. There were fresh cuts on her cheek, but it did not seem like she was hurt badly. The lack of an escort was also telling, hinting that she had come to some sort of understanding with the Queen, or that the Queen simply did not deem it necessary to guard her, confident that Cassie would not be able to escape. The mental communications Sonny had grown used to did not seem to work, so he wanted to approach the blind seer stealthily in the form of a shadow to exchange a few audible words. However, she shook her head lightly, which had to be a signal to stay away. Tense and unhappy, Sonny retreated. And not long after that, the camp of the Song army came alive like a massive beast awakening from slumber. The sudden commotion was on such a grand scale that even Master Sunless could see that something was going on in the Greater Crossing stronghold, all the way from the Ivory Island. He frowned. Are they preparing to retreat? Cassie could have informed Qi Song about the clandestine plan to attack the Lesser Crossing stronghold from the rear. In fact, she had a good reason to. If so, the main contingent of the Song army serving as the garrison of the Greater Crossing would have to retreat or risk being cut off from the base camp and surrounded by the forces of the Sword Domain. They could even make a desperate attempt to reinforce the Lesser Crossing and prevent it from falling. But that was not what Qi Song had decided to do. When Sonny's incarnation learned what the Queen was planning a few moments later, he could not help but falter for a moment. Master Sunless opened his eyes wide. Crazy. Everyone had expected that Qi Song would retreat, but against all odds, she decided to attack instead. She was preparing to abandon the Greater Crossing stronghold and throw all her available forces into an all-out offensive, threatening to break the main contingent of the Sword Army in one fell swoop. Why would she surrender the overwhelming defensive advantage the Song army held and command her soldiers to attack, even knowing how desperate her position was? Was she insane or a genius? Sonny suddenly felt cold sweat rolling down his back. In hindsight, why wouldn't she attack? Retreating would only buy the Song army some time. Granted, time was what they lacked the most, but it would not change the overall situation of the war by much. However, now that she knew that Anvil had secretly left the siege camp and was leading soldiers through the hollows, she would also know that the siege camp was not as impossible to overtake as everyone seemed to believe. As far as she was informed, the Lord of Shadows was also far away. So, the greatest obstacle in her way was Nephis. Nephis had proven that she was an impossible existence among those of the transcendent rank, and therefore no saint in the Song army could defeat her. If the Queen wanted to destroy the siege camp, she would have to take to the battlefield herself, which she could not do, not yet. Or rather, there had not been any other way to suppress Nephis before. There was one now, though. Cursing, Sonny dove into the shadows and stepped out of them at the top of the ivory tower. Nephis was already walking toward the balcony, a cold expression on her face. Cassie, she's. Nephis nodded. I know. She paused for a moment near him, hesitated a little, and then said casually, Stay here, please. Make sure that your assistant, Aiko, remains in the brilliant Emporium as well. I don't know what will happen next, but it can get messy. Sonny chewed on his lip, unhappy. But it was not time to discard the persona of Master Sunless yet. Plus, if anything that disagreed with him happened, he would only be a step away. His senses could envelop the entire battlefield after all, and there was one more of his incarnations on the other side of the chasm. He sighed. Take one of my shadows with you, at least." As he said the words, the gloomy shadow separated from his feet and dove into Neff's own shadow, looking quite smug and satisfied as it did at that. Nephis lingered for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Thank you, Master Sunless." Leaning forward, she planted a soft kiss on his cheek, and then turned around. Brilliant light surrounded her slender figure, forming into the image of two incandescent wings. A moment later, she leapt over the parapet of the balcony and plummeted down toward the siege camp of the Sword Army. Left alone under the radiant sky, Sunny touched his cheek and looked into the distance. A quiet sigh escaped from his lips. "Stay safe, Lady Nephis." The drums of war were beating, and she had to lead her soldiers into battle. That battle was not going to be an easy one, it seemed. Worse still, the battles that would follow it were only going to be so much harder.